Brown Boy Wonder podcast.
Welcome to the second annual spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. Since it's spooky season,
hang on, let me stop you right there. Because last year, famously, it wasn't the Wilhelm scream.
Right.
It was just some scream.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna have to listen back to this and see what you put in.
Well, I just let me know, because since it's the spooky season, my guest and I are going to rewatch the Conjuring Universe in this month of October.
Spooky, all the movies.
All of them. My guest needs no introduction. You should know him from last year, where we did our Saw series. If you guys haven't checked that out, please check that out. That was a lot of fun and a lot of sawing. But we have Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today, man?
Doing great. I'm doing spooky. I'm here all the time, but it's different because it's Halloween season. The best time of the year, probably, for some people, including myself.
Yes. Well, the leaves are turning orange. It's getting a little windy. It's getting a little cooler.
Ooh,
I like it. But I do have
it's getting a lot spookier.
Yes, it's so much spookiness. I had to hide. But
exactly, of course.
But I have a question for you, man. Like right. Last year.
I'm ready.
It's not the same question from last year, but I have a new question for you.
I don't remember the question from last year, but hit me this time.
Do you want to play hide and clap with me?
Oh, no. because listen, all right, now I remember the question from last year. It was, do I want to play a game?
Yeah.
And I don't remember what I said. Probably no, because that means you're in a saw trap and that's bad. But here in 2024, the movie came out, first Conjuring movie came out in 2013, and it's set in the late 1960s, or no, early 70s, right? Because the next one is in the 60s.
Yes.
I'm just saying, in 2024, hide and clap sounds a little bit more. Don't say that. that's I don't like that.
Oh, now it's a whole different meaning. Hide and clap. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I don't want to play that.
No, let's not play that. But I guess we have to do it for this episode.
All right, just one time.
Today's episode, we are watching the first Conjuring movie, which was, as you said, released in 2013, directed by the iconic himself, James Wan. It was written by Chad Hayes and Carrie Hayes. Were they brothers?
I don't know. Are they? Turns out we do a lot of James Wan on this podcast, huh? Because Saw last year.
Yeah, I noticed that. I mean, James Wan knows how to do horror.
I guess we like his horror.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the cast here, guys. We got Vera Farmiga as Lorraine Warren, Patrick Wilson as Ed Warren, Lily Taylor as Carline.
I don't remember if I offered this last year. Do you want me to read some of these?
Or
do you want to just go for it?
I'll go for now. For the next one, you'll read the cast.
All right. Well, for what I will say is I looked it up, and Chad Hayes and Carrie Hayes are not only brothers. It's spookier. They're twin brothers.
Oh, just like the Shining movie, those twins.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Spooky.
Well, as I said, Lily Taylor is Caroline Perrin. Ron Livingston as Roger Perrin.
Office Space.
I was expecting him to be the same character, but he is not the same character.
He was in The Flash.
Yes, as another dad.
And you know who I always confuse him with, like in my brain? You know what? I have to look up his name. Keep going, and then I'll circle back.
We got Shanley Caswell as Andrea, Haley McFarlane as Nancy, Joey King, she's a famous actor now.
She's famous Christine. Now, yeah. She was very small famous. Here. She was in Bullet Train and a bunch of bad Netflix movies.
There was one Hulu movie I liked called Run with Nicole Kidman. It was a great movie. I
What's
liked
that
it.
other horror movie she's in that's really bad?
Joey King. I don't remember.
Man, I have a lot of things to look up.
Mackenzie Foy as Cindy. Kyla Denver as April. Shannon Cook as Drew. John Brotherton as Brad. Sterling Jennings as Judy Warren. And I'll get to the last part here. Marin Giat as Georgina. And there's more.
Joey King was in the Slender Man movie.
Oh, yeah, she was.
Oh, but the movie I was thinking of was Wish Upon.
Wish Upon?
Yeah.
Which one was that?
I can almost guarantee you saw it. It came out in 2017, so you would have seen it.
Wish Upon? I probably did. I just don't remember.
I think there's like a little wish box and she makes wishes, but then bad things happen. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
But yeah, there's more to the cast, but I'll just stop right there. I do have a question for you, man. What do you think was the budget for this movie? 2013. First Conjuring movie.
Okay. The Conjuring. So James Wan obviously hit big with Saw, and Saw is relatively low budget. And then he did Insidious.
Mm-hmm.
And that was successful. So this came after that. But it doesn't really need a high budget, does it?
No.
They really
maybe
mostly just do stuff in a house. There's not a lot of like crazy visual effects or anything like that. I'm gonna say 150 million.
150 million for the budget.
For the budget.
Well, the final answer is 20 million.
Whoa!
That is crazy for this type of movie.
That's peanuts.
Yeah.
Because Insidious was like 100 million something.
Yeah.
For the budget, I thought. Oh no, that's the box office. I'm looking at that.
Oh.
Wow. Well, let me tell you,
20 million.
horror movies nowadays would be like $100 million. 20 million.
Yes.
That's crazy. Insidious's budget was 1.5 million. That makes a lot more sense.
Because
thinking about Insidious, I was like, where did that money go? But no, 1.5 million makes a lot more sense. $20 million for Conjuring. That's not bad.
What about the box office?
Well, Kickstarted the whole universe, so that's gotta be. That's probably like, all right. That I'll say 150 million. How about that?
Well, it's 319 million.
Wow, I wasn't even halfway there.
No wonder they have a franchise now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But yeah,
I guess
yeah.
This one. So like, if Insidious made 100 million, and this made 3 times as much, because this one is a bit more accessible than Insidious, I think. It follows a lot of the same, like, story beats, kind of. Like, there's a haunted house, family calls experts come and paranormal investigate. That's really what happens in both movies, both directed by James Wan.
True.
But this one, I don't know. Is it because the Warrens were real people?
Yeah, I mean, it is based on a true
story.
I think it's that, and then maybe the trailer might help a lot. I know I was hooked into it when I saw the trailer.
I like this movie.
And also the name James Wan. It's like, oh
yeah, at that point he's like kind of an established horror name, and like none of the horror. So if we run through a quick like list of the James Wan horror movies, so obviously he kickstarted the Saw franchise. He did Dead Silence.
Yes, great movie. I love that movie.
Then the Insidious franchise. So that's all before Conjuring.
Yes.
So at that point, it's just like, all right, James Wan horror. We know what we're getting into.
Absolutely. But yeah, let's get into your thoughts. Initial thoughts of the movie. What do you think of The Conjuring?
Good. So like I said, it's very similar story-wise to kind of what Insidious does. I would say this is better than Insidious.
Ooh. it is a big, rival between Insidious and Conjuring. Either a Conjuring boy or Insidious girl.
Is that true? Are people like doing TikTok wars over this?
I hope so.
You want to believe?
I want to believe.
All right.
But yeah, I like both. But if I have to pick, I would have to pick Conjuring.
Yeah. I obviously, as we go through the weeks of October, we're going to be covering the entire universe, which isn't just the Conjuring movies. There's Annabelle and the Nun and some other stuff we'll be getting to. But I would say the Conjuring movies are probably the best of them.
Yes.
Especially when we first start out here, but we'll get to that next episode.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is a good one. It's got good vibes. It's got some pretty good visuals, some good horror gags. Hide and go clap, pretty good.
Yeah,
and it's got a good cast. I think casting Patrick Wilson and what's her name? Vera
Farmiga.
Farmiga. Yeah,
she's really good.
She is good. I like her in a lot of stuff.
She's in a lot of horror. I know she's in that Bates Motel movie show.
Oh, she's the mom in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
With I Am a Surgeon.
I get confused with him and Eddie Redmayne. I thought it was the same person, but that's the same. I'm Surgeon guy's Charlie.
I'm pretty sure
Charlie Factory.
I'm pretty sure it's Freddie Highmore.
Oh, that's like
Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, to me, this is, if you want to point it out, this is the classic demonic / ghost movie of the century. That's what I believe.
You think so?
I think so. At least like after the 2000s, this is the movie of, if you want to watch a demonic movie, or like, the Exorcist movie. I feel like this is the new Exorcist movie.
That might be a stretch because Exorcist is very iconic.
Yes.
And it has been for decades. This obviously has staying power because not just it started this universe, but Conjuring movie specifically, like they're making the fourth one, so it's lasted. I guess I really never thought of The Conjuring in the terms of being as iconic as like the iconic 2010s horror franchise, but trying to think what else would really compare that wasn't just a straight up gimmick, because like I think the next biggest thing that you could say other than Insidious, I guess, would be Paranormal Activity, but that has only existed and thrived because of the gimmick, and also because they're very cheap to make.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think it's when it came to.
I don't think you can. I'm gonna just slam dunk Paranormal Activity for a second. I don't think Paranormal Activity movies are any fun to revisit. I rewatched the first one not too long ago, and I was like, "This is not what I remembered."
Oh, really?
I mean, certainly for what it is and what they were able to do with like no budget, it was very impressive. Like they marketed the shit out of it. Like that's all interesting and cool, but like, what would I rather watch? I would rather watch Conjuring.
Sure. I of course, you know me. I like to watch anything.
You got some crazy takes.
I know, but I like Paranormal Activity. I feel like it's because everyone is scared of something happening in their home. That's always scary.
Oh, I've opened up a can of worms, and now we're gonna watch Paranormal Activity next Halloween, aren't we?
We might. I think there's 5 of them, but yeah, we might. But yeah, I feel like the Conjuring at least set up the whole, not universe, but like the whole genre of like demon. The way how James Wan films it, I feel like everyone's copying that.
Maybe. What other demon movies are there? Like in 2024, Tarot just came out.
Oh god,
that was kind of a demon thing, right?
That was a demon movie, but probably one of the worst movies I've seen. No,
good. I don't know. I think what what you're trying to express is that the James Wan style
Yeah.
is like he brought it to a kind of classic horror idea, like haunted house horror and demon horror. Like it goes back to, before, like The Haunting or
Yeah.
Poltergeist is what I'm thinking of.
Yes.
It's kind of like a James Wan version of Poltergeist.
Poltergeist with demons.
Yeah, which again also very similar to the story beats of Insidious and this, where something's happening, so they try to call experts, and then you get various different experts coming in and trying to deal with it. And how do they deal with it? Sometimes not well. In The Conjuring, I think they deal with it pretty well. Only one guy gets bitten on the face.
Oh yeah, that was a little gnarly.
Was this movie PG-13?
This movie was rated R. All the movies are rated R.
Are you sure? I don't think these are all rated R. I don't think all these have to be rated R.
I agree, but let me double check. I had the Blu-ray.
Sometimes, I don't know, when you become an adult,
yeah,
and it stops mattering if something's rated R, and then you start to wonder, like, was that rated R? Was that PG-13? Because sometimes horror sneaks in PG-13 so the kids can go see it.
Yeah, true. But sometimes, PG-13 horror movies are not that great.
I know. That's why I was asking, like...
Yeah, all of them are rated R.
Okay.
All of them.
Horror movies don't need gore to be good. It's just the problem when they try to force it to be PG-13. Sometimes things come across very sanitized, and it's just not that interesting to watch.
No.
So
I can't remember a good PG-13 horror movie.
Again, yeah, I don't remember ratings. Surely there's some.
I'm sure.
It's got to be a good one.
Well, before we get into the plot of The Conjuring, I got a message.
Oh no!
A really, really creepy message.
I did not know this was going to happen.
Well, as soon I announced that we are rewatching The Conjuring Universe on Instagram or Twitter or X, I got a strange message or a strange DM.
I cannot stress enough that I didn't know this was coming, and I'm nervous because I genuinely don't know what it could be.
Well, sir, I think you might be scared.
I'm scared now.
You might know her from.
What?
Well, I don't know if you know her. If you know her, then I'm getting away from you. But if you have knowledge of this person, she is from the third Conjuring movie. Let the Devil Do It, or that's what it's called, right?
No, The Devil Made Me Do It.
Let the Devil Made Me Do It.
Let the Devil do it. I like that.
Let the devil do it. No, let the devil let me. What was it again?
The Devil Made Me Do It.
Devil Made Me Do It. Thank you. She is from that movie, and she gave us a strange message. So let me send you this video, and we'll watch at the same time.
I'm really scared.
Okay, I'm posting it here on the Brammer Wonder podcast channel. Boom. Okay.
You
should see some fire there. So
I see fire. I don't see who's in the video.
Yeah. I feel like I'm saying she right now because I saw the video. So we'll see it. Like, I'll see it again, but you'll see it the first time. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
She I feel like she's coming from the straight of hell. So I don't know. Because this fire is giving me the creepers jeepers. All right, here we go. When I say 0, we press play.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Look at me.
Oh no.
Look at me. I hope you conjure up a spooky and terrifying Halloween. Love the occultist.
The occultist?
That was the occultist from the third movie.
Wow, bro. That was scary.
She gave us a warm message, I guess.
She kind of sounded like Tamatonga a little bit.
A little bit. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, thank you, the occultist from the third movie, for that warm message to start off this Conjuring Universe pod. So I appreciate you.
I didn't know or remember that her name was the occultist.
Yeah, she's
movie.
the one who blew that powder to Vera or someone, if you remember. But yeah,
I honestly I kind of don't remember. But
Oh,
you know
no.
what? It'll be special now.
yes. When you see her in the third movie, when we watch the third movie, you'd be like, oh, she
Should
was
I
about to stab
ask?
me.
Should I ask on air how much this cameo cost you? Do I
Well,
want to know?
I don't know what you're talking about. She sent me a message. So
Oh,
I don't,
you're right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so if the occultist broke into your house and stole money, how much money would she have stolen?
I want to say like $25 at least.
That could have been worse. at least she only took that.
Yeah, at least that. Well, thank you. Her name is Eugenie Bondurant. Thank you so much, occultist
Yeah.
from hell.
Thank you, occultist.
Thank you. I don't know if that's a good thing. The occultist.
She was in Werewolf by Night, the Marvel Disney special.
Yes, she was.
Wow, that's crazy. That's cool.
Thank-
Some people show up here, man. You got Power Rangers and scary demons and
Look, I
all
got
kinds of
people. I got people from space, from hell, everywhere.
Yeah, that's nuts. You gotta
Only
be
here
careful.
at the Bumper One podcast. Thank you. I know.
Like you
I
know
saw
how
that.
they say the Annabelle doll is like a conduit for demons. This
Oh, God.
podcast is a
God.
conduit for all these people to show up. That's insane. Unless they say no.
Yes.
Unless you try to pay them and they say no. They say I don't do podcasts. Then we're safe. But other than that, anyone could be here.
Yes, I agree. But yes, thank you, lady. You are terrifying, but very lovely. Thank you so much.
occultist. You are the official occultist of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast.
Oh, I don't like that, but okay.
He lives here now.
Okay, let's get into the plot here, guys. We're 20 minutes deep here. In 1968.
Oh, by the way, it was Kyle Chandler. That's who I confused Ron Livingston with.
Oh, what was he in?
He was in Peter Jackson's King Kong, and then he was in Godzilla King of the Monsters. He was the dad, remember?
Oh, yeah, Super 8, right?
Yes, Super 8. Yeah.
I remember.
You are
He does look like
correct.
him. He does look like him, actually. Yeah, Ron Livingston and him. Yeah, they do look alike.
It's amazing how I'm like, I chose what I would have assumed was the most Abrar thing to remember, King Kong. And you're like, no, the Super 8 guy. I'm like, okay.
The original Stranger Things.
Yeah, yes,
they took
but
it.
not the original E.T.
Oh, you're right. Damn it. There's always a better copy. You never know.
There's always a bigger fish. It's
Oh,
a
yes,
quote
well,
from it's a quote from your favorite movie, The Phantom Menace.
who said that?
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Oh, when he was in the
Liam Neeson. They were in the little
Yeah.
thing with your
Yeah,
favorite
yeah.
character.
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks. I can't believe I mentioned Jar Jar Binks in the Conjuring podcast. I apologize to everyone. I won't say that again.
Maybe he'll show up.
Oh gosh, behind me?
Well, on the podcast.
Oh, right. I don't think he's alive, but is he dead?
Is Jar Jar Binks dead? I don't think so.
Good. Let's get into the plot here, guys. Come on. In 1968, demontologists Ed and Lorraine Warren investigate the Annabelle case, in which friends Debbie and Camila have a possessed doll. They allowed the spirit who claimed to be a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins to possess the doll, but the hauntings became more disturbing. The Warrens explained that the doll was never possessed, a demonic spirit whose goal was to possess one of the friends. What are your thoughts on this Annabelle doll?
So I actually have a couple of thoughts. Number one, so we've discussed that the Warrens, Ed and Lorraine Warren, were real people. They were real,
Yes.
alleged demonologists, and they really did travel the country and help people allegedly solve hauntings and demon cases and stuff like that. And the Annabelle case was a real case. There really is an Annabelle doll. It does not look like this. It was a Raggedy Ann doll, if everyone knows what those look like.
Mm. Really big.
So it is interesting to think about that, how it's just like, you think about, well, Raggedy Ann's not that big. They're like the size of like a Tickle Me Elmo or something like that, you know?
True.
Like a little stuffed, like plushy yarn for hair.
Molly Polly, that girl, that TV show.
Molly Polly.
Along
Polly Pocket?
something like that, yeah.
I'm looking at Molly Polly.
Or like Polly Molly.
I don't know.
She has red hair. For those in the viewers listening, if you know Molly Polly, let me know.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Well, never mind.
Okay. Either way, so when it comes time to make this movie, they're like, "All right, let's use this Annabelle doll. It's a real spooky doll with a demon that follows it around. What's that? Oh, it was a Raggedy Ann. Well, that's not very scary. Or we can't get the rights to that, right? So they're like, well, let's just make a spooky doll. And then they made this. It is a doll designed to scare you. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit less scary in, say, the Annabelle movie when we learned that the doll doesn't actually do anything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not at all.
But yeah, I guess it is very. We mentioned Dead Silence earlier. It's very that, you know. James Wan had experience making spooky dolls or puppets, so he just, they made this.
Yeah, I mean, this doll is very creepy. It looks ratchet. You got those big eyes, big red lips.
I guess she's iconic now in a sense in like the horror community. Like everyone knows who the Annabelle doll is. Yeah,
it's very popular. I don't know if it's after this movie or maybe the Annabelle movie. It became more popular over time.
She joins the lexicon of haunted dolls with Chucky, and Megan.
Oh yes, Megan.
And Slappy Goosebumps. Yes.
Slappy. That's his name, right? Slappy?
Yeah, his name's Slappy.
Okay. Yeah. I who wouldn't fight? Annabelle or Slappy?
Probably Slappy, because as mentioned, Annabelle doesn't do anything.
That's true. Slappy
the demon does stuff. The demon will move her around or chase you up a stairway. But that's next episode's conversation.
Yes. Let's get into the incident that happened with this doll. Well, if you see this creepy ass doll in the hallway, and the room around her is destroyed, and the writings of "Miss Me" on the wall, I'm getting the F out of there.
Yeah. Well, these college kids got off very easy, considering things that we'll see the Annabelle doll conjure later. Because the doll moved around and then it wrote something on the wall and then they threw it away, but it came back, and that's when they were like, "We're calling Ghostbusters. We're getting this out of here." And they called the right people because they got it and put it in a case and had a priest bless it twice a month, and now we're fine. So it could have been a lot worse for these kids.
Honestly,
these kids whose mom just like bought the doll in a thrift shop. She saw this creepy. The doll did not look clean when she bought it. She saw this Annabelle doll and was like, "My daughter would love this."
Yeah. I mean, the thing that scared me in this scene is the loud banging on the door. It's just loud. I was wearing headphones, and I remember in the theater it was so loud.
That's that's one thing that kind of takes points away from James Wan for me. I love his style. But he does fall into the modern horror trap of jump scare. Silence, loud noise. Like that's not, to me, it's not scary, it is irritating. Because you made me jump. Of course you did. There was silence and there was a really loud noise.
It reminded me of the movie Strangers, where Liv Tyler was in the house and the girl was knocking so loudly on her door. It was just like that. But I feel like that scene worked than this, maybe.
I mean, it worked. I just, it's something in this period of time, something that we're just forced to deal with, where like, horror movies mean jump scares.
Yeah. Once that scene is over, we get a creepy title saying "The Conjuring," the creepy music. I am terrified. All horror movies should do that. I know Insidious did that. Conjuring and many others do that. Creepy music with the big title in red.
The Insidious title is a jump scare in itself because it's got like the intense like hyper like string music.
Yeah,
and it just comes in super loud. It's just like, okay. This one didn't quite do that. So
all right. 3 years later, in 1971, Roger and the mom, Caroline Perrin, move into a farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island, with their 5 daughters: Andrea, Nancy, Christine, Cindy, and April, and their dog Sadie, who refuses to enter the house.
Oh yeah. Rest in peace, Sadie the dog.
Oh, we'll get into that.
You get horror movie dogged. The thing that happens to dogs in horror movies, it happens to you.
Yeah. But yeah, thoughts on this family? Is it lovely? It's like a fun family here.
Yeah. A lot of girls. I wouldn't want to raise that many girls, but
that's too many.
Yeah.
April. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give this movie credit for something, because as mentioned, we're in like the late 60s, early 70s, 1971. So we're in the early 70s. I believe that it's the early 70s. It's the way people dress.
Yes.
The way, the car. Our next movie we're talking about is also a period piece before this even. And I genuinely didn't even remember that because nothing about the movie feels like it's set in the 60s. Maybe
her dress, the main actress's dress, it kind of reminds me of the 60s, but nothing, outside of that, it feels like it was in the early 2000s, maybe. Yeah, terrible. Well, April, I think she's the smallest one here, found a doll music box outside of her house. She opens it up, and the music is unsettling. Yeah, it's got the little spinning mirror in it. You like that? No, because you just know. You just know you're gonna see something in it. Yeah, but they kind of tease it after a bit. Oh yeah, they know. Yeah, the girls play hide and seek with blindfold, or now we know hide and clap. Yeah. They use claps to determine where the hiders are. It's a fun game. You put your sister in a blindfold, and then you go hide somewhere, and then your sister has to stumble around and hurt herself until she asks for a clue where you are. Then you have to clap. And then if your sister finds you, she kicks you in the face or something. or breaks a wall. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as you mentioned, the family discovers a boarded up cellar in the house because someone broke through that. Now, I watched this with my brother, as I watch most horror movies, and upon finding the boarded up stairs to the dank basement, he immediately said, "Well, I'm not going down there." Would you go down there? No, because the whole family was like, "Well, we gotta figure this out. We gotta go check this out." Why you gotta discover things? I mean, I know it's your house. I don't know. It's that homeowner thing. It's like, oh, more square footage, like Justin Long in Barbarian. That dumbass thought the entire underground tunnel system was his to sell. He is the real monster in that movie.
Yeah.
Well, paranormal events occur within a few nights. Every clock in the house stops at 3:07 a.m. Caroline, the mom, wakes up with new bruises each morning, and Sadie, the dog, found dead in the yard.
Yep. We all knew it was going to happen.
Yep. Well, let's get into these incidents here. Before we get into that, let's get into in Monroe, Connecticut. Ed shows a investigator, or I think a cop, in his demonic room. The cop is like, "Dude, are you scared that you have all of this?" Ed is like, "Don't worry, I get a priest every month to bless the room, of course."
Yeah, he says, "I can almost guarantee there will never be a movie where all these things wake up and get out. Don't worry about it. Or if that does happen, the movie won't be called The Conjuring. It'll be called something else."
He said it's safer for these things to be in here and not out there. I guess we can agree to that.
Yeah, so this is another part of the story that is true. They really did have an entire collection of supposedly haunted artifacts.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if it was after Lorraine's passing in real life, because she died in like she saw the first couple of these movies come out. So she lived longer than Ed. She passed away in, let's see here.
I feel like it was recent.
That's not going to help me because I clicked the actress's Wikipedia. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Lorraine died in 2019. Yeah, fairly recently.
Pretty recent.
So Ed died in 2006. So I want to say maybe just before she passed away, all of the Warren state, all their stuff was bought by, do you know who?
Who?
The one and only Zach Baggins from Ghost Adventures.
Of course.
So all of the Warren artifacts were absorbed into Zach Baggins' haunted museum located in Las Vegas.
I don't like that.
I would like to go there one day. I really would. I'm not a super believer in the paranormal, you know?
Sure.
But it's that thing where oh yeah, I don't believe in ghosts until there might be a ghost. You know what I mean? Just I don't think there's really ghosts, but if you say so, I'm not going to question it.
I'm not bringing a Ouija board to my house and do it. I'm not touching that.
I've done that.
Oh.
It's a white person rite of passage to fuck around with a Ouija board.
What, anything happened?
No, so I didn't really fuck around with it too much. Me and a friend back in high school used it for a student film. So we were acting like we were using it.
Sure.
But yeah, I would like to go check out the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum and go see all the stuff that he paid millions of dollars for that might not be haunted, but it might. Like the Dybbuk box.
Yeah. Maybe we could reach out to him.
Reach out to Zach Baggins?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh, well, maybe if you tell him that the occultist is now haunting the podcast, he'll come check it out for his show.
I think he'll be ecstatic for that.
Yeah, probably. Does Zach Baggins have a cameo?
I don't know.
We'll have to find that out later.
The cop is like, dude, just throw it in the fire. Ed said, it's better to keep it. And the genie in the bottle. Was he referring to Christina Aguilera's song? Is he a fan?
Not in 1971, he's not.
No, I guess not.
Maybe she's a fan of him.
Oh.
Maybe that song is about the Annabelle doll or the Dybbuk box or stuff like that. Keep the genie in the bottle, baby.
I like that. The cop said, do you got that Annabelle here?
Y'all got any Annabelle?
He said, yeah, she's staring right at you, man. The cop was worried about Ed's wife, what happened to her. Ed says it was an exorcism, and she wasn't possessed.
Right.
We don't know what happened there.
She's got a backstory.
Yeah. Ed's daughter Judy was sneaking around there, and she was looking at the Annabelle doll. Later on,
that's some crazy foreshadowing.
yes,
It's like 6 movies from now. That's gonna pay off.
oh my god, it's sweet. It's very sweet. Later on, Lorraine kept telling Ed not to blame himself of what happened to her. What happened to her? We don't know. Not yet.
What happened?
Back to the farmhouse. Roger is hearing some noises around the house at night. The part where Roger, the dad, goes upstairs and his daughter Andrea was just standing there. Will always get to me, man.
She's smacking her head against the wardrobe.
No, not that part. The part where she was just standing on the stairs. Like he looked up and she was just standing there.
All right,
Yeah.
that spooked you.
Yeah, a little bit. Always. I don't know when it happens. It just happens. I'm like, It just gets me.
Yeah. I get you.
As you mentioned, Andrea says Cindy is sleepwalking again. Roger checks checks on her, and you see Cindy hitting her head on the cabinet.
Yeah, there you go. Trying to get in.
Yeah. Well, is this normal for sleepwalk?
So if
Do you know anybody who does that?
I have never known anybody to sleepwalk. It does happen.
Mm.
And I don't know. I think at the point where the sleepwalker has potential to harm themselves, like say smack their head over and over into a hard object, it becomes more than just sleepwalking. It becomes something else, and they need to actually do something about it. At the very least, give her a helmet.
Yeah, a football helmet or something. I will say this: I did sleepwalk when I was little. I don't remember anything. I just remember that my mom said yeah, you're just sleepwalking around, not upstairs, but close to upstairs. But you never got up there. You just go back to sleep though, around 2 or 3 a.m.
If I had to guess, I would assume it's more common for kids, younger kids, to sleepwalk because their brains aren't fully developed, and so maybe they wake up, but not all the way, and then that's just when they start walking around. I think most stories you hear about sleepwalking are children, but it does happen to adults.
That's scary. Adults?
You've seen Step Brothers.
Oh. Especially with the part where he's banging the stove and
yeah, they throw him down the stairs.
I need that was a great scene. But yeah, Roger puts Sydney back to bed. If I was Andrea, I should be concerned.
Man, all these kids have to share rooms with their siblings. That sucks.
I did it once. I did it when I was a kid.
But did your brother sleepwalk and slam his head into the wall?
No.
Or did he sleepwalk and slam you into the wall?
Oh man, my dad slammed me to the wall. But that's a different story. I mentioned that on the pod. Now that's
you didn't have to. I didn't make you.
I have to say it.
Your dad's gonna get arrested.
No. My dad's okay. I learned a good lesson. It's okay. Caroline, the mom. I have to say the mom because these are a lot of names here.
Yeah, I got you.
Found more bruises on her back, and Roger found a dead bird outside in the next morning.
Yeah, the birds flying into the windows. Classic horror.
Dude, have you been outside recently? I know it's that season, but I was at the Stormbar Mall, and in the parking lot, there were so many birds on the cars. So many blackbirds.
Oh, not dead birds.
No, not dead birds. Just live birds.
I legitimately thought you were about to tell me, have you been outside recently? There's dead birds everywhere.
Oh, no,
I was going to say, bro, I have been outside. I have seen no dead birds. You might want to call Zach Baggins.
Yes. No, alive crows were on top of, I want to say 4 out of 5 crows on each car. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that does happen in our area. About, there's a time period every year where just a bunch of birds around. And I would assume, knowing nothing about the actual like migrant habits of birds, I would assume it's just like, well, we are getting closer to winter, fall is approaching, so they're just kind of gathering, and then they're gonna all disappear soon.
Hope so. Well, as the kids go off to school, we see a scene where April is talking to someone in her room.
That's always fine.
Yes, the door is halfway open, so we don't know who she's talking to. The mom opens the door, and no one is there. The mom asks, "Who are you talking to?" April says, "Rory," and she said, "Who the hell is Rory?"
All these horrible ghost children always have, or demons always have silly names like that.
Yeah.
In Paranormal Activity, the demon's name is Toby.
Toby, yes.
My dog's name was Toby when those movies came out. I didn't like that.
Did you change the name?
No, I just stopped watching the movies.
April says you can see Rory through the doll music box mirror.
That's okay. If that's my kid, I'm not looking in that mirror. Also, I'm throwing that mirror away.
Yeah, hell no.
This is gone.
Well, as we always do, Mom agrees to do it anyways. After for a bit, the mom thought she saw something, but April said, "Boo."
Yeah, the kid's just being an asshole, little shithead kid. Like, haha, I tricked you and the audience. If I smack that child, it's the 70s, you'll get away with it.
The mom agrees to play again. Mom is doing all the red flags here. She agrees to play hide and clap with April.
Hide and clap.
Yeah. The mom is blindfolded, of course, and now she's trying to search for her. The first clap happens, and then we hear the second clap. The mom gets into the room where Cindy was banging her head last night on the cabinet. The mom says, "April." The cabinet doors opened by itself very slowly.
This is the gimmick I always remember about this movie. I guess the hide and clap bit, like both of them, because it pays off in a different scene later too. Pretty great. I like it quite a bit.
Yes. The mom said, "Oh, I know where you are. Give me the third clap." The two hands appear from the cabinet and clap twice. Clap, clap. The mom is now heading towards the cabinet. She hears running from the hallway and was like, "What the hell?" She took off her blindfold and April steps in and said, "Haha, you lose."
You started telling it like a campfire story. I got a little creeped out. That was
really
cool. Yeah.
Hey man, this is the spooky rewatch.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
Everyone better be listening to this podcast with the lights turned off.
Yes, please. Everyone turn off if you're in the car listening to this, turn off your your headlights at least.
You know what? Yeah. Jesus Christ. If you're in the car listening to this, pull off to the side of the road, get out of your car, and go walk into the woods.
Yes.
And listen to this in the woods.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm getting scared. But yeah, April is being a kid, of course. But those two hands, man, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. You just wanted to play.
Yeah, she wanted to play. I love that scene. Now it's nighttime. Roger gets a call that he has to go somewhere for his job. All right. Now this next scene is probably I just said that was my favorite, but I think this is my favorite part of the movie. Caroline, the mom, and Christine both encountered a evil spirit. So let's get into Christine's experience. She was trying to sleep, but gets her foot dragged.
Yeah.
And thinks her sister was doing it. And until a big drag happened, and she was like, "Oh my goodness!" So she woke up. She checks under the bed, but
see, this is what it goes to. So I expressed my annoyance at modern horror movie jump scares. It's like, all right, that's irritating. But what this movie does, for better or worse, like you could, depending on how much you like it or not, they know that you hate jump scares.
Yeah.
And they know that it's gonna get you. And they know that you know. So they're playing with it. And they're like, she's gonna look under the bed. What's she gonna see? Any jump scare? Like that's become a thing in horror movies as well. It's just like
Yes.
like everyone knows the jump scare's coming, but it's the movie's job to like try to catch you to
Off guard.
off guard. Exactly. So
Yeah, that's how they do it. They
long-
linger it on.
drawn out, she like bends over, like looks under the bed. We get the camera shot, and then she like comes back up, looks in a different spot, and you're just like, just get it over with. Goddamn movie, just get it over with.
Well, as you mentioned, she checks under the bed, but nothing is there. Then she checks again, and the camera pans down underneath the bed. She heard a creak by the door. Now she's just looking at the door as it creaks.
This part's pretty great.
Yes, Christine believes that there's something behind the door.
She says there's someone there.
Yes, her sister says. Oh, her sister Nancy wakes up, by the way, and is like, "Dude, what are you doing, bro?" Christine says, "Do you see that?"
Yeah.
She's like, "See what?"
And she's like on the verge of tears.
Yeah.
It's exactly like how people describe sleep paralysis demons.
Yes, exactly.
You know, like you hit sleep paralysis, your mind starts conjuring up images. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
And then you think there's something there staring at you, and you're terrified and you can't move. And that's how this scene kind of plays out. She's like telling her sister like there's something behind the door, and she's like crying, and then the sister gets up to check on it, and then she's like, there's nothing here. And then she says, it's standing right behind you. She can still see it. That's a pretty great moment. It really plays on, I guess, childhood fear a little bit. Just, what would you do? What would you do?
I don't know, man. I'm glad. I think if I had someone in the same room, I think it'd be fine. But if I'm by myself, no, I don't think I could do that.
Okay, but what if you're in the room with somebody, but you're the one that checks the door and you don't see anything, and then your sibling says it's standing right behind you?
Yeah, that's more scary.
Yeah, that's not okay.
No.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Also, we left out a key detail. Earlier, it's been mentioned that like parts of the house really smells bad.
Yes, I forgot to say that. Yes.
And we learned that it's the smell of like rotting, decaying flesh. It's just like permeating the house wherever like the demon is messing around.
Yeah.
But the way it's set up is earlier these two girls are in the room trying to sleep, and one of the sisters gets mad at Joey King because she thinks she's just cutting hot farts. She says, "Stop farting." Like, dude, how bad do you think your sister's farts are? That's decaying flesh.
Sometimes it can be like that.
That's pretty bad. Oh, what were they eating? That 1970s Taco Bell?
Oh, old bean burrito.
Oh, 50-year-old bean burrito.
But yeah, as you said, it's standing right behind you, Cindy. Cindy looks back, and then all of a sudden the door closes. Kabam! And everyone starts to scream. The parents came to rush in. The sisters were terrified. Christine was telling her dad that it wants my family dead. All the sisters came by and are scared shitless.
Mm-hmm. And so are you.
Yes. Back to the Warrens here. They are headed to another case of paranormal. Ed is still concerned that for his wife, because that incident that happened, we still don't know what really happened, of course. When they went to the paranormal case, or the couple, they were like, this place is not haunted. You just have some bad pipes.
I like that. I like that quite a bit, because we know that the hauntings are real, and we're seeing a family deal with real shit, but also it gets across, like, 9 out of 10 calls the Warrens get. They're like, nope, it's just the pipes. No, you have rats.
Yeah.
It's their job to be like, don't worry, there's no ghost here. And then these Midwesterners are like, oh, shucks, I really thought.
Yeah, that's what makes the movie, like, real. Like, yeah, this happens all the time for them.
Yeah. And it shows that the Warrens are committed enough to finding the real things that they go and visit all the things that aren't real too.
Yes.
So that's fun.
Back to the farm family, the Perrin family, of course. We see the mom checking her bruises, and she's taking some pills. Now let's get into the mom's experience here. She was folding clothes and hears a girl laughing from the hallway at night. I don't like that.
That's never good.
No. She hears 2 claps and she was like, dude, it's past your bedtime. She checks on them, and all of a sudden, all the photo frames crash down on the stairs.
Oof.
Very loud.
I would be mad if Ron Livingston was my husband. I'd be like, you put those up wrong.
That could be it. Yeah, the mom was like, oh, holy crap. She goes upstairs or she opens all the lights, and she heard some claps in the hallway. She goes there, but the door cellar opened. Here, she checks down the cellar, but then said, "Whoever's down there, I'm gonna lock you up." As soon as
That's terrible.
yeah, that's illegal. But as soon as she's about to leave the cellar, the door slammed her face and she fell down the cellar.
Oof.
God damn. She checks around the room in panic, and all of a sudden, a ball bounces to her, and she was like, "Fuck!"
No.
No. The light bulb explodes, and she gets upstairs. She's pleading for help. She lit up a match and tries to look downstairs. Someone, I don't know if you had headphones on, someone said, "Hey, you want to play hide and clap?"
Yeah.
Dude, because I didn't hear that when I first saw the movie. When I heard that in the headphones, I'm like, "Ooh!" But I heard it on my right ear.
You like it wasn't in the movie.
Yeah.
What if right now I was like, bro, that didn't happen. That wasn't in the movie. I didn't hear it.
I'm gonna jump out my window. That's it. All of a sudden, 2 hands appeared, clapped twice.
That's great.
Man, I think that's the seller for this movie. It was just that scene.
Yeah, I think that's the most memorable thing in the whole movie is the hands coming out clapping.
I remember in the theater, everyone screamed all at once. I saw this movie. Okay, I think I saw it around 11 p.m. So it was very late. I remember there was before reserved seats, so you had to be in line. It was a long line, and my seats were up close. Those back front seats, and I remember a guy was vaping on the side. I remember that. I don't know why.
Vaping in 2013?
Yeah, he was vaping.
What the
11
hell?
p.m. He was
Ahead of the
vaping.
curve.
Yeah. Oh, Joker. But yeah, that scene happened. Everyone like threw the popcorn up in the air.
The guy threw his vape.
Yeah, he threw his vape. As that was happening, Andrea wakes up and sees Sydney again, hitting her head on the cabinet. She took her to bed, tucks her in. The cabinet door opens and closed real quick multiple times. Andrea checks the cabinet. Sydney sits up like the Undertaker or like Michael Myers. Dome. Andrea opens up the cabinet and nothing is there. Sydney looks up and is terrified. And the camera and Andrea looks up and it's a damn demon. The demon jumps on Andrea. Dude, I literally shit my pants when that scene.
Literally?
Literally.
Oh,
or figuratively. No. I figuratively shit my pants when that happened. The way it was shot, it was quick.
Yeah.
And you didn't even notice that person was there the entire time. Great scene.
Yeah.
Roger runs in and opens the door for his wife and tries to help Andrea. Everyone is panicking.
Yeah, we're dealing with some shit here. It's
Literally.
time to call somebody.
Please.
Yeah, we are dealing with shit literally because you just shit your pants.
Yes. Back to the Warrens. They showed a presentation to their students about their case. Very chilling case. It was not meant for kids, but of course for students. Ed lectures about the 3 stages of demonic activity: infestation, oppression, and obsession. That rhymes.
Oh yes.
Yeah, he should make a rap album. The Warrens.
The Ed Warren rap single.
Oh, I would listen to that.
I bet you would.
I'll put it on my my MySpace profile.
Okay.
Caroline, the mom, was in the classroom and she reached out to the Warrens, who conducted the initial investigation during the in which Lorraine, a clairvoyant, what do you call her? A clairvoyant? Where she can see.
Yes, she does have certain paranormal connections, clairvoyancy type thing going on.
Yeah, she sees like dark entities. She does that, but she sees something attached to the family. So she went to the family. They were talking, and she's feeling them. Like, yeah, this is not good.
I like that part when they meet the family, and she's like smiling, and she's like, "Oh, you have a beautiful family."
Yeah.
And they're walking around, looking at the house, very calm. And then at the end, they're like, "Did you see anything?" And she's like, "Oh, I've been seeing shit this whole time."
Yes, she
like,
sees.
"Whoa, no!"
She sees like some figures behind each member of the family. Oh my goodness. Lorraine talks to April, as well as Kate, of course, and she wants to talk to Rory through the box. She turns up the music and looks at the mirror. She sees a little dead kid behind her, but of course, when she looks back, no one was there.
Oh, Rory.
You know that music sound? I'm gonna play that as an outro. The whole thing.
Can you find that?
I found
the whole thing. We're gonna get We're gonna get copyright strike. Are we gonna get taken down?
I don't think it's copyrighted, right? It's
if no it's copyrighted, it's copyrighted by Warner Brothers. Sure.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you got to think about it.
Well, I'll do something. Maybe I'll remix it.
Risk it on an episode for one of the movies we didn't like and we don't care about. So, and then if it doesn't get taken down, then you can put it on the rest.
Maybe. Lorraine goes outside by the lake next to the tree. She feels the entity. Ed walks by and says, "What's going on?" Lorraine looks at Ed and sees someone hanged. Yes, very
clueless Ed. He's like, "What's going on?
What's going on?" She sees someone hanged behind Ed. Guys, it's time to do this exorcism on the house, as Ed says.
We need to figure this out.
Please. Back to the Warrens' house, Ed reveals that something was off with the interview recording with Caroline, the mom. She wasn't speaking the entire recording. Lorraine research reveals that the house once belonged to an accused witch, a Satanist named Bathsheba. Bathsheba. I don't want to say that word at all.
Don't say it 3 times or it'll summon her.
Oh, goosebumps.
Or 5 times? Like Candyman?
Oh, yes. I think
it's either Beetlejuice rules or Candyman rules.
Oh, they gotta make up their minds.
But for those of you counting at home, I have now said Candyman 3 times.
Don't stop doing it.
I'm not saying it.
I won't say her first name, but I'll say the last name. The name is Sherman. We'll call her Sherman. A relative Mary Town Etsy, so she's from there, who sacrificed her week-old baby to the devil and killed herself in 1863 at 3:07 in the morning after cursing all who was on her land. 3:07. Remember, the clock stops at 3:07.
That's right.
There have been numerous reports of murders and suicides through the years in the house. that when it was built, all of a sudden the tape starts to play. When it's time for the mom to talk, a demon voice starts to talk, or at least wheezing. I think he has asthma or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to gather evidence, they place cameras and bells around the house with the help of their assistant, Drew Thomas, and the police officer, Brad Hamilton.
Oh, Brad.
Yeah, I love Brad here. I think he was a comic relief, at least.
Worth mentioning for the actress that played Bathsheba.
Yeah.
So she's in a lot of James Wan stuff, I guess. She was also a demon in Insidious.
Yeah.
It says lipstick face demon. She's shows up in Annabelle, the future Annabelle movies, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like motion capture demon, maybe, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. But she her name is oh wait, no, excuse me. I was saying she because Bathsheba is a
Right.
woman, right? No, it's a guy. His name's Joseph. Excuse
Joseph.
me. So yeah, he does. He's been in a lot of James Bond. He's a film composer, and he's composed a bunch of James Wan stuff. From the looks of it, Conjuring, Insidious, even a track in the Aquaman soundtrack.
Yes.
Oh, and Tarot.
Ed.
Good for him.
Yeah, shout out. Ed sets up a camera outside where the witch committed suicide. When the temperature drops, it takes a picture. Good. Some good equipment here.
Did they not literally use the same thing in Insidious? They did, right?
I think they did. The first one?
I think so. They set up all those cameras, and then various like flash bulbs are going off in all the rooms.
Yes. It's kind of the same.
It's the same movie.
He made the same
movie.
He made the same franchise.
Yeah, and they both worked. They were both successful.
And guess what? They both have Patrick Wilson.
Yes, this guy. Someone needs to stop him. Stop James Wan.
It's okay, but he made Aquaman. He's also in that too.
Yeah, he did.
Everything is set up, and now they're waiting for something to happen in the house. They heard something in the cellar, and it's time to record. The Warrens headed there, and they hear nothing for a bit until Lorraine feels something.
Uh-oh.
They headed back up and heard something again. They got upstairs, but then the cellar door just closed by itself. Then the next morning, everyone is having breakfast. Lorraine is doing laundry. So far, so good until she feels something. The weather starts to change. She tries to grab the sheet, but the sheet covered something that was not supposed to be there, and it hits the window. And as the sheet goes away, we see the demon looking at Lorraine as she walks slowly away.
Pretty good.
That was good. Good scene. The demon, Sherman, or Bathsheba, completely possesses Caroline. Uh-oh. The mom struggles it off when she confronted with Lorraine. She's like, nothing happened. But literally, she was on her face and like giving her some spells. Ed explains to Roger that the dad didn't want you guys didn't want the Lorraine's help or the Warrens' help because he said whatever Lorraine sees, feels, touches, it helps people, but it takes a toll on her. He talked about the case that they discussed in the classroom, and Lorraine saw something big in that case.
Yeah.
I feel bad for her, man. She's been going through a lot.
Oh yeah, and it's not going to stop here. I just made a discovery also. Earlier I mentioned that Joseph Bishara, who plays the Bathsheba demon in this,
Yeah.
I said, I guess he was in Insidious and he played some demon. It says lipstick face demon. That's the main red demon. That's the guy.
Oh.
That's the guy, the red face demon. That's insane. Why would he was called the lipstick face demon?
No, man, that's Darth Maul.
That can't be. Yeah, that's what I've always called him.
Lipstick. Why
That's
lipstick?
that's what it says here on Wikipedia. That cannot be right. I'm gonna look for a different. You know what? No, I'm not. We're not talking about Insidious. I don't care. We're talking about The Conjuring.
Well, later that night, Brad, the cop, needs a cup of Joe, but saw something weird outside. He goes out.
He's not ready for the shit he's about to see.
Oh no, hell no. He goes out and comes back in, but then he sees a dead maid looking at him, and she said, "Look what you made me do." She shows her wrist being cut and leaves. Brad tries to follow her, but then she came out of nowhere and says, "Look what you made me do."
Oh no.
That is holy crap. As they check on Brad, it looks like Sydney just walks by in front of the door. I guess she's sleepwalking again, or someone's with her. She locks herself in the room. The assistant hears another voice, and they open the door, but she's not there. The room is very cold, by the way. Very cold. We can see their mouth.
The breath.
The breath, excuse me.
Yeah.
They use a UV light for the room. Ed checks the floors and the cabinet, and there's a lot of handprints on the back of the cabinet. Ed opens, goodness, so many. Ed opens the back of the cabinet, and there's a hole on the wall. Inside the wall, we found Sydney sleeping. As they bring back Sydney, April told Lorraine, "That's where Rory goes when he's afraid."
Well, that's probably fine.
Girl, I need this girl to stop.
Yeah. Get this kid out of here. Can I get a less haunted kid, please?
Please. Lorraine goes inside the wall, and she found a noose, but falls into the cellar. Big drop. Bam. In the cellar, Lorraine uses the music box that she carried on and tries to look at the mirror in the dark. If she could see something... Oh, sorry. If she could see something, of course, because she didn't see anything last time, or maybe that dead kid. But she hears a woman crying. She sees a big woman holding the dead maid, saying, "She made me do it."
Uh-oh.
The shot of that woman looking at Lorraine gives me chills.
Oh. This movie's hurting you.
Yeah, it's like I can't do this anymore. Because I watch of course all these rewatches at night. Like I can't do this.
Yeah. So was it scarier to see it in your home at night or to see it in the theater?
I think the theater is fine, but at home it's just the visuals for me. I just can't do it.
Because I think it's scarier and then I suppose in a sense better to watch horror movies in a theater. Because like you said, when the whole crowd gets scared and screams in parts, but then you're in an unfamiliar location. Like at home, you can you're comfortable. You can cover up. You can hide in a blanket if you want to. Doesn't matter if you're almost 30. You can hide in a blanket.
Sure.
But yeah, at the theater, you're there. If you jump, other people are gonna see you jump, and we're all jumping together. And also, it's louder. You got the theater surround sound.
You don't want me to be with you while watching a scary movie. You will see me flinching the entire time.
Well, we'll unveil the curtain here. We saw Longlegs together.
Oh yes, yeah.
Now Longlegs doesn't have jump scares.
No,
but it's got long, drawn out, tense moments.
Yes.
And I said, because we met up in the lobby, you're like, "Oh, you gonna get a popcorn or anything?" And I'm like, "No, because if I get scared, I'm gonna throw it everywhere." I'm not doing that.
We should have done it. It could have been great comedy. But
Big comedy in the middle of Long Legs.
but yeah, the woman is looking at Lorraine. Then all of a sudden, she popped in front of her face and said, "She made me do it."
Uh
Oh
oh.
my god! She then disappears, and Lorraine sees a dead body hanging out of nowhere. The hanged body turned to look towards Lorraine and tries to follow her. Lorraine is panicking the f out. The spirit of the woman whom I guess the Sheba lady had possessed long ago and forced to kill the child, realizing she will force Caroline to do the same.
Yeah. She was a witch, and she would in this pattern of possessing the mother to kill the child.
Yeah.
And the new, what was her name? Caroline?
Caroline.
Carolyn. Whatever. Yeah, Caroline. She's the newest in the line of the mothers being possessed.
That's not good. When they're all discussing with each other about it, the demon grabs Nancy's hair and threw her through the window. By God.
Damn.
She's being dragged, but Lorraine cuts her hair. Oh goodness.
That was quick thinking to cut the hair.
She's a dermatologist. She should know.
She knows what to do.
Yeah. The Warren concluded that they have a lot of evidence to receive authority from the Catholic Church to perform an exorcism. But our dude, Father Gordon, Commissioner Gordon, explains that approval would have to come directly from the Vatican.
Yep, that's true. That's real.
Yeah, because the Perrin family are not members of the church. By the way, Lorraine is still hearing the voices by the river. She sees her own daughter Judy in the river. But then she panicked and tried to call home, but Judy is fine. She says all good.
For now.
Yes.
By the time we go back to the Judy stuff, I think that's where the movie, I don't want to say starts to fall apart for me.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's a little too much.
Sure. Oh, yeah, that part. Okay,
yeah.
I know what you mean.
We'll get to it in a second, though.
Gotcha. The Warren's daughter, Judy, is attacked, as we just mentioned, Bathsheba, as a warning to the Warrens later that night. Thoughts on the scene?
Yeah, so when Judy Warren is attacked, and then Annabelle stuff starts happening again.
Yeah.
I feel like it was, I don't know, unnecessary. I don't know, because Judy's not really a character in this.
Not yet, yeah.
Like she serves as, like, I guess, a tie to the real world for the Warrens. They have something to go back to.
Yeah.
And so I guess the thought process was, if stuff started happening there too, then the Warrens also have something to lose. Because I guess as it stands, should we assume that the Warrens don't care about the family they're helping? It's like, oh, if we fail, then this family's just ruined, whatever. We'll go home to our daughter, who's fine. So, but if Judy's in danger too, then it's like, oh, we all have stakes. But first of all, I never was under the assumption that the Warrens didn't care. I assumed that they were helping people get rid of demons because they're religious, but also they want to help people and they know how to help people, so that's why they're doing it. And then it's just like because Annabelle gets out again, right?
Yeah, she did.
It's just like, well, we're dealing with a demon. Annabelle didn't need to get out. We knew Annabelle was there. I don't know if that was like, when they started making the movie, they were like, oh, this Annabelle doll's really cool. And then they were like, well, maybe if Annabelle does something extra, we can make another movie, which they do. So, I don't know. Yeah. I just think when stuff starts getting loose back at the Warrens' house, I think, like, I don't care about this. That's a little too much. I want to wrap up the story with the family.
Gotcha. No, I know what you mean. I think they just want to add another scary part.
I guess so. So another, like, they just thought they could use the Annabelle doll more than they had already.
Yeah.
Because I guess you don't want to be like, you don't want to have people saying, like, that Annabelle doll was scary, but it didn't do anything. No, that's for the next movie.
But yeah, the scene we're talking about is where Judy sees a demon combing Annabelle's hair, and we see Annabelle turning her head. She said, "Bitch."
The rocking chair bit was cool.
Yeah,
I will give it that.
That was a good scene.
Yeah.
I like that. But of course, Ed and Lorraine come save Judy. The Perron family.
Where do they live?
I guess not that
are
far.
the Warrens local to where? That's convenient.
Yeah, it is. That's what it looks like.
Because, like, I assume, because it's established, the Warrens travel around and deal with stuff. So I guess I just kind of had the thought in my head, like, oh, they get the call. We're the country's, presumably, the country's biggest demonologists, and we know how to do stuff. So, like, you can get the call from anywhere in the country, and we will come to you. But then, yeah, they just kind of, like, went home for this part. That's another part where I'm like, oh, they live down the street? What's going on?
I guess so. Well, the family takes refuge at a motel, but Caroline, possessed, takes Christine and April back to the house to kill them. We're running out of time here. Ed, Lorraine, and Brad ties Caroline to a chair, and Ed attempts the exorcism himself.
Yeah. He just says, screw it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't have time to wait for the church. The church will forgive me.
Caroline escapes and attempts to kill April. Lorraine is able to call by her. Lorraine is about to call to her by reminding her that of her family memory, because they discuss when Lorraine and Caroline are discussing about that family picture. So she's trying to remember. Trying to let her remember that. Like, I remember the beach you guys had. You guys had fun.
Yeah.
Allowing Ed to complete the exorcism and condemns Bathsheba back to hell.
That's what he says.
Yeah. When she started to float upside down, I thought it was over. I thought she was going to kill everyone.
Oh, I thought it was over when she started, like, bleeding. It was like, that's not good.
That is very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got her. She's good now. You see the face through the sheet, the demon's face, a little creepy there. But yeah, she's all good now.
We fixed it.
Fixed it.
That's an anticlimactic way to describe it. I guess it felt like a good payoff in the movie.
Yeah, I do think when you watch it, it's not much. But when you say it, it's like, yeah, that's it.
Big old dramatic Hollywood exorcism.
Absolutely. I would say this is better than the new Exorcism movie.
Yeah, I didn't even bother with that one. I didn't see that.
Do not watch. I mean, you watch it and let me know how bad it is.
No, don't tell me. Oh, it's terrible. Go watch it. No, I'm not going to do that. I've got other bad movies to watch.
When the exorcism is over, returning home, Ed adds the haunted music box from the family to their room of cursed artifacts.
He adds it to the museum. I love that, and it's something they keep doing through all the movies. Like there's always a thing, and it always gets put in the room.
Yeah, it's like me because I'm starting to collect my podcast rewatch shows or movies. Yep. So I'm doing that. So I'm Ed.
Yeah. He got as something about being a collector, seeing other people collect things, even if they're scary and haunted. It's fun.
It is. And they showed movie. Yeah, that's the movie. They show in the ending the credits. They show the real people through the pictures, and sometimes I feel like that credit scene is more scary than the movie.
Because,
you know what I mean?
Because it implies that everything we just saw was real.
Yeah.
So, yes, but it wasn't this crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, probably, I don't know the case on this family, or if there was a case on this specific family, or a family like it, but there was no lady that was hanging upside down, flying around. But
no.
The Warrens did go to somebody and be like, we'll do an exorcism. That did happen, so yes.
I do have two interesting facts for this movie. The first fact is the real Lorraine Warren was seen in the classroom where Ed was explaining the 3 stages of demonic activity. She was front row.
That's right. Yeah, She credited as woman in audience.
Yes. And the second interesting fact I have here is I have a YouTube video where Vera Farminga explains what happened to her. A strange thing happened to her on set. So let me send you that link and we'll watch it together.
Oh, that's scary.
It is very scary. I'll post it here.
What we got going on here?
Okay, and let me know when you're ready. We'll press play.
Ready. All right.
When you're ready? Okay,
I'm
in
ready.
3, 2, 1, 0.
The first time, when he ended, beginning and ended with the same kind of weird signal that came my way. It was probably in the notes because I've been asked enough about it. That after my first creative conversation, I had done hours of research watching her in interviews throughout the decades. And then James and I had to make the decision whether I was going to take the role. And so James and I had a creative conversation. At the end of it, I said, if Patrick's in, I'm in. And I opened my computer and there was these claw marks across the...
Excuse me?
The last day after we got back, flew home from North Carolina where we filmed, and the next morning, I woke up in my own bed. And, let me show you.
Is she describing a dream, or did this happen?
This happened.
Claw marks.
Claw marks appeared on my thigh.
On her thigh.
Oh, wow.
You have to quote. You have to.
She have a cat?
I was cool with it. I did my own holy water. You know what I mean? I really do. I felt fortified by my own
Yes, faith.
faith.
Look at Lorraine.
And
She's like,
my
it's not-
prayers were enough to kind of just dissipate whatever that thing that was trying to
Yeah, scary you.
scare me, you know?
Intimidate you.
Yeah.
And they do.
Yeah.
And they do. And they do. Definitely.
Yeah.
They do.
And I don't dwell on it, so I don't give it that power. I don't give it that, you know? I think I don't like...
Yeah, she got claw marks while filming this movie.
What the hell?
I
I don't even know what to say to that.
so it's very strange. And it's crazy. Hopefully she's okay.
'Cause the real Lorraine Warren looked at that and was like, "Holy shit, that's real!
Yeah.
Oh my god, you need to get out of here."
Yes, Lorraine was sitting next to Vera, and she's like, "Oh no."
Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah. But yeah, that was Conjuring. The next movie we're gonna do, of course, the next lineup is Annabelle. So
Annabelle.
Stay tuned for that.
Boy, do I have some thoughts on that movie.
Oh, don't worry, man. We'll get into that real quick. But of course, Skylar, where can they find you, man?
In the mirror in a music box.
I wish you didn't say that. I knew you were gonna say that, but I wish you didn't.
Candyman.
Okay, good, Candyman.
That's the fourth time.
Oh, don't stop saying these things. Of course, you can follow this podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube Music, and I'm on Instagram, Brown Bone Winter Podcast. And but yeah, this was the first movie. We'll get into it, and I guess our outro will say, because last time we said something for Saw.
I don't remember what we said for Saw, but for this time, for this episode, I'm gonna say hide and clap.
Hide and clap. Welcome to the second annual spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. Since it's spooky season, my guest and I are going to rewatch the Conjuring Universe. And then, of course, in this month of October. My guest here, of course, he needs no introduction because you know him from the last episode. It's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today, man?
Did you put in the scream?
I did. I if you hear it now, I'm sure I put the right one.
Put it in again.
Okay, I'm doing it right now.
All right, now put in a different one.
Okay, I did. I just did.
All right, now someone in the comments tell me if he did any of it.
Well, I do have a question for you.
Hit me with that question.
Do you want to play hide and clap with me again?
No, I do not. Please stop asking me to play hide and clap.
That's a great question. But yes, today's episode we're watching Annabelle, which was released in 2014, directed by John R. Leonetti, written by
guy.
Yes, and written by Gary Duberman. Do you know these guys personally?
Gary Duberman. No. He directed and wrote the pilot episode of the Swamp Thing show that got canceled?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Well, other than that, I know these two from one other movie, and we'll get there.
Well, let's get into the cast here. I gave you the cast list, and go ahead and read them.
Okay, so our main two characters in this movie are played by, ironically enough, an actress named Annabelle Wallace.
Yeah.
Who I don't care for in this movie, but she's in another movie that I really, really like. Do you know what it is?
The Mummy.
Oh, is she in the? Oh God, she is in the Mummy. That's not what I was talking about. No, she's in Malignant.
Oh, right, she was Mrs. Malignant. That's a great movie. Yeah, that was her.
Another James Wan movie that goes really freaking hard, doesn't it?
Yes, very, very hard, especially the end.
It's very goofy. Don't take that movie seriously, and you're gonna have a very fun time. And then our other main character is played by Ward Horton, who was in Stuff, probably. Sorry, dude.
John Form. Yeah, I don't remember this. I don't know this actor.
Well, that's the character.
Sorry, he plays.
Ward
he played. Yes. So this Ward guy, I don't know him.
Then we got Tony Amendola.
Yeah.
Amendola, maybe, probably.
I think it's Amendola.
He's in Stuff. It says that he was on that Once Upon a Time show.
Oh.
And most importantly, my favorite person in this movie, Alfre Woodard. She's in a lot of stuff. She was in the Luke Cage television show, but yes. I will always remember her from Star Trek First Contact. She's in that movie.
Oh, okay. Great actress.
She's a very good actress in real things that aren't just sci-fi schlock like I listed.
I don't know about this one, though. I don't think she was good in this.
Oh, yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Okay, rounding up the cast, we got Carrie O'Malley, Brian Howe, Eric Landon, Ivar Brogger, Gabriel Bateman, Shiloh Nelson, some other people.
Yeah, whatever. That was the cat. That's the cast.
And then Joseph Bishara again, who was in.
Yes.
He likes to play demons, and he doesn't stop here. He's another demon.
Yeah, this one is very creepy. If you saw the behind the scenes, this guy looks crazy.
I would say out of the three demons that I know him playing, off the top of my head, this is the least creepiest demon. No,
really?
Not the best. Yeah,
I think it was the best.
No, I think the Insidious guy is creepier than this. Similar.
They're very similar,
for sure.
Okay. But yeah, that was the cast there. The budget. What do you think the budget was for this one?
Well, cheap. $10 million.
Ooh, that's close. It's 6.5 million.
Ooh.
What about the box office?
Man, I don't know. This one's tricky because so when we did the box office for The Conjuring, well, first of all, I think I was wrong. But also, like, oh, it's horror, it's a rated R horror, so it's not gonna make a lot of money, but it doesn't need to make a lot of money to get a sequel, but it does get many sequels, so it was successful. But also here's the added curveball for this one, and it's a spoiler for my review. This one's bad, so I don't know.
Conjuring made 319 million last time. And do you think it was higher or lower?
Less. I'm gonna say 200 million.
It's 257 million.
Damn.
So it did make a lot of money.
Well, yeah, it would have had to because we get sequels. The sequels are better, though. I will say that.
I agree. Let's get into it. I might have a different opinion with you right here. What do you think initially about this movie?
I think this one's lame.
Lame. Okay, I can accept that. I accept that one.
I'm not a fan. I think I rated it very poorly. I didn't give my rating when we talked about Conjuring.
Oh, right.
Normally we're like, oh, letterbox stars. Oops.
Uh-oh. Well, let's get into that then. What do you give for, if you have it up, what do you give for Conjuring?
The first Conjuring movie I gave 3.5 stars, which might seem low because I did higher.
Yeah, that's not low. I gave it 5 out of 5.
Yeah, there you go. I went 3.5, which is, I will always say, still a passing grade. That's 7 out of 10. Because it's very strong in vibes, and I think it just like it dips in a couple places, and I was like, oh, there's the part with the Annabelle getting loose at the house, and I didn't care about that part, right? So I gave it 3.5. I think it's good. That is a good movie. This one, I'll tell you right now, I think I gave it 1.5 stars.
Damn. So you think it's lame? It's not good?
Yeah.
So when I first saw this movie, I felt the same way. I was like, there's not much going on until that demon happened. But now when I rewatched it, it's not as bad as I remembered. There are some good parts in the beginning. There are some good parts in the middle, and there's some good parts at the end. I wouldn't say the whole thing is great. It can be a little boring, a little slow, but it has its parts.
Sure.
But I gave it 2.5.
Well, 2.5 that's all right. I can accept you giving it your opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think I don't know. Nothing about this movie gripped me, but we'll get into the plot and we'll see what we have to say about it.
Annabelle Wallace, she's very attractive, at least in this movie.
The lady. Not the doll.
No, the lady.
The actress.
The actress.
She's a pretty lady. Oh, bro, did you just call a woman attractive on the podcast? We're gonna get sued.
Oh, sued?
Yeah, by Annabelle Wallace. She's gonna be like, I don't think so.
Oh,
you get out of here.
Oh no. Well, in the Power
the What Boy podcast?
Well, in the Power Rangers podcast, I was like, oh, these ladies are very but
oh my, this podcast is becoming something I wasn't prepared for.
Anyways, but yeah, I thought she was again, yeah, as you said, maybe plain, simple, vanilla. At least in this one.
I think that's true about everybody in this, though.
Yeah, especially the husband. That's the most vanilla guy I've seen.
I can't even picture his face, and I just watched this movie, so
yeah.
I think I don't know if it's my personal bias because I really like Alfre Woodard. I think her performance comes across very like sweet and earnest.
Sure,
but nothing. There's really no depth to anyone here. I don't think.
Maybe Mia, the character, but other than that, that's it. But yeah, let's get into it. The plot here. In the beginning of the movie, they're pretty much recapping the Annabelle story in the first Conjuring movie. They're just showing those girls again.
Yeah, we just cover the whole beginning of the last movie.
It transitioned to the origin story, of course, and now we're in Santa Monica, California, kind of close to your home, right?
Santa Monica. Nope.
Okay, never mind. John Form, a medical student, and his pregnant wife Mia are the main characters in this movie. The couple was talking to the Higgins neighbors after church. They were talking about the names of the baby because Mia is hella pregnant.
For now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The husband John said if it's a boy, it'll be called John, and if it's a girl, we'll call it Phyllis. It's her. It's his grandma's name, and Mia said, "I hate that name."
Oh, sorry, all of Phyllis is listening. Sorry, lady from the office, if you're listening.
Thoughts on this couple? We see them, hanging out with their neighbors.
They're bland. They're very bland.
Yes.
The family in The Conjuring felt like a real family.
Very wholesome.
Ed and Lorraine don't necessarily feel like real people, but they feel like movie characters.
Sure.
These feel like characters in like a History Channel reenactment that don't have any lines. That's what these people feel like. They don't feel real at all.
That is a correct adaptation. Oh my god, you're right. It's something you see in the documentary.
Yeah.
And it's these actors.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Damn. Well, Mia is like, we shouldn't be talking about our baby and with the neighbors since their kid left them.
Oh, to join a cult.
We won't know by that. Until then, John doesn't lock his doors in this neighborhood. That's a big red flag.
That's crazy. Surely, even in like the 60s, people were locking their doors. How do you not lock your doors? Am I that jaded? Was life really simpler back then?
I get it is for John.
And again, and I complained about this in the last episode. Yes, it's the 60s, and I didn't remember that until actually watching the movie, and because at no point does it actually feel like the 60s.
No, not at all. I don't.
It doesn't feel like any time period, really.
It's its own thing. Well, I guess we feel a little 60s here because Mia was watching Charles Manson's news outlet on the TV.
If you remember what she's watching on television, you're like, okay, yeah, I guess we are in the 60s.
Yeah, and she was sewing at that time. John was like, I can't concentrate, turn it off.
Let me complain about this woman and her sewing habits. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. What? She's multiple times throughout the movie, and yes, it does eventually hurt her. But she's just like watching television, and then her hand is just right up to the thing. That sounded like Tamatanga.
Yeah, the Tamatanga is the sewing machine.
And she's just watching the TV, laughing like, "Oh, haha, TV! Nothing could ever hurt my hand." Boom. Stupid. Why? Oh my goodness.
Well, John told her to turn it off. John messes up with Mia by saying the wrong words, of course, and he says sorry to her in the baby room.
The wrong words? What did he say?
He's like, hey, turn it off, or like, he says something that made me upset, pretty much.
Being an asshole. Yeah, don't turn the TV off. Let her watch TV. Let your wife watch TV, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, I know it's the 60s, but come on.
Yeah, seriously.
Let her watch Charles Manson. I don't know.
Oh, well, no, don't watch that.
John presents Mia with a rare vintage doll as a gift for their first child.
Yeah, so I guess if anything, that's what this movie does. It establishes why Annabelle's a doll in these movies, because Mia here collects vintage porcelain dolls.
Yes. She has a collection of them.
Now, again, like I said last time, the real Annabelle doll was just a little Raggedy Ann plush doll.
Mm.
So that didn't really need a reason to be around, I guess. But in this, we made her a big creepy doll, so we have to explain why somebody would want a big creepy doll. And the answer is, she's a big creepy person.
Well, this doll is clean, is fresh, is not dirty of what we've seen before.
Yeah, she's not nasty yet.
Nah, but still creepy AF.
So I guess spoilers for some of the things that happen in this movie. But what we also saw happen in The Conjuring, I guess the reason the Annabelle doll is so dirty is because people keep trying to throw her away in the garbage.
Yeah, honestly.
They're like, haunted, don't want it. And they throw it in the garbage, and then the demon has to crawl through the dumpster to pick it out.
I feel bad for Annabelle then.
All right.
That night, the couple is disturbed by the sounds of their next door neighbors. The Higgins neighbors that they were talking earlier in the afternoon were being murdered during a home invasion.
Big time murder.
Yes, blood splatter is seen as Mia wakes up. While Mia calls the police, she and John are attacked by the Higgins killers. The Conjuring Universe does a good job on jump scares, as we mentioned. John, because there's that scene where John came out of the house of the Higgins house, and the music starts playing. Bah!
Yeah, and she runs.
Yeah, she runs.
He's like, call the police, and there's like blood on his hands or whatever.
On his PJs.
Was there? Yeah.
As soon as he does that, Mia gets confronted with the woman killer, saying, "I like your dolls," while holding her new doll. Her husband sneaks up behind her with a knife and stabs her.
Oh no.
I would say it's a good scene here. Very creepy.
Why does I can't even blame James Wan for that. I was gonna say, why does James Wan hate babies? But like, it just happens to be he starts universes that bad things happen to unborn babies. Because even Annabelle Wallis, this actress, this is not the first or only movie. I guess it might be the first. I don't know that for sure. It's not the only movie in the James Wan universe in which she loses the baby.
Right. What was the other one?
Malignant. She lost many babies in that.
Oh my goodness. James Wan, we gotta call you.
But he didn't. James Wan didn't write this or direct it, so I guess I can't blame him.
He did something in this movie, but we'll get to that. The police arrive and shoots one killer, a man, dead, while the female killer kills herself by slitting her throat inside the nursery while holding that doll, the new gift doll. Her blood drops in the doll's eye. News reports identified the killers as the Higgins' estranged daughter, Annabelle, and her boyfriend, both members of a cult.
Yeah, a cult, but not the Manson family. But I guess we're led to believe something like the Manson family.
Yeah, so they're trying to do that connection of the same thing that happens to the Manson murders. So I see what they're trying to do there.
I guess, I mean, if you look at it in the sense of they're trying to make like you said, a connection between cult activity. Although the Manson family wasn't like a supernatural cult, so
yeah,
it doesn't quite translate. But in the sense of like weird cultish crime activities happening, and we tie that into this.
Supernatural.
But then we spin off to another movie, kinda, where it's just about the Sharon Tate murders.
Yeah,
and that doesn't work at all.
I think it's because we'll get into that when that happens.
Unfortunately, we will get into that.
Yeah, for the next episode. In the days following the attack, Mia arrives back home. Mia told John to lock the frickin' door, please.
Please.
John tries to make Mia comfortable by bringing the TV in the room because she needs some bed rest because she got stabbed, and she's pregnant. Mia doesn't want anything to happen to the baby. John promises that statement. Later that night, some paranormal activities are happening. Mia and John wakes up after hearing something. It was the sewing machine. It turned on by itself. Skylar, do you have a question for you? Do you ever sewed before?
I have never sewn. No, I've never used a sewing machine, nor have I ever used thread and needle to sew nor stitch.
Is it time now to do it?
Well, I'll be honest. This movie doesn't make me want to use a sewing machine. And I think if I were to thread and needle, my hands are too big, dude. Like,
That's true.
I'm not. It's not working.
I don't think I can either.
I will outsource that to somebody with smaller hands. Steven, friend of the show, he's got small hands.
Does he? I've never seen his hands.
Look at him next time you see him.
I'll do that. John turns it off and walks into the baby's room, and he sees the doll he bought on the ground. He puts the doll on the rocking chair.
Don't put it there. What are you doing?
Yeah, don't.
That's just asking for a haunting.
For real. The next morning, Mia is sewing on the bed again, of course, but her TV is not working.
What is she sewing? We ever see what? Like, there's no finished product.
No, there isn't.
she's just passing the time by like stitching two pieces of fabric together, then on to the next one.
You got to do what you got to do. I think she enjoys it. That's what she likes.
Maybe if I were to go back and look closely, it's clearly a dress or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm too much of an asshole to pay attention to whatever she's sewing, but she's always sewing, and she's not particularly good at it.
Yeah, if it takes the whole movie.
That's. Yeah,
I mean, we don't know.
I just meant because she harmed herself.
Oh, right, that's true. Well, we don't know how sewing works, so we shouldn't know anything about it.
That's a good point. We do not know how sewing works.
So
I know that fabric and needle and thread are all involved. I don't know. I couldn't do it myself.
It's one of the oldest inventions out there, so shout out to her.
The sewing machine is one of the oldest inventions out there.
She gets upset by because she's hearing. I'm gonna sneeze here. Hold on.
Uh-oh, don't do it.
Okay, I'm good.
The ghost scared it away.
Thank you. She gets upset by hearing the rocking chair. She goes into that room and sees the doll, and she closed the door.
Riveting. Very exciting.
The doll is just rocking the chair. She's like, let me just close this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point?
To get the doll out of there, I don't know. John brings pregnancy cravings for Mia, like pickles and easy microwave popcorn.
Ooh.
Sounds very good. John explains his new job in Pasadena that might happen, and he also got a call from Detective Clark for more questions.
Yeah, Detective Clarkin is his name. I wish his name was just Clark. That would make more sense. But his name is Clarkin. This asshole is the reason we had to watch another movie.
Yes.
The movie. Should I even say what it's called yet? Should we save that for later? Because maybe people don't know.
We'll save it at the end. We'll save it at the end.
We'll save it at the. Well, also technically, that movie's not even next. Technically, Conjuring 2 came out before that one.
Oh. Is that what we're doing next? Is it Conjuring 2?
Yeah, I think that's what we should do next.
We should do. Okay. Makes sense to me. Mia and John walks towards the baby room, and we see the doll in a different position on the chair.
Oh, it moved.
Yeah, Mia is like, let's get rid of that shit. John throws away the doll and said, good riddance.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Detective Clarkin shows up and they discuss about the cults, and their situation was very random. Later that night...
Well, it wasn't though, was it? We learned that in a different movie that it wasn't.
Later that night, John is making popcorn while Mia watches some talk show. I guess it was like in the 60s, what's the talk shows there? I can't be Johnny Carson.
What was he? The 80s?
Yeah, he was 80s, 70s. 60s, I have no idea. Maybe, what was the guy? Will Fortune guy?
Pat Sajak?
Yeah, I think he was still alive back then. I think he was doing that. Well, John asked Mia a question, but she fell asleep. It was really quick because she asked him to make some popcorn, and then she fell asleep. He turns off the TV and the stove. That's it. The next morning.
Oh, bro, you're never gonna believe this.
What?
Yes, no, I did catch that. Nothing happened the next morning. But Johnny Carson did, in fact, host The Tonight Show from the 60s to the 90s?
Right before Jay Leno?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. 40 years?
He did 30 seasons.
Oh, my. He's like, I think Jimmy Fallon's trying to do the same thing.
Well, so here's the thing. People don't like Jimmy Fallon, so he should go away.
So when he started his show, the late night show, and then the Tonight Show, I was like, this guy, he's funny. But then everyone's like, we don't like him because he fakes laughs the entire time. And I see that.
Okay, you're right. It's unfair of me to project my own personal biases, so what I will say is, I don't like Jimmy Fallon, and I will call to action. If any of you out there also don't like Jimmy Fallon, please comment and say, I don't like Jimmy Fallon.
If you guys do like Jimmy Fallon, just say hashtag Fallon Talon.
No, don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
The next morning, Mia wishes good luck to John as he gets ready for this interview or presentation. Again, we see Mia.
You'll never guess.
Yeah,
you'll never guess what she's doing.
She is sewing for some reason. The stove is turned on by itself, and the popcorn starts popping. Mia cuts her finger while sewing, and the popcorn is on fire.
Explodes.
I'm surprised she hasn't smelled the fire or the smoke or the popcorn, anything. Until she sees the fire. The kitchen's on fire now, ablaze. Mia trips on the chair and lands on her stomach. That's not good. She starts to get up, but then gets dragged.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
So I alluded to it earlier, and I must have confused in my brain that I thought Mia lost the baby. I just watched this movie.
Yeah.
I was like, how come a bra hasn't said the baby's died yet? Because it doesn't.
I
just now realized that the entire second half of the movie is about the baby. And I'm like, oh, yeah, duh. I must have just been thinking of Malignant.
You're thinking too much of Malignant.
Well, why is she pregnant so many times? In so many James Wan movies. Even though this one doesn't have any James Wan on it.
Yeah.
He produced it.
He did. It's alright. If you're listening, Annabelle Wallace, Skylar gets confused sometimes, so it's okay.
It's true. I'm basically an old man. But also, if you're listening, Annabelle Wallace, what's up? How you doing? What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Let me shoot my shot here for a second.
Well, people barged in and helped Mia. John rushes to Mia's hospital room and was introduced to, as you were calling about, his baby girl.
Yeah, not dead.
Not dead. Good. That's good.
Yeah, good for her.
Mia believes the house is cursed. Of course.
No, she's wrong. It's the doll.
The baby girl is named Leah. The family moves to an apartment in Pasadena.
Mia and Leah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I guess.
It's not Phyllis.
It's not Phyllis. Sorry, Phyllis.
Sorry for all those Phyllises out there. You probably are reading a physics book.
Whoa, what the hell was that?
I don't know.
It was just... Was that an insult? You just make all the Phyllises catch a stray for no reason?
No, the Phyllis sounds like physics, so I don't know. I was trying to do something there.
In the sense that the words have similar letters at points? Okay.
If you're dyslexic, you probably think it's the same word.
I wouldn't know.
The priest took a photo of Mia and the baby. Skylar, is this normal?
For the priest to take a picture of a baby?
Of them just in the park?
No,
Yeah, I don't
think so.
I thought it was weird.
To go to the park with a priest. Well, I mean, I guess if you think you're being haunted, probably hang out with a priest more often, right? You'd befriend a priest.
True. Yeah, that should be your number one buddy. Your speed dial.
Yeah, well, no, nothing this family does is normal. They own a bunch of porcelain dolls.
That's true. That's true. Well, the priest feels the Higgins' absence, and Mia's like Bubble Bass from SpongeBob. And that's my ride. I gotta go.
I have something that I gotta sew at home.
Yes. As they are still moving in, Mia found a cursed doll in one of the boxes.
Oh, and she has a very normal reaction about it.
She's like, "Oh, okay." John is like, "I threw that out. Just give it to me."
I threw that in the dumpster. They picked it up. They took it away to the dump. Give that to me, and I'll destroy it. And she says, "No, it's fine. I think I'll keep it now."
Yes.
Thank you, Mia. That's
Because
totally a normal reaction for you to have.
Because the priest said we should celebrate our strengths. That's why she kept it.
Explain.
I don't know. That's her,
I want you to follow your line of thought there.
I don't know. That's what she said. That's her explanation, and I don't understand. Maybe that's her weak. Shouldn't it be her weakness? I don't know.
No, I think it's just a doll.
Yeah. Well, it's a no for us, dog.
Yeah.
As Reggie Jackson says.
And for that reason, I'm out.
Exactly. Where's Mr. Wonderful? I think Mr. Wonderful should be in the show, in this movie.
Paul Orndorff?
Yeah, that guy. No, not that guy. The guy from Shark Tank.
Okay.
Well, we see Leah and Mia sleeping in the living room, and the TV turned off. Maybe it was
Because they're not allowed to watch TV. So says John.
Well, it turned off, by itself. Maybe it was on sleep mode. I don't know if they had that technology back then.
Absolutely not.
Well, we see a lady in white going into Leah's room. And then she popped up in front of us looking at Leah in the crib. Mia and Leah wakes up and the lady in white disappeared. It's very spooky. Mia and Leah tries to talk to the kids playing downstairs, and I think the brother in that group says, "We don't talk to strangers."
Yeah,
good job.
Smart.
Good job, kid. Get away from everyone, especially who's dealing with ghosts, please.
According to the Wikipedia with the cast on it, the girl of these two kids is a TikToker.
Oh, shout out to her.
I guess. No, don't shout her out. She's 15, and this podcast is too spooky for her.
Oh, that's true. Don't. It's very. She should not hear this then. Well,
No,
if you're making money off of TikTok, then good on her, I guess.
I guess.
By the way, the baby Leah is very adorable here. I don't know if you saw the baby in this scene. It was very cute baby.
I don't. Okay, I'm struggling here. As I've mentioned multiple times, I watched this movie very recently.
Yeah,
and I'm having so much trouble remembering a lot of the stuff you're saying.
Don't worry, I'm
Did
here.
I fall asleep?
Oh, you probably did.
You just did the whole thing. You're like, oh, the woman in white, and I'm like, woman in what? I don't remember that at all.
I don't think you watched this movie.
I may not have. I watched something else.
Don't worry, I'm here to tell you everything.
Please get us through this.
Mia strolls outside with Leah, and she's looking at some books about the devil in the bookstore, like some devil books.
That's fine. That's normal.
She encountered our beloved Evelyn, the bookstore owner, and says, "Stop by if you want." Mia walks back home and looks at the kids' drawing as they were doodling around on the stairs. It was a drawing of Mia and Leah. There's more drawings as they go upstairs, but it gets a little more creepy.
Inappropriate.
Yeah,
The word I
each
would
picture.
use.
Oh yes, that's true. Very inappropriate. Oh my god, yeah. Each picture of the drawing shows Mia pushing Leah in the stroller, getting hit by a car. Pretty graphic.
Kind of funny.
No, it's not funny at all.
It's in a Looney Tunes kind of way. It is.
Sure, Looney Tunes. Mia shows John the drawings, and he was like, let's don't worry about that. They're just kids. No, man, what the hell? John says,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just kids. Absolutely not. It is the '60s. It doesn't matter if that's someone else's child. You could smack them upside the head, and you're fine. The police
Yeah.
will believe you.
oh my goodness. Well, John says, I'll come tomorrow morning, after work, a little bit early, so we can spend time together, you know? That didn't happen because Mia's eating alone at the dinner
Damn.
table.
This guy's an asshole.
A little bit.
I hate John.
No, but he just got the job, so he's gotten busy.
I don't care. I'm not on his side.
Well, it's not good for John here. As Mia turns off the record player as she was listening, she puts the dishes in the sink. The record starts playing by itself.
Oh boy.
She turned it off, but we see a shadowy figure by the window.
Yes, sir.
She walks towards the window, and the curtains popped out, and we see a little girl running away from the curtains. Mia goes in the hallway and says, "Hello?" The sewing machine turns on by itself, and Mia's like, "Oh man!" So she turned that off, but we see the girl behind her in a different room. Mia looks at her, and the girl runs at.
I will say
yeah.
this bit's okay. I like this.
This is a great
here.
scene. Mia looks at her, and the girl runs at the door, close in. But as soon as the girl runs into the other room, she turns to the Higgins killer woman with the knife. Oh my goodness! Mia is okay though because she was just imagining it.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
I almost thought something happened.
literally nothing. That's true. Nothing has happened except for that one big scene. Well, Mia is explaining to John of what is happening to her. John downplays it. I agree. He is an a-hole, I guess.
This guy out of here.
They went to that priest and they talked about their experience. He was pretty much said, be together because you'll be strong together. Apes together, strong.
That's what he said. But unfortunately, Annabelle's together stronger.
Yeah, that's true. Mia and John meets Evelyn again, and Evelyn says, if you want a tour of the neighborhood, give me a call. That's a nice person, I'll say.
She's just here to be friendly and helpful.
Yeah. Back to the apartment, Mia tucks in Leah. As soon as Mia leaves, the baby room's door closed by itself, while we see the cursed doll's face. Mia has some boxes she want to put away, or she goes to the storage room in the basement. And this is the scene where it kind of freaked me out, I guess.
Yeah, we get some genuine demon action here.
Yes. She puts her storage in the lot of 607. I don't know if it means anything, but it kind of pointed out 607. But I hear some kids laughing. She hears a tire squeaking, but it's coming from behind her, and it's a stroller. A baby starts to cry. Mia sees the stroller and walks towards it. She sees a sheet covered with blood. She touches it, but then the devil holds her arm. Mia runs towards the elevator and tries to escape to another level as the devil is looking at her.
This elevator was a real practical jokester too, because it kept
Honestly.
it kept like closing, then just opening, closing, opening, to the point where she said, "God damn it!" She just had to run out the other way.
Honestly, yeah, it was happening like 3 times. Mia got a scar on her left arm. After the 3rd time, when the elevator is going up and down, Mia closes the door and presses on another level, but the door opens again and she's in the same place. She did it again, but the elevator light fused. Mia has no chance to go back and run for the exit. She goes upstairs and sees the devil's hand downstairs. He's like, hey, here's my hand. She looks downstairs again, and this part freaked me out, or like it gives me some goosebumps. We see the devil looking at her in a crawling position.
Yeah.
That part, I'm like, no, man, no, thank you. It's very scary. Do you think so or no?
Well, not to take away from what you're saying, because I don't know. How creepy is it to say that I like that you're scared by it? I'm glad that you enjoyed this scene.
Yeah.
I was a little distracted because I thought that more so than any other demon in, like, especially in anything from the previous movie, The Conjuring, or comparing it to Insidious, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was very CG looking.
CG.
Did he not? Or maybe it was like how they shot the hallway?
Maybe it's the shadows. Maybe look a little CG. But I looked behind the scenes, and he was fully in that color.
So yeah, I believe that now, after having researched and seen that it's the Joseph Bashara guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, in that shot, maybe it was just.
Oh, look at it again. Maybe you'll see it differently.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna look it up right now. Keep talking.
Yes,
I'm gonna pull. Was it on? No, I'm gonna find it.
Mia got into her apartment and nothing happened, but she is spooked. And this is the Spooky Rewatch.
Yes, it is quite spooky.
Yes. In the next morning, she unbandaged her scar, but the scar is not there. Mia calls the detective who handled the original case and learns that the cult is intended to summon a demonic spirit. The cult calls themselves the Despicables of the Ram. With the
Disciples.
Disciples, thank you. Oh my god. I cannot read right now.
No, okay. I have the shot. I have the shot up here.
Show it to me. I need to see it again.
I'll post it right here. For those of you, we're talking about the shot of the demon on the stairs, and looking at it closely on a computer screen, I can definitely. Well, also it's paused, so I can see. Is it
a GIF?
It's a guy in a suit. No, I just took this is a screen grab from what I'm looking at.
I don't see anything. I see the face, but I just see a black screen.
Well, it's very dark. Turn your brightness up. I don't know. It's a very dark shot, and I think maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know if they just like added a bunch of shadows in post or color graded it down a lot to make it look spookier.
Maybe. Well, let me look on Google here. Can I see that picture of yours? But yeah, maybe it's just how it was filmed. Maybe we thought in that way.
Yeah. Well, so like the fact that he's a full guy in a suit, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
And looking at the behind the scenes stuff where you can actually see it in the light, there's like it's fairly good makeup.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't know. I think in that execution, like clearly it speaks for itself. I thought it was CG. So that's in an execution sense, that's a failure, right? Or at least for me. I don't know.
I thought it was okay. Maybe it needed some light, more light, so it won't look CGI. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
The room is dark.
Maybe I'm just crazy. That's also possible.
There's a lot of possibilities out here. With the help of the book seller or keeper and fellow attendant Elvin, Mia realizes that the cult practiced the devil worship, which summoned a demon who followed the family after they moved into their apartment, so as they claim a soul. Mia is imagining that the stroller gets hit by a truck, just like the drawings.
That's scary. Scary.
She goes home and starts to read the books that the cult wants to The cult wants spilling blood of the innocent, aka basically Mia's baby, Leah. Mia hears a rocking chair again from the baby's room. She's in the room and the door's closed by itself. She's trying to look down, but the doll drops down underneath, and the door, as the door is locked. So basically, Annabelle kind of locked it. She managed to open the door and rushes to Leah. Okay, this is another creepy part here. As she is cradling the baby, we see the doll behind her sitting up and standing up. Mia sees the doll floating, but it was the demon who's revealing himself or manipulating the doll.
Yeah.
John rushes in, and the furniture is all over the place, and Mia is panicking. Mia and John contacted their priest, Father Perez, who explains that demons sometimes attach themselves to inanimate objects to achieve their goals.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, it happens. That a human soul might be offered for a purpose. Unable to exorcise the demon, Father Perez decides to take the doll to seek help from the Warrens.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, yes.
Those are the real heroes.
Yeah. But before he can enter the church, the demon is impersonating Annabelle's spirit. And it attacks him and it grabs the doll.
He gets thrown, dude.
Dude.
That's like
He got yeeted.
that's like if the demon was your dad and you were the priest. He threw you
He threw it to the wall.
as hard as he could.
I don't know if you noticed that the Annabelle doll eyes became really red. And
Right.
yeah, he got yeeted.
You know, at least stuff's happening in this
Yes.
part of the movie. Stuff's finally happening.
Yeah. It's except for sewing.
Yeah, we're done with that part.
Yes. Father Perez is hospitalized. When John checks on him, the priest warns him that the demon's true intention is to claim Mia's soul. That night, while Evelyn is visiting Evelyn, excuse me,
It's okay.
is visiting Mia, the demon uses Father Perez's physical form to sneak into the apartment and abducts Leah for the mother's soul. Dude, the demon has no chill.
No.
The demon took the baby, and the other dolls were destroyed. The part where the priest was like looking the other way while he ring the doorbell. I'm like, no way, man. And then Mia touches the priest, and then he starts to scream pretty much. Good scene,
Yeah.
I guess. Good scene. By the way, we kept hearing the thud upstairs the entire movie, thinking it was the neighbors, but it was the demon all along.
He was the neighbor.
Yeah.
He pays rent here.
Yeah. He rooms with Seth Rogen.
Oh no. They smoke weed.
Yeah.
That's a movie, probably.
Demon and Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen, I smoke weed with a demon.
I would see that.
You would see that?
I would see it.
All right,
I'll
tell me
give-
how it is.
I'll give 3 stars.
I'm gonna sit this one out. You tell me how it is.
He was the demon was crawling on the wall and attacked our girl.
He's having
The doll, yeah, the doll was in the crib as Mia checks in, and she bangs the doll on the crib and threw across the room.
Oh, this part
Yeah.
scared me.
But the doll turned to Leah, and Mia thought she did that to her own baby.
Oh my
That's
God.
kind of f
And
up.
she was going to town with it too. She was smacking the crap. I kept expecting from a different movie that I don't want to just be an asshole and call every movie bad, but from a different bad movie, The Boy. Remember The Boy?
Yes.
You know how at the spoilers at the end, the face like smashes into dust on the ground
Yes.
or on the table or whatever. I legit thought that was gonna happen, but then it was gonna be the real baby.
Like coming out of the wall.
Yeah, this is a scary movie.
I don't know if you saw that movie Nightingale. Have you seen that movie?
No.
Well, there's a very disturbing scene. Pretty much, it takes place in the 1800s, and these two guys, like, because this is a woman and her baby, just trying to live a normal life. These
Mhm.
two invaders invaded their house, and they wanted money and stuff. It kills the husband, and then they accidentally kill her baby.
Oh.
And it's the part that did it because they kind of like smacked the head, and you see the baby, and it's like I do not recommend that movie at all. But it is like she gets her revenge, of course. But it's just that
You don't
scene.
recommend it at all? Was it
I
bad?
know, I know, it's a great movie. It's just
Oh.
that scene. It's just
Oh.
very traumatizing.
Yeah, it's that it says that movie came out in 2018.
Yes.
We're
Nightingale.
in 2024. Babies in movies are no longer safe.
No, not at
Anything
all.
can happen.
Not at all. I do recommend that movie. It's a great ending too.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Mia thought she did that to her baby. Kind of messed up.
Dramatic.
Yes. Let's get to the end here. To spare her daughter, Mia attempts to jump out of the window with the doll, but John and Evelyn arrives in time to stop her. Evelyn decides to take her life in Mia's place instead as a atonement for causing a car accident that resulted in the death of her daughter Ruby years ago.
All right. And faster than they can say why, she's out the window already.
Yes, as she lies dead on the road, the demon and the doll disappeared. Mia and John never see her or hear the doll again, and Leah is safe inside her crib.
So because the next place we see the doll is in the little shop where the lady buys it for the college girls from the Conjuring.
Yes,
So did the demon take it there?
I guess so.
Did he pick it up and just carry it and he just snuck it into the shop, or do you think he sold it? You think to
Maybe
pay his rent with Seth Rogen?
Maybe. Well, the
right.
priest at the end, the priest gave the photo that he took of Mia and Leah, and he's like, "Here you go."
Bye.
Goodbye. 6 months later, the doll is brought from an antique shop by a mother as a gift for her daughter Debbie, of course, as we all know, we're talking about a nursing student, and is seen stored and locked away in a glass case in the Warrens' artifact room.
I think it's funny that the priest wanted to take it to the Warrens, but then he got beaten up by a demon, and so he couldn't do it. But it ended up with the Warrens anyways. The next people that had it just took it to him. Like, all right, everyone knows the Warrens. We're fine.
I guess so. But yeah, that's the end of the movie. I do have an interesting fact. As I mentioned before, or kind of alluded to it, the elevator scene was only directed by James Wan.
Oh, so he did do something.
He did this something, yeah.
He was probably mad that he couldn't get his grubby hands on the scene where he could have killed that baby.
Oh no, don't say that. But yeah, overall, the movie has its moments. I think it didn't really execute. At least the ending is again, not great.
The ending is weird. And yeah, they very quickly are like, this is why Alfred Woodard's doing this, but it doesn't really, it's still like, what, but why?
Yeah.
And also it's not really satisfying.
No.
Because, like, they didn't beat the demon, they just let the demon take someone else.
That's
and
it.
She was like, it's fine, white family. Let it take me so your family can be happy. I don't have a family anymore, anyways. And then she just jumped. It's like, well,
if you say it in that way, that's actually makes it more sad.
No, it doesn't make it more sad. It makes it annoying. Yeah. So I won't lie. While you were talking about it, especially the part with the demon, In the basement, and they're chasing her, and that part.
That was the best part.
That you describing it in our little conversation made me consider bumping it up because I said 1.5 stars. Maybe this is more a 2-star movie.
I like that,
but I'm not sure. The ending, I don't like it. I don't like the ending, and I don't like the beginning. For the record.
Yeah, it's just a weird movie. I think that scene of the demon scene. I think that's the best part of the movie. Of course, James Wan made it amazing. But what was that director guy?
He's the guy that made the movie Wolves at the Door, which we'll be talking about.
Yes, we'll be talking soon about Wolves at the Door, which he directed, which is not really connected to the Conjuring universe, but it
is not in the universe. It is an unofficial spin-off because it shares exactly one character to this movie.
Yeah.
Well, 2 if you count Charles Manson.
Yeah, he is character. But yeah, we'll be doing that as well. My overall my thinking of this Annabelle movie is if you are not into horror movies or you're always scared of things, and if you're trying to get into it, trying to get yourself into it and not get scared, get better, I recommend this one because this one is not scary-ish, but it is creepy.
I think this one requires patience, though.
Yes.
Because and not even in it's a slow burn sense, because I guess parts of it are slow, but I just think you really have to pay attention and connect a lot of dots yourself as to why things are happening.
Yeah.
And if you have any amount of your brain that doesn't care, you're going to end up like me and give it 1.5 stars.
It is a bland movie until that scene comes up, but other than that, yeah, it is what it is.
I like the basement part just fine, and I like the part where the girl's running into the door and then it's the older lady.
Yes, that's good.
And I like when the demon beats up the priest in a parking lot.
You got yeeted.
Also, the priest was driving the Annabelle doll around like in the passenger seat.
Why? Why he do that?
He should have buckled her in.
Honestly.
Yeah, I would have. So okay. So I'm not gonna up my rating, but if you take my 1.5 and your 2.5 and average it, that's 2 stars.
That's true. That's a good rating there.
Good job, Annabelle. You got 2 stars from the Brown Boy Wonders podcast.
Let's go. That's what we do here. That's what we make things happen.
Sure.
But yeah, the next time you hear us, we're going to be talking about Conjuring 2, the sequel of The Conjuring.
A better movie, if my memory serves.
I think it's the best one out of all the movies.
Ooh, we'll see. We'll see.
But yeah, this is it. Skylar, where can they find you, man?
You can find me in the basement because the elevator won't take me anywhere else.
Oh my god, the same place. And you just see that guy's, the demon's face.
Yeah, he's there. He grabbed my hand.
Maybe he was trying to help you out. I don't know.
Maybe he grabbed her hand because he thought Annabelle Wallace was really pretty.
Aww. You just want to date her. That's it.
Yeah, but don't... Okay, well, when you put it that way, he shouldn't put his hands on a woman like that.
Actually, yeah, that's a harassment.
That's... Okay, he's back to being canceled. Get him out.
The demon... All demons are canceled.
Yeah, put this guy in The Mummy that she's also in.
A great movie.
I didn't know that, even though I think I saw it.
I think she had a ponytail, so you couldn't recognize her.
She was in the trailer that had no audio.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
They released it without the sound effects. And
yeah,
Tom
you just
Cruise
see
just screamed.
Yeah, you see Tom Cruise, like,
That's great.
But yes, you can follow this podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube Music. I'm on Instagram called the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. I'll post clips there. Just follow me there. And of course, if you guys are interested being a guest on this podcast, just let me know. DM me. We'll do something.
I didn't know that we took like opening. Are you trying to replace me?
No. It's just for anything else because I think on Instagram on the bio it was like, if you want to do something, just DM me.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah. I mean, we have so many guests. We have you, we have Anthony, we have Daniel, we have Steven, we have Ray, we have Steve. Did I say Steven?
Yeah,
We have Tyron, we have Mispa, we have my cousin Wally. It's great. We have a big cast here.
There's a lot of people coming through the doors here.
Yeah. So if you guys are interested, just let me know.
Wrestlers and
Power Rangers,
demons.
the occultists.
You need to see if this Joseph Bashara guy's on Cameo.
Let me check right now. It's
Also,
time.
Annabelle Wallace. If Annabelle Wallace is on Cameo, get me one for my birthday.
For your birthday.
Yeah.
Let me check. Nope. She's not here.
Damn.
And who is the other guy?
Joseph Bashara.
Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph, and then Bishara is Bishara. See if he'll do a scary face at you for money.
No, I only got Joseph Redman.
Alright, well, how much is he?
45?
What's he do?
He is a guy who will give you wisdom. I can't believe I mentioned this guy's name on here.
Alright, so everyone, if you want to check out Joseph Redman on Cameo for $45, he will give you some wisdom, some life advice.
The thing is, no one paid him yet, so
No
has
one.
his intro. Yeah, he just has his intro.
We're gonna be the first one.
I think that's it for this podcast here. I guess we will say clap and hide.
I don't have anything. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
End
Bye.
it. End it.
Welcome to the Brown Boy Wonder podcast. It is the second annual of our spooky edition. My guest and I are going to rewatch the Conjuring Universe for this month of October. My guest, of course, doesn't need any introduction because he's been here in the last episode. And the last episode after that, it's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
Bro, people can see you, I think.
Yes, I am trying video for the first time since Spotify does video pod. So I'm like, well, why not just do it? So this is my spooky video.
Yeah, I'm not on video though. It's okay.
It's alright. But I am on video. But Skylar, I do have a question for you.
Oh boy, let's hear it.
Do you want to play hide and clap with me again?
You need to stop asking me that. I said no.
Well, it's because we're going to talk about, for today's episode, is Conjuring 2. Conjuring 2, which was released in 2016 by the iconic himself, James Wan. He directed, of course.
Yeah, here in the year 2024, there are so many James Wan horror projects coming up. Like every time, like on TV, you go to the theater, you're seeing like a horror movie. There's so many like trailers, like from producer and director of The Conjuring. He's doing so much stuff right now. It's insane.
He is James Wan, man. What do you expect? But
Good point.
it was written by, of course, again, Chad Hayes and Carrie Hayes. We still don't know if they're brothers or not.
We do.
Twins.
We solved this last week. They are twins.
Oh, right. You're right. But all right, let's get into the cast here.
The cast. I have the cast.
Yes.
So starring again as Ed and Lorraine Warren, we got Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga. And then playing the Hodgson family, we have Madison Wolfe, Francis O'Connor, Lauren Esposito, Benjamin. I don't know how to say that name. Hiya. We're gonna say hi.
Hi.
And then Patrick McCulley, and then Simon McBurney as Maurice Gross, another real life paranormal investigator. Maria Dole Kennedy as Peggy. Simon Delaney as Vic. Those were the neighbors, right?
Yeah, they're the neighbors. So the main mom's name is Peggy, but her neighbor is also named Peggy.
That's okay.
That's weird.
And then Franca Potente. I don't know how to say that name either. Now I'm embarrassing myself. It's easy when I don't have to say them.
Yeah,
and Anita Gregory, who was another paranormal investigator, a bit more of a skeptic one though, right?
Yeah.
Bob Adrian as Bill Wilkins. Voice actor Robert Atkin Downs voices a demon in this. That's cool.
Interesting.
And then the last two I'll say is Bonnie Aarons, who is quite famous now because she plays the nun.
Yeah, the demon nun.
And then this fellow named Javier Botet plays the Crooked Man.
Yes. Oh, so I didn't know that was someone who played that. That was like an animation. But okay.
I assume it was a stand-in or like certain shots. There's a guy there because when he first appears, and we'll get to it. It does. I don't know if it was actual like stop motion or if it was just edited to look stop motion, like they took frames out. But there was definitely an effect happening there. That was neat, I'll say.
Absolutely.
And then I'll also mention, because it came up last time, Joseph Bishara plays the demon in this as well, and he's done the music for this yet again.
I like that. But again, of course, I'm going to ask you the same question as always. The budget. What do you think the budget was for this one?
I'm getting worse and worse at this because I don't even remember what we said last time. I think you're wrong last time.
I think you were wrong last time, but I think you got the Annabelle one right ish.
Budget 50 million.
The budget was 40 million.
What
about the box office?
$2. No. $200 million. No. $250 million.
You're almost there. It was 321 million.
I was about 100 million off. That's not almost.
That's pretty good.
That's very wrong.
Yeah. Well, they are still making money.
This series is popular, yeah.
Very popular. But let's well, first, before we get into the plot here, what do you thought of the movie?
I like this one. This one was fun. This one was a lot of fun. I feel like this one, the first one is much more restrained.
Yeah.
Like I think the first one comes across as a better made, just like gritty supernatural haunting movie.
Sure.
This one kind of gets loose with it and does some extra stuff, but in a way that I really liked. I think technically I would say the first one is better, but this one might be my favorite.
Okay.
I like this one. I mean, I don't know. We'll see once we watch the rest which one's my actual favorite, but this one I like a lot.
I actually think this is the best Conjuring Universe movie.
Okay.
Better than the first one. Because it adds new things. Like I think it keeps going with the characters, at least. They are adding new things to it. So, and I also like the family too.
Yeah, the main family. Yeah, I think both Conjuring movies so far have done pretty well with the families.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially it's very similar. And you know what else we're going to talk about is not only the similarities between the first two Conjuring movies, but how watching this, I became convinced that Insidious and The Conjuring are just the same thing.
Yeah.
Because in this, we're introduced to something that Ed does, is he paints things. He paints scary demons, and he paints stuff. That happened in Insidious. I think it happened in Insidious after this, but they did that in that too. What the hell? This is the same series.
He made the same movie twice at the same time.
And he got away with it, that hack, James Wan.
We were praising him. Now, I don't know. I don't know
I'm going to praise him here. I like this one. But
it's good.
That's some bullshit.
He duped us.
Yeah, he sure did.
All right, let's get into the plot here. And by the way, spooky time.
Oh, spooky. There's something. Bro, there's a demon right behind you. He's small and he's spooky. Be careful. There he is.
Oh, that's for those who are watching through Spotify only, exclusively. You'll see Hasbullah right here. I have a cutout of him. I got a gift of Hasbullah.
That's the real guy.
Oh,
that's really him. He's just being spooky right now.
He just stares at me at night. I'm scared. All right. In 1976, paranormal investigators, of course, Ed and Lorraine Warren investigate the Amityville.
He practiced. The Amityville murders in the Amityville house.
Yes. That Ryan Reynolds movie that he made.
Was he in that?
He was in that. He was the dad.
No, that's not true. I'm looking.
Look it up. In 2005, I believe, or 2004.
2005. Holy shit, Ryan Reynolds. Look at that.
Yeah, I remember. But I remember in the TV spots, he had like black eyes. I'm like, oh, who's this Ryan Reynolds guy? He's from Blade 3.
I've never seen this Amityville horror movie.
They say it's not good.
Most Amityville movies aren't.
Well, but yes. So the Warrens are investigating the murders to determine if a demonic presence was truly responsible for the dad, Ronald DeFeo Jr., killing his entire family on November 13th, 1974.
Another real life thing, alleged haunting in America from a real life murder that happened, and something that in real life Ed and Lorraine Warren really did investigate. So that's neat. I guess it's really only neat if you. But I don't want to say if you believe or if you like. I'll say it's interesting if you're skeptically interested. Because if you're into like the ghost hunting or paranormal investigating in any capacity, even if it's skeptically, then yeah, it's neat to be like, oh yeah, they really did investigate that. But if you don't care, then why are you here? Why are you watching this?
Yeah, if you don't like horror movies, don't watch this.
Yep.
Yeah.
True words have never been spoken.
We see the shot of a zooming. There's a shot of Lorraine's eyes. We're zooming. We were zooming into Lorraine's eyes, and then moving back. And I thought that was a great shot.
Yeah. So those Amityville kids, like everyone in that house, they're some deep sleepers, huh?
Oh my god.
Because that gun was going off and not a single person got up.
Jeez. Well, as you mentioned, she's in her vision mode, acting like the killer. She goes upstairs and sees. I don't think it's the wife, but it's like someone else in the house, a family member.
There were multiple rooms of children and the wife. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a part where the wife was like looking straight ahead, and all of a sudden, a quick shot of her just looking at Lorraine, and asked, "What did you do?" I got scared of that. It just popped out at me. Lorraine again shoots her. Not again, but first time shooting her with her air gun, because of course she's acting like the killer.
Yeah.
And she shot her on her bed. Lorraine goes to the other room, and we see in the mirror that, of course, she's the killer, Ronald.
Ronald
McDonald.
Ronald DeFeo Jr.
There you go. She shoots unfortunately, the two boys while they're sleeping. Pretty graphic.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
It's very dark.
They're not pulling any punches here.
I don't like this.
They don't look away.
Mm.
You just see him do this thing, which was a real life, a horrible thing that happened. I guess this happened in the 70s. Is that tasteless to be just showing it like that, or has it been enough time where we can handle it?
I don't know. I think it's up to the viewer.
It would have been just about 40 years.
Yeah.
42 to be exact. After when this came out. So is that enough time to be seeing those brutal murders when I don't know, people who knew them or descendants may still be watching? I don't know the details if there were any people still around.
It might be. Well, Lorraine is very upset as what she's doing in her vision. Of course, she goes to the other room and shoots the daughter. Now Lorraine is hyperventilating and starts crying because she's experiencing all of this. Truly disturbing.
Yeah.
She sees one of the boys who got shot was peeking out with some white eyes.
Mm.
The kid goes downstairs and Lorraine follows him. Lorraine sees herself and the rest at the table, but the kid with the white eyes slowly opens the door on her right and starts to stare at her. And then he runs. Lorraine says he wants to show me something. She's in the basement trying to follow him. As she walks, all the dead kids appear in a single line looking at her, and then looks at I think they point at the mirror. And or I think they're just looking at the mirror. Just to show Lorraine, look at this. As Lorraine was looking at the mirror, she sees a nun walking out slowly behind her. The nun. She looks behind her real quick, and nothing is there. She looks back, and then the nun is right behind her, looking at her. She looks back again, terrified, but nothing's there. Nothing's behind her. She looks at the mirror, and then the nun is right in front of her, choking her. This is not good. But again, she's choking herself because she's imagining this stuff. But then she sees Ed from a distance getting impaled by some branch or some tree.
Yeah, he gets dead. All right.
Yeah. Lorraine got out of her vision and starts to scream and hugs Ed. And this was Lorraine's vision. Not a good vision.
Cool.
Well, is that cool? Is that cool for them?
No, not cool for them.
I don't know.
So the nun. How you like the nun?
Yeah. So this is the first time we've seen the nun here, right? She's not pretty. Not pretty at all. She is scary as hell.
It's interesting because, and we'll get into it, I guess, more as the series builds. But so in Conjuring 1, all right, spoilers. The nun is going to be our main bad guy for the movie. but so in the Conjuring 1, our villain was Bathsheba, who was a witch, or
Yeah.
a presumed witch who was killed and then did stuff. And then in Annabelle, the demon that controls Annabelle, I don't even remember if they actually say it in Annabelle. Maybe they say it later in like Creation or something. But that demon also has a name, and it's Malthus.
Yeah.
These are actual demons that like exist in real mythology, right?
Yeah.
And so we're continuing the trend here, which we'll learn more about the nun later. I won't say what her name is yet because it matters. But it is interesting that they're using real mythological demons and beasts and stuff to fill like this lexicon of Conjuring Universe bad guys.
Yeah.
And the nun isn't the only thing we'll see in this, which is cool. But I think it's neat, and I think the nun herself, I think like Bathsheba being a witch really fits that movie.
Yeah.
But the nun, and it's the reason she got her own series, her own other two movies. It's visually so striking. They got a good actress to portray her physically, and they've got the makeup and the lighting just right, and I think certainly visually she's probably the best looking spooky demon we'll get in maybe all of these movies.
I think so too. When it comes to visually, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen The Nun 2 yet. I'll be watching it for the first time when we get to it in this series. But I have seen The Nun 1, and that movie's got some freaking vibes.
That movie, I guess we're leaving ahead. I thought that was, as a movie, I think it's okay. But
we'll see. It's. I remember watching it and being like, "This is odd," but there's some wild shit that happens.
Yeah,
it's like okay.
It has some good, has some bad, but overall, we like it.
Yeah.
All right. 1 year later, we are here in London, England. Do you like this change of scenery?
I do. I think it's cool because one of the things that I kind of complained about in The Conjuring 1 was so Ed and Lorraine obviously travel all over the place. They look at hauntings from all over the country, and them coming to London in this one shows that they go all over the world. But in The Conjuring 1, there was that like back and forth of like they're in their home, now they're at the haunted house, but they went back home. And it's just like, how far are they from the place? It makes it seem like it's just right down the street. But here, we're in a different country. They have come to a different country to look at this big old haunting. And I think that is cool.
Very cool, very cool. We see our main character, I guess. We see Janet and her friend smoking, quotation marks, a cigarette on school grounds. The teacher caught them, but she I don't think she smoked a cigarette, but her friend did, definitely.
She held the cigarette to look cool. Peer pressure.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we see the Hodgson kids, the family, leaving school. We have Janet, Margaret, Johnny, and Billy. And I believe Billy is the one who stutters a lot.
Yeah, it's always Billy.
Yeah.
It's Billy in the Stephen King It movies that stutters. It's always the Billy that stutters. If you're a Billy that stutters and is listening to this podcast, listen in or write in and tell us.
Please.
And we'll say we're sorry.
Or Billy Eichner, Billy on the Street, if you're listening to this.
Oh, he'd probably yell at us. If he yells a lot.
That's true.
I think he's a funny guy.
He's very funny. But if you put him in a serious, scary role, I think he'll knock it out.
Oh, maybe he should play the demon in the fourth Conjuring movie then. And he yells.
Now we're talking. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, and then they went home, and we see Peggy, the mom, on the phone with the school. Peggy confronts Janet about smoking at school, and she was like, "Please, it was not me." Billy is like, Where's the biscuits?
That kid loves biscuits, doesn't he?
He loves biscuits.
Now, biscuits in this context, for all the American listeners, he's talking about cookies.
Yeah.
This kid loves little cookies right out the tin, but he's from that scary Europe land, so he calls it biscuits.
Absolutely. Well, if you're in the Limp Bizkit universe, it's a little different meaning.
Oh, lip biscuit. You like a little biscuit?
A little biscuit.
This kid, this Billy, he likes a little biscuit.
Yeah, he loves a lot of little biscuits here. Later that night, we see the family doing their normal routine. Great shot.
I think it was funny because the mom gave him the biscuits, the cookies.
Yeah.
And it was like, do not eat too much of these or you're going to need a drink in the middle of the night. And literally, that's exactly what happened.
That is what happened. We see their normal routine. Billy made a tent in the middle of the hallway.
Like a little play, like TP almost.
Yeah, a little bit. And it's upstairs too.
Yeah, at the top of the stairs.
Peggy, the mom, came by and said, here we go again, biscuits. And Billy says, biscuits. He's very happy. We see Margaret, the older sister, walking around the house. By the way, do you like this point of view shot of like the character walking in, and there's like the other characters comes in through the point of view? It's like a GTA.
It's a neat way to establish our surroundings.
Yeah,
get familiar with like the layout of the house and who's all in the house and where they are, and yeah, it's cool.
I like it. It's good. That's James Wan. That's James Wan for you.
He's good. He knows how to play in a laid out setup. He knows what he's doing. I think good recent example is we mentioned Malignant last time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that cool bit in Malignant where like she thinks she's being chased and she runs up the stairs and the camera swoops up the stairs and then goes over the over the wall shot. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
We praised him, but he made the same movie. But it's okay.
It's interesting because he's obviously directed some action movies as well.
Yeah.
He's done Fast Furious 7, and he's done 2 Aquaman movies at this point.
Yeah.
And I don't think anything visually in any of those action movies looks as cool as things he's done in some of these horror movies.
That is true. I mean, if you want to look at it, Vin Diesel takes over the project.
That one. If you're talking about Fast Furious specifically, I think James Wan was really just stepping in as like director for hire there, and didn't really. And you know, same thing can be said about DC projects because Warner Brothers is like all over that. Whereas all of these, he gets to play completely. So that basically answers what we just said.
Margaret sees Janet playing with a Ouija board. Shit.
Not a Ouija board.
Shit, here we go again.
Would you pick your board?
No. If you bring a Ouija board to my house, I'm going to kick you out.
Well, I know what I'm bringing next time.
No, don't do it. Janet shows her older sister how to use it. Margaret asks the Ouija board, "Are there any spirits here that want to communicate with us?" The piece that was holding the board did not move. Janet asked, "Is Dad ever coming home?" The piece did not move. Janet asked, "Are there any spirits here who can answer my questions?" Nothing moved. Margaret said, "Don't worry, sis. It's just a dumb game." Janet is disappointed and puts the board underneath the bed. As everyone is sleeping in the middle of the night, Janet, for some reason, woke up in the middle of the living room.
She fell through the ceiling like Kitty Pryde from the X-Men.
Good. That's good. I like that. She looks around. Back to Margaret's room. She heard a loud banging. Someone is knocking the hell out of that door.
No, someone's playing hide and clap.
Oh shit! She gets up and opens the door, and Janet walks into the room. Margaret is like, "Dude, why are you banging the door?" Janet's like, "I'm not." That's us.
It's us.
The next morning, we see Peggy, the mom, and her friend are doing some laundry. They're talking about Janet. Yeah, they're talking about Janet smoking a cig, and
He established his haunted ass basement. Look at this scary place.
right, it's ruined.
Who's going down here?
Not me. They're talking about Janet and smoking a cig, allegedly, and Peggy's husband, why he left her. We see Lorraine and Ed on the Becky Rivers show. Not Becky Lynch, but Becky Rivers.
Knew he was going to say that.
Thank you. I just got to make that clear. They were talking about the experiences at the Amityville house.
Oh, he did it!
I did it. But there is another guest, and they have on, and he thinks that their investigation is a load of hogwash.
Hogwash, he says. What an asshole.
His name is Dr. Stephen Kaplan.
I'm assuming that this is based on a real television appearance that the Warrens made.
I think so too. I don't think it's Becky Rivers, but it's something else.
I don't know who Becky Rivers is, so
Joan Rivers?
Who knows?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, it's a hoax. The family made it up. Ed is like, whoa, bitch.
He gets mad. He was gonna freaking do some stuff.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, you gotta experience it yourself. Steven was like, you guys are so fake, I can taste it.
Ooh, Ed's like, say it to my face.
Ed is like, what type of doctor are you anyway? And the doctor's like, whoa, check it out, buddy.
They're cutting promos on each other.
Exactly. Back to the Hodgson house. Janet and Billy are playing with the lamp film thing where they sing about the Crooked Man. Yeah.
So the Crooked Man is a real like folktale, fairy tale type dealio. What is the actual rhyme? Do we have it? Crooked.
Let's see. Do I have it here?
If you type in Crooked Man, you know what comes up is the new Hellboy movie 2024. The
that low budget one.
Yeah, the very low budget one that was like using AI generated stuff. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna see that.
I think what's his name? The original Hellboy. He's on top. You can't top him.
The Del Toro movies with Ron Perlman.
Yeah, Ron Perlman. I think he tops it. And we have the oh no.
Oh, I think I have it here. There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked style. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a crooked little house. So there you go. That's creepy, isn't it?
A little bit. If you say in a creepy voice and then at night, not for me.
Yeah, you're in a spooky room right now with a spooky little crooked Hasbullah, and he's gonna catch you a crooked something.
Let me know if he reaches over me. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Billy was trying to learn that song. Remember, he stutters, but he sang the song.
Yeah, it's that's a real thing. The best way to combat stutters is with tongue twisters and little rhymes and such.
Absolutely. His reward is biscuits.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, you got biscuits.
I wish the biscuits played out through the whole movie because he really only is biscuit obsessed in like the first act.
I think in the second half he gets scared.
Maybe he's too scared to eat the biscuits. Maybe if we go back and we look like they're not saying anything about it, but maybe he's just like got some biscuits, some like emotional support biscuits.
A pet biscuit, maybe. Now it's time to sleep. Billy finished all of his biscuits.
The mom should have given him the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits.
Oh, I think he will. He'll go crazy. In the middle of the night, Billy walks downstairs and grabs a cup of water because those
He ate
biscuits.
the biscuits.
He sees the swing outside of this house moving by itself. And
Always a good sign.
no, yeah. Billy's like, whatever. He shrugs it off. We see Janet having some nightmares. Margaret woke up and said, "Dude, you're dreaming."
Yeah, Janet sits completely upright, turns to the side, and she's just talking to nobody.
Yes, Janet stops whatever she was doing. All of a sudden, Janet sits up and looking the other way and says, "This is my house," with the man's voice.
Paige!
Paige or
Soraya.
Soraya.
She's British. Maybe this happened to her. Maybe that's how she got her catchphrase.
I think we should contact her. About
Shout out Bill Wilkins.
Yeah, I think she's Bill Wilkins.
Oh.
Janet says, now talking to herself, like, no, this is not. And she's like, go away, who are you? He said, playing a game with Billy. She's like, leave Billy alone. Margaret said, Janet, who the hell are you talking to? Janet again says, you have to go away. The man says, you are the one who's trespassing.
That's right.
Janice says, I'll tell my mom if you don't stop. The man says, I'll break her neck.
That's quite an escalation.
It is. And then he said, dying with Billy. Margaret tucks in Janet and said, everything is fine for that moment. Yeah, what would you, if you were Margaret, Skylar, what would you do?
I'm packing my bags. I'm leaving. You'll never see this face again. I'm out the door. No.
Yeah, me too. I'll be the same. All of a sudden, Janet is in front of Margaret and says, stay away from Billy. Margaret says, what are you doing? No one is here. Right behind Margaret, you see a man. He's in the shadows.
The man comes around.
Is this Johnny Cash? He said,
no, we do Elvis in this movie instead of Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
It was Elvis.
He says, this is my house. Margaret turns around and the lamp, and no one is there. Janet, that creeped me out.
They played with that fairly perfectly because they're little girls. They have posters all over the wall.
Yeah.
Various idols and pop stars of the 70s. And
Yes,
one of them, who is that? Whose poster was that?
I want to say Bruce Springsteen.
No, he's Mr. America. That's
That's true. That is boss. There's some British guys, but
I don't recall. But yeah, so you see his face highlighted in the darkness. So you think it's the guy standing there, but then they turn the lamp on, and it's a poster that we have seen before. It's like, okay,
good stuff.
And I also like that after that she goes to turn the light off, and she's like, I'm not turning this light off. I changed.
Yeah,
no, I'm leaving that on.
She goes back to sleep. But if you notice, Janet just goes to bed normally.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that.
Now what's going on with Billy? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Billy is still downstairs for some reason. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He should retire these biscuits. He should stop. As he walks upstairs, we see a man on the right when he was walking to the stairs, walking back and forth in this chair or in that chair in the dark.
That's good.
Good stuff here. I mean, he kind of copied from the Insidious movies, but it's fine. This is good here.
Yeah, there were certain things. That's a James Wan trick he uses, but the
Very
fact that
effective.
as the movie progresses, we learn that this specific guy is tied to this chair. Even
Yeah.
I think it all pays off very well.
Absolutely. When he gets upstairs, he hits his foot on a firefighter car toy. He puts
Pick up
the
your
toy.
toys, kid.
Yeah, he got a lot of toys. He put that toy in the tent and tries to go back to sleep. Billy hears something from the tent and then he goes back to sleep.
Hmm.
The firefighter toy drives into Billy's room with the
I would
siren
not-
on.
I would not be sleeping with my door open like that. I can tell you.
Oh no, absolutely not. Same here. Billy was like, "Holy shit balls!" He turned off the sound and walks slowly to the tent. He pushes the toy into the tent.
Yeah.
But the toy comes back to him, and there's screams coming out of the tent,
Very loud.
very loud. Billy goes to his mom and says, "There's someone in my tent, my dude.
Bro, wake up.
Wake up, please." Peggy, the mom, checks the tent and is of course, there's nothing there. It looks like
She does the classic Goosebumps parents thing where she's like, "You're just go to bed. You ate too many biscuits. Go to bed."
yeah, please. She said like, "Yeah, you have a bad dream, man." But Peggy and Billy hears a weird noise downstairs. Billy goes to his room and shuts his door. Peggy goes downstairs and sees someone rocking on the chair.
That's spooky.
Yeah,
And the payoff is fairly similar to the poster on the wall.
yeah.
Where it's like you see them rocking there, and the whole time you get closer, the light turns on, and who is it?
She turns on the light and it's Janet.
Damn it, Janet.
Yeah, Peggy is like, "Oh my heavens, what are you doing here?" Janet says, "I've been sleepwalking again." She said, "Again?" They went back upstairs, and we still see the chair rocking, by the way.
Yeah, but maybe that's nothing. We don't know.
In the next raining morning, Janet, I think this is one of my favorite scenes of this movie, at least.
Oh well, wait. Before one of the things that is said when she gets Janet, she's taking her upstairs.
Yeah.
Janet says, "I think I've been sleepwalking again." Mom's like, "Again?" It's like, dude, pay attention to your kids.
For real. In the next raining morning, Janet is watching TV while
Good
eating a
transition
sandwich.
in the window, by the way.
Yes. This guy knows what he's doing, man. This guy knows what he's doing.
She's eating a sandwich. She's a little British girl eating a sandwich. What kind of sandwich do you think that is? Come on. You got this.
Jersey Mike's.
All right, we were looking for marmalade, but we'll take Jersey Mike's.
Okay.
A little Danny DeVito sandwich.
Yes. He's a small guy.
He lives in the Jersey Mike's.
Ugh.
You never seen that commercial?
I see that.
When he lives above the little thing?
Yeah, I remember now.
Reaches down, he steals sandwiches?
I remember.
Like a little goblin?
We'll get into more Danny DeVito stuff soon.
What? Oh, foreshadowing.
Yes. As she was watching some sketch show, the TV starts to change the channel by itself. She turns back that sketch show, but it switches back. I think she has like Comcast or something, or like Time Warner cable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably not, but okay.
Yeah. But the remote disappeared. Everyone, yes, the clicker. Everyone's worst nightmare. When we lose the remote, we're going everywhere.
Where does it go? Because you're sitting on the couch, and it's just gone. Like I didn't move. Where'd it go?
Well, as she tries to find it, the phone starts to ring. She picks it up and said, "Hodson's residence." The other person on the line is her mom, Peggy. As she was talking to her, she found the remote on the chair. The rocking chair.
On the spooky rocking chair, yeah.
Very pretty sus here.
Now she knows she didn't put it there.
She gets a little scared. She hung up the phone and grabs the remote. She switches back to her channel and looks at the chair to see if anything is happening. A huge thunder occurred and the TV goes staticky and lost the signal as she hits the TV. Pop.
Mm-hmm.
When she did that, she sees the old man sitting on the chair in the reflection.
Ooh. That's good.
Yeah, very good. She looks at... It's like that scene where... Signs. Do you remember... there's also a TV reflection of the aliens.
Oh, I thought you meant when Joaquin Phoenix goes into the closet.
Oh, no. It's the part where... It's towards the end, where he's like swinging... No, it was... You know what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, she looks at the TV and he's not there, but the remote fell down. And then she said, "My house," right behind her. Now I'll tell you not. When I was watching the theater, I screamed, just like everyone else. Yeah, I remember that scene particularly in the theater. I screamed my ass off. Yeah, good. It was good. The whole theater, good theater reaction too.
He's got scary demon eyes too.
Yeah, it's yellow, right?
Pale old man with some missing teeth, and his eyes are like yellow and kind of like cat-like a bit. And he's right behind her. Yeah, it's a. I'm not a fan of jump scares. This is a fairly well executed one.
Yes.
Just in the editing alone, because we cut from her looking, then we cut to like the corner of the remote on the ground or whatever, and we cut back a few times, and then on the third time we're back to her. He's just right behind her.
I hate it, but it was a great scene.
Scream! Did people look at you?
No, everyone else screamed. So I was.
Everyone screamed. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm with the majority.
It'd be so funny if you're seeing like a horror movie like late at night and something scares you and you scream and people just turn back and look at you and shush. Like, what the hell?
No, then you gotta get out of the theater because that theater is sus. You have to scream.
It's a psychopath.
Yeah. Especially that guy who watches in a Violent Nature.
In a Violent Nature?
That guy was like clapping or like cheering on the killer. I was like, that's not. You have to leave the theater. Well,
that was me.
Oh no! Back to Ed and Lorraine. Lorraine woke up and sees Ed painting something. Ed said,
"Oh boy, what's he painting?"
Well, Ed said he has a crazy dream and he needs to like paint it. He's like, I can't get out of my head.
This is really funny because, as far as I can recall, maybe I'm wrong. Do we ever see him painting anything in the first Conjuring movie? I don't think we do.
No.
I believe this is like a new established thing in this movie. So the way Lorraine walks in the room, we see like him painting we can only see like the back of the easel or whatever. And the camera like pans around and it is just like a very detailed, like almost picture perfect oil painting of the nun.
Yeah.
With like haunted eyes and like disgusting like mouth and creepy shadows. And he's just like, "Oh, I just had a dream and I thought painting it might help." And it's the scariest fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. And it's just like things go from 0 to 60 really quickly. And it's just like, "Ed, what are you doing?" But later we see like his office, like their workspace, where like he painted the house from the first movie.
Yes.
So we kind of learn in this that it's a thing that he does, but just in this specific reveal, it's such a holy shit. Why are you doing that moment?
It's a reaction for the audience. Like, holy moly.
Yeah. It in itself is like a bit of a jump scare because you can't, for a split second, you can't process what you're seeing.
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh, he painted that."
Well, we gotta say that Ed is a great painter. Great painter.
Oh yeah. Just like his son in Insidious goes to painting school, and they do all these same gimmicks.
Golly.
Lorraine,
Lorraine.
and I like how Ed's like, hey, I know I'm no Picasso, but
Yeah.
it's like, dude, that's like you just painted the actress perfectly. What are you talking about?
Jeez, Ed. Lorraine says,
Have some self-esteem in your work.
please. Yeah, Lorraine is like, please, we gotta stop, man. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I want a divorce. This is scary.
Yes. End of that scene, Judy joins for breakfast. Lorraine's asked Ed is like, can you trust me? Ed is like, yeah. And then she's like, Gigi. Back to the family.
Now I have a screenshot really quick that I would like to share with you
Yeah.
that I only just noticed. Let
me see if I can do this.
I don't know if you'll be able to share it with and you know what? Maybe you don't even want to share it because it's a bit of a spoiler.
Oh, okay, I won't do that.
But I'm just gonna put it here in our Brown Boy Wonders podcast chat where other people are gonna see it and not know the context of it. Now there's Lorraine sitting there at the breakfast table.
Yeah.
Now off to the left side, do you see what I'm seeing?
No, what is it?
So there's a little heart on the wall that says love.
Yeah.
But the V is quite large for some reason. And then underneath it are some other letters that spell something, and I don't know why those are there. You putting together what I'm saying here?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, why is that there?
I think it's foreshadowing.
I mean, it's very purposely there, and like I don't know how I didn't catch this when I was watching it. Maybe I forgot the name. But
yeah, I don't know, man.
But like the V being large is kind of what makes it obvious, but then I don't understand why those other letters are there. Like in the normal like kitchen breakfast context, what are those doing there?
I mean, I feel like someone's messing with it.
Oh, like maybe the nun is doing stuff and being like, haha, you don't know what this means yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't want to show it to the audience, but we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it soon. When we get there to the natural progression in the story, then maybe you can throw the picture up.
Absolutely. Well, back to the family. Janet is binding her arm to her bed so that she can't sleepwalk.
Like Moon Knight did that in the show Moon Knight, and probably other people in other things. But that's what I thought of for some reason. Because
that's good.
I don't know.
No, it's good. It's good. Margaret and Judy both go to sleep.
I like that. Janet is like just getting clever. Like she just uses a jump rope. She just has a kid's jump rope, and she's like, "I'm gonna tie myself to the bed with it." She's just,
Yeah, she's smart.
Little details.
I like it. Margaret wears her headphones, so she can't hear anything.
She's going to bed listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival.
The deluxe version. All of a sudden, Janet hits her head on the ground and hears some loud banging on the door.
Hey, but the jump rope worked though.
It did.
Like it
did.
She stayed there.
Janet unbinds herself and opens the door. She looks around and sees the tent. She gets a flashlight because the lights are not working. Of course.
I like that the sister wearing the headphones immediately paid off, because as soon as the banging happened and the sister didn't sit up, I'm like, why didn't she? Oh, the headphones. The Creedence Clearwater Revival. She can't hear it. It's so smart.
Very smart. I would be the same if my sister is being weird last night.
If you were sharing a bedroom with a sibling and your sibling started being haunted and loud, what would you listen to in your headphones to make sure you didn't hear it?
I'll listen to the Lord of the Rings soundtrack
Oh,
because there's a lot of trumpets. There's a lot of Cause of Doom.
I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going to say Drake or something.
No.
Not anymore.
Drake?
Not in 2024, we don't.
Allegedly. She looks into the tent she looks into the tent and downstairs she is breathing heavily. She looks at the chair and it starts to rock. Mm-hmm. She goes to her room and puts a chair in front of the door and heads right back to bed.
Oh yeah, this part's kind of funny actually with the chair.
Well, the chair is now next to her and the door creaks.
The chair has been slid all the way, like almost passive aggressively, all the way up to her face. This Bill Wilkins guy, we don't know his name yet, but that's not a spoiler. This Bill Wilkins guy is quite a character. He's quite a troublemaker.
Absolutely. Janet points the flashlight at the door and here's the creaks from the hallway. She hides in her sheets, panicking. We hear a man breathing intensely close to her. Like, he took off the sheet from her, and the bed starts to rock. Both Margaret and Janet's. Janet and Margaret rushes to her mom and explains what the hell is happening. And Janet shows her bite mark. Ouch. I don't want that.
Was there biting in the last Conjuring movie as well? Someone got bit, right?
No, the mom got not beaten up, but she got like sores.
You're getting bruises.
Yeah, bruises.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same.
But Bill's a little mouthy in this. I don't like it. He's an
old guy too. Come on.
Let's cancel Bill.
Yeah, this is 2024 now. Come on. We don't do that in the 1970s.
No.
Oh, they do that in the 1970s.
Yeah, you could get away with it back then, but let's not do it now.
No. Peggy, the mom, checks the room and it seems everything is fine as she checks, but she found the Ouija board.
Oh, she's pissed too.
She is.
I think it's interesting that the mom immediately knows what it is.
Yeah, I think she'd done it before, right?
Well, the girls did it before. You're saying you're assuming that the mom has done a Ouija board before?
Yeah.
You know, the Ouija board is actually copyrighted by Parker's Brothers. Like, they own it, the board game company. So, I think it's funny. They never say Ouija board in this, do they? That's why. Like, we see it, and they made their own. It's just on, like paper, and, like, they custom made their own little, like, thing with pencils and stuff.
Yeah.
So, that's homemade. Why it's a homemade spirit board that they call it, because we're not paying Parker's Brothers for this.
So
the mom is like, "Is that a legally distinct spirit board? You girls have been scaring each other." She gets mad. She does not explain the bite mark though.
No.
She doesn't really know what to do about that.
She has no explanation. As the brothers watch on, Peggy, of course, again we said, she starts to yell at them. When she stops yelling, the dresser moves and closes the door. Peggy is shocked.
You know that part in Event Horizon where they find the really spooky horror message and people are screaming, being tortured to death or whatever it was, and Lawrence Fishburne just says, "We're leaving." That's what the mom did here.
Yes,
they all run. It looks like that shot. Okay, my brain is stupid, but just follow my brain rot here. It looks like that exact shot from Shrek 2, where they all run out of the Starbucks into the other Starbucks across the street.
It is like that.
Because they run to their neighbor's house. They pull the neighbor out of bed, and they're like, "Go look at the haunted house!" And this guy has to put on his slippers, go across the street. Poor guy.
Yeah. The guy's name is Vic, and he came back, and he's like, "Yeah, no one is there."
No, Vic, you were looking for a ghost. Oh, I didn't look for one of them.
Yeah, I didn't see it. The neighbor's dog rang his bell, and Billy's like, what is he doing?
It's a smart dog.
Very smart. The neighbors,
I would kill for my dog to do that. My dog won't do it.
very talented. The neighbor said, "Oh, he rings when we can know that he wants to go to the bathroom." As Billy opens the door for the dog, the police are at the family's house, the Hodgson's residence.
It's just running in, ready to shoot the ghost.
Vic, of course, called them. The police checks the house and asks Peggy if she saw the man, or anybody saw the man. Peggy said, "No, I don't think so."
Becky Lynch again? The
The
man.
Oh yes,
There you go.
she's the ghost.
I had to repeat myself so you would understand.
I got it now. I got it. Yeah. Well, the Peggy said, "I don't think so. I think Janet's just making it up." Vic says there's got to be some explanation. The cop said, "Sir, that's why we are here. Okay." They all heard some rumblings from the house. The cop lady.
You could just say cop.
Cop stands on the chair to check the ceiling. She knocks it, and there's more rumbling starts to happen. She steps down, and both cops says maybe it's a mouse. All of a sudden, the chair starts to move and goes back to the kitchen. They all look at each other and they're like,
Huh.
I think it's time to go. Bye. They all got out of the house and they're like, there's nothing we can do about this. Bye. One of the cops says, maybe call a priest about this. Yeah, the cops are frightened. They don't know what to do. The family doesn't know what to do.
They're not trained for that.
No, they're not ghost hunters or ghostbusters. Back to the Warrens' house. We see Judy making. Oh yeah. Yo, this is a. When I was looking at my notes, I'm like, oh, here we go.
This is it.
This is it. This is the most meme, I guess. Thing here. Back to the Warrens' house. We see Judy making a bracelet and Lorraine drinking some Morning Joe in the living room. Behind Judy, we see a mysterious figure passing by in the hallway. Judy felt that. She felt the presence.
Yeah.
We see Lorraine feeling something too, but all of a sudden Judy's not there in the living room. She found Judy. Yeah, she found Judy in the hallway. Judy points.
And I think I might have another screenshot here to show you. Continue, but I'm gonna look for something.
Judy points across the hallway and said, "Mom, who's that?"
We're discovering something in real time here, because like I mentioned before, I didn't realize the screenshot that I showed you the first time. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that when I was watching it, and now. As soon as you said she's making a bracelet, I was like, wait a minute. Go ahead and look at the letters on that she's putting on that bracelet.
Oh my god.
It's everywhere. It's all over the place now.
I don't like this, man.
All right, let's continue with the scene.
Woo! Let me repeat it. Judy points across the hallway and said, "Mom, who's that?" Lorraine looks, and it's the nun standing at the end of the hallway, just staring at them. She's right there. She's like behind. First of all, the hallway is so narrow.
A haunted ass hallway. It was begging for a haunting.
For real. Lorraine told Judy, just go back to the room as she approaches to her.
Is there a word for like this specific kind of like we're set in the 70s, which I feel like adds to it.
Yeah.
But this specific feeling of horror or dread of like, because you look at like the floral patterns on this wallpaper, this narrow hallway, like the dim lighting, like it taps into some sort of like strange fear of like being alone, like in your grandparents' house or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like it feels, it's not similar in the sense of the idea of like liminal spaces, you know, but not that at all. It's just something about like the floral pattern on this wall adds to the fear here for me somehow, and I don't quite know how to explain it.
No, I think I know what you're talking about. It's just like that grandma like style.
Yeah, and it's something that James Wan taps into quite a bit. Like even in Insidious, like a lot of the what's the spooky realm called in that? I do not remember. The other place, the dark place, the bad place.
Yeah.
That where all the demons and ghosts are, right?
Yeah.
Like that taps into it. You know, the way like the demon is listening to Tiny Tim and I just there's some sort of strange untapped fear of old things, like an evil nostalgia kind of.
I hate it. It's not
James
good.
Wan's very good at it.
Very. I don't know who influenced him, but congrats on him.
He's Australia. He's from Australia. Like what kind of spookiness happens over there?
Spiders.
Big spiders. Spiders and ruse. What's going on? Okay, all right. That's true. Hey, you know, I'd go to Australia for Rhea Ripley. I'd fight the spiders.
Yes,
I'll put that on record. I'm arachnophobic. I would fight the spiders for Rhea Ripley. Okay, let's put that out there.
There we go.
Okay, so Lorraine follows the nun into the office. Get to it. This part, this part, man.
I don't like this part. Yeah, she follows the nun in the room, the office room, and the camera pans around the room. We see the painting, as you just mentioned, the first Conjuring house of the Perrin in this room. Again, nice Easter egg.
Yeah.
The camera is facing Lorraine, and we see the nun painting right behind her.
Boy, do we.
Man, and yeah.
The way the lighting is in this as well, because like the rest of the room is fairly bright.
Yeah.
This corner in particular, like you even see the lamp. You see the lamp in the shot, and the lamp is out. It's not on. And so this entire corner is like just bathed in darkness, and you can just see the extraordinarily pale face and like the outline of the nun thing. What's it called? There's a word for that. I don't know about nuns. The thing that they wear. You wouldn't know either. Don't pretend. Don't even try to figure it out. You wouldn't know. But the thing that nuns wear on their heads. A habit. Thank you. I got word from the beyond there. So I have my own spirit telling me things. It's called a habit. Sister Act 2 back in the habit. That's how I remember.
Whoopi with Goldberg.
Yes. Is Maggie Smith in the second one? I don't know. I've never seen them. She just passed away. God. Dame Maggie Smith, shout out to her in this horrifying Halloween episode we're doing.
Yes, Miss McGonagall in Harry Potter.
Yep, Miss McGonagall. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, the way the lighting is here, like on the television screen, or even like especially in the movie theater, I would assume, like really all you see is that nun.
Yeah.
And then when she turns the light on, oh my God, it's the painting. Jesus.
Yes.
Like you take a breath. The light really is like a saving grace, and it does something as well where we're to this point, because we've done like the turn the light on bit, and it's not something scary. We've done that twice in this movie so far. We did it with the girl in the chair, and we did it with the poster on the wall in the girl's room. This is the only time where the darkness actually adds something, because when she turns the lights on, the eyes are different.
Yes.
The piercing white eyes are only in the dark. She turns the light on, and then it becomes much more muddled and dark.
I thought it turned like green or blue when it's in the light.
The whole painting actually loses certain details. It becomes much more fictionalized in the light, but then the light goes out again and it goes right back to just being her face.
Yeah. I don't like this. Again, we once she turned off the light, the nun again is in the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
As Lorraine approaches,
the tape recorder is going off now too. At this point,
yes, forgot about that. Where is that? Yes, there we go. A tape recorder starts to play by itself. Some church choir tune, I guess.
Yeah, it's the Christmas song. It's trying to remember. It plays multiple times throughout this movie because she says it later. She doesn't say it like any point here yet, I don't think, where Lorraine describes the nun as like it's a demon that's taking the what does she say? A blasphemous form to attack my faith is how she describes it, which is why it's a nun, she believes.
Mm.
I don't remember how that ties into the movie The Nun, which is a prequel to this, I believe, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
And then it's playing a Christmas song. Probably because it's the creepiest song they could find for such a religious setting.
I guess so. Lorraine turns that off. She turns that shit off.
To the newborn king. That's the song.
There we go. The light that she turned on next to the painting turns off. We see the nun again in the darkness. As Lorraine approaches closer to the painting, the nun's eyes turned a different color.
Yeah, you know what else is great about this?
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about this scene.
No,
it's the best scene in the movie.
It is.
Just the layout of the room, the way that the painting is by the exit. Like, even if you're in the mindset of like a viewer at home, like us, it's just like that light turns off again. I'm out. You have to run by the painting. Like, your only other option is to like burst through the window or something.
Ed, what's wrong with you, Ed?
Why would you hang that there?
I mean, next to my wall door is Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace poster. I'm okay with that.
So Jar Jar Binks is going to be looking at you in the night with these piercing eyes.
Please.
The demon takes a form to attack your faith. Jar Jar Binks.
Oh no. So Lorraine turns on the light again, and it looks like the painting changed to its normal self. Lorraine tries to leave, but the door and the windows closed on her.
Make the whole room dark now.
Yes. The Perrin Conjuring 1 painting starts to shake, and the figure of the nun pops out and walks around the room.
Yeah. So I think the final payoff to the nun painting, it's a bit silly. It's a little bit silly the way that
it caught me.
Well, no, I mean it's still, tense and scary enough for the moment, but I just think like
it is a little bit silly.
Take it out of the context of the full scene.
Yeah.
I mean the shadow on the wall is great.
Mm.
And then the shadow goes like completely around the room, gets to the painting of the nun, and then and it continues to be great because the fingers, the hands, we see the shadow like slowly like raise its arms up, and then the fingers are coming from behind the painting.
Yes.
So that in itself is great. It's just the very, very end when like the painting basically leaps off the wall and the nun just comes like sprinting, screaming at her, holding the painting in front of her. Yeah, like that, exactly like that. So that's a little bit silly visually, but that aside, oh, and also the painting grows like spooky demon teeth in the nun.
Yeah, it did.
But other than all that, absolutely fantastic.
Great scene. Lorraine fell on some boxes, and then she transported into the basement of the Amityville house.
No. Is this the Amityville house, or is this their house? The Hodgson people?
No. It's the Amityville. It's because they is where she sees Lorraine. Not Lorraine. Ed getting killed again.
Yeah.
On the same basement.
Yeah. All right.
But I got ahead of myself. But the nun peeks at the end and smiles, and Lorraine says, "Who the f are you?" The nun shows her teeth, and then we see Lorraine starts stabbing, like in her because she was doing a vision, but in her real stuff, she's stabbing pages out of her book in the living room.
Her Bible.
Yes. Now she's in her vision, and she's asking, "What do you want, nun?" The nun points to Ed getting impaled. And Lorraine wakes up and hugs Judy.
We need AJ Styles to say, "You don't want none."
I think it's the Nun's theme song.
Yeah. The Def Rebel version?
Yeah.
Of course.
I think Def Rebel is losing his job, so sorry.
I don't want to say good, because that's not a nice thing to say.
They made some bangers. Some were not great, but
all right, that'll be a different episode where we go through all the Def Rebel WWE themes that they made.
Let's do that. In the next scene, Kent Allen from the new program Wide Angle. Not a good title. Wants to talk to Peggy about this disturbance she had. Peggy's like, I don't want my story to be everywhere. He said, it could help you guys. Peggy agrees. Yeah.
If there happens to be like famous paranormal investigators like over in America or something that might see it and might want to come help, then it would definitely benefit you to be on our news program. And then she was like, okay.
Peggy agrees, and we see Kent Allen reporting on them. They talk to eyewitnesses, like the cops, about their experience. They brought this engineer, consultant, Maurice Gross. Gross? Is it Gross or Gross?
Gross.
Gross.
And that's not me insulting the man. That's how you say his name.
Gotcha. Well, he looks like Albert Einstein. But more nerdy, I guess. They also brought it. Doesn't he look like Albert Einstein? I think it's the hair.
At least the hair. The most famous thing about Albert Einstein's appearance is his hair.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong on this.
He's an old white guy. He's got a big nose. He's got a mustache. You know what? You've done worse comparisons. I'll say sure.
All right. They also brought in a parapsychologist, and Anita Gregory, who is not convinced. Kent interviews Margaret and Janet, and they were describing their experiences. Kent tries to talk to the spirit, and Janet gets real itchy. Janet starts to growl. The light starts to flicker, and Ken asked, "Are you okay, Janet?" And Janet, in the man's voice, said, "Stop calling me Janet."
Spooky voice.
Yeah, Janet is asleep, and she starts to tweak. She starts tweaking. She's like a Tomatonga. Yeah. A little bit.
This show is impenetrable if you don't watch wrestling. I'm sorry. You're just not gonna know what the hell anyone's talking about.
They should know when they press play. This is my house, Janet says.
Another wrestling reference.
No, that's what Janet says. Oh yeah, but yes. What's his name? Maurice. Not Maurice. Gross. Yeah, that's his name. Maurice. It is Maurice.
Maurice Gross.
Maurice Gross says, "This is not your house. What is your name?" And then Janet says, "Knock, knock." And then he said, "Who's there?" Janet says, "Bill. Bill who?" "My name is Bill Wilkins, and I'm 72 years old."
2 years old. Bill has a great voice, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. And Marie says, "Where you come from?" He says, I'm come from the grave. How'd you die?" "I went blind and had a hemorrhage, and I
How do
fell
you know that?
asleep."
How do you know that?
I,
This old ass man does not know what a hemorrhage is.
oh, he knows. I fell asleep and died in the chair in the corner. And he's like, Why you come here, man?" And he's like, "I like to hear them scream."
So that's evil.
Yeah, Janet calls her mom a old cow.
No, that was
No?
Bill. Come on, don't blame Janet.
Oh,
for that.
okay.
It's funny because I was watching this movie as I do with my brother, and this spooky chair happens, and my brother has this very annoying habit of being like, "Oh, what if this happened?" And that's exactly what happened in the movie. You know, like he just calls stuff from a mile away, and he was like, he said like, why's the old man like that chair? Did he die in that chair? And I just was like, well, I don't think they would have kept the chair if some stranger died in that chair, and that's literally exactly what happened.
God damn.
Which is as we learned, I believe, true to the actual story.
Yes.
To the real life thing is this old man really did die in that chair. That's part of the haunting. And then it gets creepier at the end. We'll get to it.
Yes. Okay. That part, I think that is the most scariest part of this whole movie.
The whole thing.
Yes, that's what happens when it comes to the credits. I think the credits are more scary than the movie because it happened in real life.
Yeah. It's like, here's what really happened.
I don't like that. But yeah, after Bill calls her an old cow, Janet comes back to her senses and runs away. The family is still living with the neighbors, and Billy gave his mom some biscuits. Or my mom.
He did.
Yeah.
He was like, "Mom, I know you're sad. Do you want my biscuits?"
Biscuit. In the Hodgson's residence, the Crooked Man light film thing turns on next to the tent and plays the Crooked Man song.
Oh boy, here we go. This scene doesn't. I still think that the nun painting in the office scene is probably the best scene of the whole movie.
Sure.
I think, and before rewatching this movie, I would say this is true for me as well. This is probably the most memorable part of the movie. What everyone remembers about this one? Oh, it's the Crooked Man one, right? Even though he doesn't really play a big part in this at all.
No, but when you see him the first time, it was like you've never seen that before. It was like stop motion.
Yeah. We'll
get into that. Back to the family sleeping in the living room. Billy hears a bell ringing, and he thought it was the dog ringing the bell, but the bell ringing is coming from the kitchen. He goes to the dog by the back door, and the dog
just sitting there.
Yeah, the dog, and the dog's name is Baron, and he's growling outside, growling out to the outside. But the dog
it's not the dog, is it?
It's not, because it's the dog turned into the Crooked Man, and he chases Billy. Now thoughts on the Crooked Man?
Yeah, so the Crooked Man, when he transforms from the dog, I'm convinced maybe it's an entirely digital effect. Like they didn't actually do like stop motion with like small figures on a table or anything like that. It is made to emulate stop motion. I'm talking specifically about when the dog turns into the Crooked Man. And then, so right off the bat, it's just like, oh, that's striking and different, and like my brain was like, oh, is that stop motion? And then in a good way, because I always love to see stop motion in a movie.
Yeah,
even if it looks like shit, I'm just like, oh, it's still cool. But then he starts like lumbering down the hallway, and he like trips Billy and starts chasing him. And that's the part where I'm unsure if it's still stop motion or like however they emulated stop motion, if that's the case, or if it's like just a guy in a suit, as we talked about earlier, and they just like took frames out or something like that. Now, if I was smart, I would have done research on this and had the answer. I don't though, and I didn't do that.
That's okay. We'll get the answer soon though.
But that's just the effect. So as for the Crooked Man himself and how he looks, I think he looks cool. His design, the big pale face and the hat and the umbrella and his long spindly body and the way that he's kind of like lumbers through. This part in particular completely captures like I guess I'll say like a cartoonish child nightmare, right?
Yeah,
like
it is.
Like it's this big spindly man, like the way that he's like moving, like the way he's posturing his arms in the hallway, and he's just like lumbering. And this part's in slow motion too, so that kind of adds to it. The way it's just like, oh, a little kid would have a nightmare of this Slender Man type guy, because that's kind of what he looks like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just kind of like chasing you through the hallway.
Or like a Babadook-ish.
Yeah, the same basic principle of just like a nightmare creature that has really long arms.
It looks scary. I have a action figure due to the podcast. I usually get a action figure for every podcast I do, and I have Saul, Billy. Every series. I have Billy, the puppet from Saul. I have Aang from Avatar: Last Airbender. I have Andros from Power Rangers. And now I have the Crooked Man from the Conjuring series.
There you go. Because that was the least scariest Conjuring figure you could get.
I am not getting the Nun. I am not getting the Annabelle. I am not doing that. No, don't thank you. The Crooked Man was the least scariest one.
I like the Crooked Man. I don't know how well he actually fits in this, right? Like aesthetically.
Yeah, sure.
He doesn't. He's very different from the rest of the demons that we see that I can remember. Now we see a lot of stuff in a later movie.
Yeah.
Annabelle Comes Home is the one I'm talking about.
Yes,
we'll get to. So I don't really remember all of that. So maybe there's some other cartoony stuff. This one, it's just so strikingly different from, like, the thing in the first one was just a lady, and then we have like the Annabelle doll, like this spooky black demon, and then the nun in this. Hang on, I'm getting word from beyond again. Hang on.
That's not good.
Slow mo. Okay, all right. So we're getting word here that the Crooked Man, his walk in this movie down the hallway, it's not CGI at all. It was, in fact, shot in slow motion with the actor walking in reverse. He walked backwards, and then they sped it up, reversed the footage, and that's why it looks so unnatural. So that's cool.
That's a good neat. That's pretty good actually.
Yeah, classic filmmaking ideas there. That's neat.
Well, thank you, whoever sent you that info.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my ghost from another realm. He hangs out here in Halloween time, and he gives me information. He'll wake me up in the middle of the night and scream movie facts at me. And so he's being helpful right now. Normally, he's much more of an asshole when he yells at me.
Whoa.
The ghost. I'm not talking about anyone else. I'm talking about the ghost specifically.
Okay.
But he's being helpful, so I thank him for that. No, overall, I like the Crooked Man. He may not fit the rest of the universe super well, but I'm a fan. And then at the end here, everyone's all like freaking out, like, "Oh, the Crooked Man, he's coming!" We see the shadow of the Crooked Man like approaching around the hallway, but who turns the corner? It's
freaking Janet. She starts to scream at the family, and everything starts to go to shit. Janet starts to have like a little seizure, and then the scene fades away into Ed and Lorraine listening to Janet on the tape, talking like Bill Wilkins. I don't know if you guys noticed, I took off the scary light because it was hurting my eyes, so I put on my lamp because I was like, I think my eyes are hurting. So I apologize for all those who are watching me through Spotify. I apologize. I have to bring this light out.
It's okay. Do not harm yourself for this podcast.
It was good for the first 30 minutes. I'm like, my eyes. Yes. So Ed talks to the priest and said, "Who is this?" Because Bill Wilkins is talking, right? In the tape, and Ed is like, "Who's this old man? Is he senile?" The priest. This is a great line by the priest here. He said, "That was an 11-year-old girl." Goddamn. Both Warrens. Yeah,
Was that in the trailer?
it was. It was in the trailer.
Okay, because
That's like still a movie.
I guess it's an iconic line for that. Like if you saw the trailer, you'd be like, "Oh wow, that gets you in the room." The little look that Ed and Lorraine look, but we knew that.
Yeah.
Like we've been watching this movie for an hour now. We knew whose watch that was.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not for us, but it's just for them, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it is important.
But it's great in the trailer. It's great in the trailer. That's how you
sure.
get. That's how you get in to watch the movie.
It would have been funny if they got there and the little girl just sounded like that. Like that's what she sounds like when she's not being haunted.
Hell no. The priest wants the Warrens to go over there and investigate. It's like sending the Avengers.
I mean, who else do you send? Zach Baggins.
No, not him.
He's not gonna help.
No.
He's not gonna solve a goddamn thing.
Lorraine talks to Ed about her vision about his death and says it's a warning. If we keep doing this, you're gonna die, Ed. Ed is like, dude, we don't run from fights. We got this. Ed promises that if it gets sideways, we'll get the hell out of there. Maurice picks up the Warrens and goes to the family. Peggy meets the Warrens and shows Janet's room. Janet's room is full of crosses. And Peggy locks that room.
Guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Lorraine speaks with Janet in the backyard. Lorraine tells us her story about an angel. Janet gets interested and asks, "How did you know you could trust the people you open up to?" Lorraine says, I didn't, and I got hurt, but I finally found someone who believes in me, and I married him.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good Ed and Lorraine stuff in this as characters. We get that story, like what she just said, like, "Oh, what'd you do when you finally found someone that you could trust or that believed you?" And she's like, "Oh, I married him." And then we will get the flip side of that from Ed in a little bit, but there's a scene in particular. We might be still a bit far out from it, but there's a scene with Ed coming up that I really, really like that we'll get to.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. We have a bond between Janet and Lorraine, which is good. They showed Ed the chair, and Ed is like, "Yeah,
that's haunted."
Yeah, it's haunted. Janet says to Lorraine that it wants to hurt me, and he said, "Right now?" Dun dun. And she's like, "Yeah." That's
That's similar in a sense to, like, we talked about it in the Conjuring 1, where when they first show up and they meet the family and Lorraine's walking around like, "Oh, lovely family. Okay, this is the house." And they're like, "Do you see any ghosts?" She's like, "Oh yeah, there's ghosts."
Yeah.
so that's kind of a similar thing here, where she's talking about Bill Wilkins, and she's like, does he say stuff to you that others can't hear? And then she's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, what does he say?" Like, he says he wants to hurt you. And then when did he say it? She's like, "Oh, just now."
Oh, that's
it's like, okay, so he's here right this second. And this girl's just living with it.
I feel bad for her. Well, now it's time to investigate. And then Lorraine wants to talk to Bill from Janet. Janet holds water in her mouth to show that there's like no tricks, no special effects here. Bill told Janet that he won't talk until everyone doesn't stare at him. Everyone turns their back because Bill was, he's a little shy.
He's a little camera shy.
Yeah. Now the camera is looking at Ed, but Janet is in the background, blurred. As Ed asks Janet questions, Janet turns into the man in the background. Great scene here.
It's so the light goes out, and then it's a very, very slow but gradual like morph effect.
Yeah.
Where the silhouette, and it's the person in the chair is blurred the entire time.
Yeah.
And also like the only thing in focus is Ed. So if you're looking at Ed, as I feel like most people would be,
Yeah.
and then you like your eyes kind of dart back over. It's just like your mind kind of does that. Oh, when did she become Bill?
Yes.
So that's kind of really cool.
I like it.
And it's just one long lingering shot, and then by the time that the conversation is done, and like he says, "We're done here," it morphs back into the little girl.
Yes. By the way, we get a close-up shot of Ed's sideburns. They are on fleek.
Patrick Wilson's looking good in this.
Yeah,
he's pulling it off. The hair, the sideburns.
This guy got going. That's why Lorraine loves him.
Cool dude.
As you said, at the end of the questions, Ed shows the cross to Bill, and Bill is like, "Help! Help! Police! Help!
Police!"
Let it go. Bill turns into Janet after that. As everyone goes to sleep, Janet tells Peggy, the mom, that I didn't smoke the cigarette. I just held it to be cool.
Oh, honey, we forgot all about that.
Yeah,
we got other shit going on.
I don't know why you bring that up. Janet wakes up. Yeah.
But she's still just a little girl, and she still has little feelings, connections with her mom. It's important to
it's like she like kind of disappointed her, but she's trying to be open with her. Janet wakes up on the ceiling of the living room, looking at Bill rocking his chair. Bill whistles going upstairs. I don't know what type of whistle he does. Do you know how to whistle?
I do, but I won't do it here.
Okay, that's good. Because I don't want to bring Bill Wilkins here.
He's whistling This Old Man. This old man, he something.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what he's listening. That's what he's whistling.
Gotcha. Janet's portal her way into her room with all the crosses.
She's Kitty Pryde, and she can phase through matter. We established this earlier.
We did. Each cross goes upside down as each one does it.
I bet that was in the trailer too. The sweeping shot of all the crosses turning upside down.
Yes, I believe so. I think it was. As the last cross goes upside down, Bill appears out of nowhere in the corner, coming for Janet. Like he was, I don't know if you noticed, but like he was like waiting in the dark. Like, I could see his white face. Like I was just looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm like, hell no, man. So he chases Janet. Peggy tries to come in, but the door is locked, of course. But the door is a little bit open. Janet. Janet gets trying to, hey, I need help through the peephole, but Bill takes her, and while Bill was looking at Peggy, ooh, it's not good.
That's fairly terrifying. The concept not just of spooky guy, but like we're at the perspective of the mother, and like her child is locked behind this thing with this monster. It's and the fact that like it basically makes eye contact with her and is like, what are you gonna do about it?
I don't know.
And then like eventually you can see that Janet's like being strangled by the curtains.
Yes.
Scary stuff.
Very scary. And the next day, all the investigators talk about the evidence they have taken and thinks it's a little sus. The family is back together after being separated for a few days. Ed brings some Americana to the family, and they really love it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Lorraine says the family needs to, stick together. Ed sees a guitar, and he has the itch to play it. Ed sings to the family like Elvis.
Yeah. So earlier it was said or a step because he was asking the mom about like is the dad in the picture, and she's like no, he left. He married someone from down the street, and he took all the records.
Yeah.
And the kids loved the music, and so that's why he brings all these records, and then he picks up the guitar and he starts singing "Can't Help Falling in Love" by Elvis. And this I think that the nun painting in the office scene is the best scene in the movie, I think.
Yeah.
But like if I had to pick like my favorite character moment, it's got to be this, right? I love this scene. I love the fact that Ed is I think that Ed and Lorraine build a bigger connection to this family than they did the family in the other one. The other one, they were like very clear, like we need to help these people. These people need our help, and we're here to do it, and blah blah blah. But like here, like they're like staying with this family, and they like get to know them, and they become these actual heroes to this little girl by the end. And here he is, like playing the guitar for the whole family. Ed gets some good stuff in this movie.
Yeah,
and I think. My rating for this movie just went up in my brain, so
that's continue. Good. That's good. Well, move aside, Austin Butler. You are not Elvis. Go back to Elvis school. That's all I got to say about that.
Patrick Wilson could have been a good Elvis. Look at these sideburns. The way he did the lip thing. His hair.
He should have replaced Austin. Yeah.
Oh no, Austin Butler did great, but I'm saying with Patrick Wilson.
We need to have an Elvis off. That's what we need to do.
Okay, fine. How about Patrick Wilson plays Elvis, but Austin Butler's still in the movie. He can be the Tom Hanks guy. The Colonel.
Yeah, I agree. I deal. Let's do that.
Deal.
As Ed sings, the investigators are checking out the house. Later on, Ed tells Janet about his story that he was telling about the story, but Lorraine already told her the story. Mm-hmm. And Peggy says the basement is a mess, and Ed is like, "Holy hell, it is." He's looking everywhere. In the basement. Lorraine and Maurice discusses their personal stories together outside. As Ed checks out the flooded basement, he found the pipe that was causing the flood. Here we go, guys. Behind Ed, we see someone standing up. Peggy notices it as well. The man starts to get closer to Ed, and Peggy says, "Someone is behind you. No one is there." But no one is there. The man, Bill, was underneath the water and grabs Peggy. Peggy gets a bite mark. Goodness. From him, and Ed found some dentures, and it matches the mark of Peggy.
Specifically, where the teeth are missing on the bite mark is where the dentures fill in. This nasty ass man with his nasty ass teeth in this nasty ass water. Maybe
he's hungry. I don't know.
He's hungry because he keeps biting people because he's hungry.
Yeah, maybe he hasn't eaten anything, right?
That's unacceptable behavior.
I agree. As the kids are putting up the Christmas lights, Janet hears something in the kitchen.
So this was the point of the movie where it became very clear. It's like this haunting, this demon, this Bill son of a bitch. It's just this like nagging problem, and obviously it's growing and it's getting worse and worse, and we have to deal with it. But it really does seem like this just problem that this family has to deal with because they're having a good time. They're like laughing, giggling, putting ornaments on the Christmas tree, and then Bill starts doing some Bill stuff, and then everyone's like, "Oh, it's Bill again. We gotta don't go in the kitchen. Everyone stay together." And then the little brother is because earlier Ed says like, "Do you have bullies at school?" And they do because we saw him. We saw a little kid being an asshole earlier.
He was. And
he's like, well, this demon is like a bully, and he wants to divide you and keep you down, and that's how he gets power. And so the little Johnny is like, I'm not going to let this guy bully my family. And he goes into the kitchen, and he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have gone into the kitchen.
Yeah, because Janet says he is playing with knives in the dark. Johnny, the other brother, goes into the kitchen and sees all the knives stabbed on the table. Margaret screams because Janet just disappeared. Johnny looks around and looks on his right, and he sees Janet holding a knife. Everybody comes into the house, and everything is chaos in the kitchen. Everything's broken in the kitchen, like glass, dishes, everything. Johnny was hiding in the cupboards, and they're trying to find Janet. One of the investigators hears the growls in the unit I guess it's like a unit box, I guess, like a really small, tiny door or tiny space.
Mm-hmm.
They open it up, and it was Janet. She was all creaking out, all twisted up.
Yeah.
And in there, and Janet passes out, and they got her out of there. Scary moment here.
Pretty spooky.
Yeah. After that, Gregory, the investigator who was like very sus about this whole thing, presents a video evidence of Janet wrecking the kitchen on purpose, thereby discrediting the haunting.
So all right, I take some issue with that.
Yeah.
Maybe it discredits like 5% of it. There's some other stuff going on. I get that the idea of like once there's room for reasonable doubt, then you have to question everything.
Yeah.
But Ed, you saw some. No, that's the movie covers its tracks there too, because Ed didn't actually see anything. He's heard some things and he's seen the aftermath of things. But this demon's covering its tracks. God damn it.
I mean, I wouldn't blame the investigator, because that is kind of sus. But if you, like you said, all the other things, I think they kind of overshadowed that thing.
Yeah. So her job is to provide the flip side of the coin,
right?
Because obviously, as true to real life, like if you say like, "Oh, my house is haunted," well, there's skepticism.
Yeah.
And people aren't going to believe that because it's a ridiculous thing to believe, in a sense. Her job is to provide the skepticism, whereas the Warrens they're the ones providing the faith, and the faith is like the central theme of like what they're doing here, and that's how it pays back to the ending, and why they're the heroes. God damn it!
Absolutely. Ed and Lorraine left, believing the family is lying for fame.
Mm-hmm.
However, they discovered that the spirit of Wilkins is only a pawn, being controlled by the true demon, the nun, who is seeking Janet's will. So in the train they were about to leave, Ed plays 2 tapes recordings together on the train, and it says, and the recording
the
together,
message,
the full message says, Bill says, "Help me, it won't let me go." Oh,
I love the part too where it's super dramatic, intense, and Patrick Wilson like basically looks at the camera and he's like, "If this works the way I think it's going to," and then it just plays it out, and then we know. It's been the nun the whole time.
Jeez. Well, Lorraine's ability has been blocked by the nun, preventing her to get a grasp of the truth of Janet's possession.
So I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, I guess the nun or the Warrens are on the nun's radar, and why she's bothering the Warrens as well as doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
Specifically because like they ran across each other at the Amity house, right?
Right. Yes.
It implies that the nun was behind the Amityville murder, and stuff. And then she like saw the Warrens, and Lorraine can see stuff. She has visions, so the nun is like using this family as like a trap to lure them in or something. I guess it's left a little vague, or I wasn't paying attention. I don't remember.
I think they didn't really explain it.
Yeah,
but it was just part of it. She was just like part of the whole thing.
I maybe I'm doing the legwork and connecting dots that aren't there to connect. I'm not sure, but I think that's the case. Is that the nun knows about the Warrens because of the Amity thing, and then she's now like puppeting the Bill Wilkins ghost as a trap for the Warrens because the nun's gonna take them out, and that's why it's simultaneously bothering the Warrens and doing this. So this movie even pays off better. Like my complaints about Conjuring 1, where it's just like when the Annabelle doll gets out in the Warren's house with the daughter there.
Yeah.
And I was just like, why is that happening? It just seems a bit much. I don't know, whatever. But then it being as interconnected as it is, I think it works better.
Yeah, the storyline is carrying itself from the previous movies. So everything's ending up.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine sees Bill in her vision needing some air since he has an oxygen tank. Bill was telling Lorraine he has to leave and sees his family. But the demon wants Janet so bad.
So now that we know what we know, should we start a Justice for Bill hashtag? Because he did some sus stuff. He did some crook things. But was it his fault? I don't think it was his fault. And very purposely, when she sees Bill in this vision, he's not like a spooky demon guy. Now he's just like a sad old man. He's just stuck in his favorite chair.
Yeah, let's have hashtag Bill Wilkins to justice.
Well, no, that implies that we need to bring him to justice.
Oh, hashtag.
You know what? Just do hashtag Bill Wilkins and take whatever side you want.
All right. But yeah, when Lorraine and Bill was talking, all of a sudden, the nun grabs Bill from the back
with a spooky demon hand.
Yeah. Janet starts to getting possessed again and starts to levitate, and then threw her sister to the wall by telekinesis.
Like your dad did to you.
Don't. I knew you were gonna bring that up.
He can't. I can't not. It's not my fault.
That was a different story. But I'm hearing something from the spirit world. It says hashtag free Bill.
Whoa. Whoa. And
wait,
the spirit. The reason you saw that was the spirit put it in the fantasy football chat. How did that happen?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Whoa, the spirit's getting loose. This is a spooky Halloween season. It can get to other servers. Help!
Police, help!
The best thing that's happened so far.
The couple quickly returns to the family. On the car ride back, by the way, they realize having the name of the demon can be their weapon against it. But they don't know the name, but they have an idea.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Yeah, they should know what it is. They try to get in the house, but Ed gets into the basement. But it locks out Lorraine. Lorraine is pleading with Ed that the vision might happen where you will die, Ed. And but Ed said, "I gotta do what I gotta do," and he gotta save that girl. As Ed, where am I? As Ed's eyes are blurry after going through some shit because he hid some stuff.
The steam valve popped.
Steam, there we go.
Blew hot steam in his face, and
yes,
it like temporarily blinded him.
That's not good.
He's basically useless as soon as that happens. He's doing a big action beat. It's in a sense it's kind of reverse. In the last movie, Lorraine did the actiony thing. She was
she did.
Crawling through places to get to the kid stuck in the little crawl space, and Ed was doing the exorcism. So that was his part to play. And then in this, it kind of the roles reverse. Ed's trying to get in the house. Ed gets to the little girl, and now it's Lorraine's job to learn the name of the demon. Also, I really like the part where Ed opens the window and the demon throws the couch at him. There's a very quick shot where Ed goes, huh? And then he gets bonked in the head by the couch.
That was pretty funny. It was like a dumb and dumber moment for him.
It happens though.
Yeah, it happens. Well, before that happened, Ed found the tent and the Crooked Man showed up.
Oh, not the Crooked Man. So, the Crooked Man, I guess this is also left for us to just put together ourselves. The Crooked Man is the nun, right? It's just a projection from the nun.
Yeah, I guess so.
It was implied earlier, because at no point in this is the Crooked Man an actual demon. It's earlier it's implied that it's Bill using their like toy to create a monster to scare them.
Yes.
Because Janet was there in Bill's voice, right? But now that we know it's the nun and Bill's like not in the picture anymore, and the Crooked Man comes back, so the nun is the one creating the Crooked Man.
Yeah.
So the fact that it was the nun, how are they going to make that a spin-off movie? For those who don't know, the Crooked Man was slated to get his own movie, but then that like got lost in development hell and then canceled, and it's not happening now. I guess he got sent to go fight Hellboy, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he did.
So maybe that's the movie. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It not being a real guy, a real demon.
No, I think
how that would have worked.
They could make it like a different thing, like a mysterious figure, like Slender Man, and make it back in like the 1920s, like in the circus days, like a circus horror film. I guess they can make it out of that.
Yeah, I think the easiest answer is just say a different demon made a Crooked Man.
Yeah, I guess so. You can say that. Well, yeah. So Ed found the tent and the Crooked Man of the Crooked Man lamp thing, and he looks at it, but the Crooked Man appeared right in front of his face, and the tent exploded, and it went off to the roof or something like that.
I like how Ed's blinded and he's stumbling throughout the house, and the moments where everything's all blurry, but you see like the blurry silhouette of the Crooked Man behind him, like he's lurking around before he strikes.
Scene,
it's cool.
Yeah, it's good
this
scene.
movie pulls off a lot of stuff very well.
I don't know if I said it yet, but I think it's a 5 out of 5 on Letterboxd for me right now.
Now, see, when I saw your Letterboxd review, you gave it 4.5.
Did I? I might have to bump it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump mine up too. We'll talk about it at the end.
Yes, they found Janet possessed, standing at the window, ready to commit about to kill herself. Ed grabs Janet, but yeah, go ahead.
Lightning strikes the tree outside.
Yes,
and the tree falls apart, and part left standing upright is a big like wooden spike that's exactly from Lorraine's vision.
That happened, and then Ed grabs Janet and brought her back to the room. And then Lorraine finds the Bible in which she wrote the demon's name. Remember, she was like right to her. She was stabbing her thing, and she addressed the name, and it's Valak.
Valak. Spelled Valak.
Yeah.
And it's based off of another. I believe Valak is a fallen angel in mythology. Condemned for some reason or another. I don't know at all. And in the real mythology, it's spelled Valac. But this is with a K, because Ks are scarier, I think. But
K has yeah.
Now that we know, the name, we can go back to those pictures that I sent you.
Yes.
Screen grabs. The first one was Lorraine sitting in the kitchen, and on the wall there's a little heart sign that just says love, but the V is big and bold. And then underneath, like on the wall, there's other letters that say ALAK. I don't know why those letters are there. I still don't understand. Is Alec a brand of wood? I don't get it.
I think,
but whatever. Just let it slide.
Probably not like misspelled because she didn't have enough time.
But then, yeah. There's another when the daughter was making the bracelet. She was putting all the letters together and then just thrown off the side, even upside down, so it's even harder to spot. But again, VALAK. So, and then obviously she made her carve it into the Bible page after page.
Yes.
So, I don't know what it is in the Valak mythology where. So obviously we've learned that knowing the name is how we defeat her.
Yeah.
But I don't know where in the rule book it says that she has to tease her name 3 different times.
Yeah. Maybe just the movie, I guess.
I mean, certainly there's something where, like, I don't know, some sort of rule where you have to be able to know it, but I don't know. I'm letting it slide.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, when she said her name, she condemns her back to hell, and great scene, great visual effects. The nun. I don't know. Did she like get like? Was she like sent, or she was like? I forgot how she went back to hell.
Well, she had a big bloody smile.
Yeah,
and she like kind of like disintegrated a little bit once her name was being said, and yeah, big like swirly black smoke tornado around her.
Twisters.
Yeah, she like basically slowly transforms into a demon for a second, and then gets like sucked into blackness, into hell, presumably.
Oh, that's good for Lorraine because Janet is freed of the possession, and Lorraine pulls her and Ed to safety.
Ed and Janet do not fall out the window. Ed does not die.
No, she saved Ed, but does that mean Ed will die in a later movie? I don't know because you can like because she kind of time travel. No, like she stopped the future. So the future is something else now. So I don't know. I don't know about Ed's fate here. But
well, if it makes you feel any better, we do know exactly when in real life Ed Warren died.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it wasn't the 70s. So
it was recent. Well,
it wasn't that. It was 2006. So if we get to a Conjuring movie set in 2006. Then we know this might be it.
Patrick Wilson will die in that movie.
Oh God, I hope not. Hope not for real.
Not for real. Well, let's end this movie here. After returning home, Ed adds an item to his collection: a haunted crooked man toy owned by Peggy's youngest child.
First, before that, he has a moment. With the girl. Spent the whole movie. What's her name?
Janet,
thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ed and Lorraine have a moment where they're sitting with Janet, and she basically says like, because Ed and Lorraine both told their stories of like, I met the one person that believed me and I married him, and then same thing, vice versa. And then Janet says like, I'm so lucky because I had 2 people that believed me.
Yes.
And that's very sweet. And Ed gives his cross to Janet. He says, his little cross necklace. He's like, this has kept me safe, and now it'll keep you safe. And I thought during that, I was like, Ed, you still need that. If that's keeping you safe, brother, you need that. You're not done. But that's okay. It's a very sweet moment. And then, yes, what I have to say about the Crooked Man thing being added to the collection of haunted objects. That wasn't haunted.
he thought it was pretty cool, so he just kept it.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, I need a trophy. And I did see a crooked man, so we'll count that. But not only was that not actually haunted, it was. I guess technically it was a tool used by a demon that they vanquished, so sure, we'll count it. But also, that was a kid's toy. You just stole that.
That's Billy's toy.
Yeah, Billy.
He loves his biscuits. But yeah, that's I think the movie ends. Oh yes, let's talk about the ending now.
The real life ending.
The real life ending. Okay,
the part that makes you pee your pants.
Yes. So, all that happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Peggy. The way Peggy still kept the house, by the way, all these years.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have proof that it's been unhaunted, right? If you know for a fact that the ghost is gone, well then there you go. Like, there's no reason to sell the house in this economy. Are you kidding me? But yeah, the part that I don't understand is the part we're going to be getting to here. Is that she kept the chair?
Yes.
You do not keep that chair. You do not. I'm surprised you kept it throughout the haunting.
Why would you keep it?
Not only did she keep it, but what happened to Bra in real life? What happened to the real Peggy?
I don't know what year it said. I think it was like 2000 something. 2003. So Peggy was in 2003. Peggy's last moments of her life was on that chair, and she passed away.
She passed away in the Bill Wilkins chair. So now that chair has had 2 people die in it. And that part's apparently real. So
yeah. So that's that still haunts me to this day. I mean, like, especially the way they filmed it, like,
if anything,
with the text.
If anything, Ed should have kept the chair. He should have taken the chair for the haunted thing. Now, you can't put that on a shelf and have a shot of it next to the music box from the first movie. You can't do that. So that's why they did the Crooked Man thing. But that's the haunted. That's what I would put in my little haunted museum, is the goddamn people killing chair.
Oh my god. Well, and that's the end of the movie.
But narratively, the movie ends on a much happier note of Ed and Lorraine dancing together to Elvis. Can't Help Falling in Love.
Perfect.
Nice ending.
Oh yes. But yeah, that's the end of the movie. I do have some interesting facts.
Oh, hit me with those facts.
While promoting the film in June of 2016, star Vera Farmiga was still suffering from a swollen lymph nodes she received during the film. Due to the intense screaming she had to perform, she had to take like 50 takes in a row, and all of them was featuring screaming.
Interesting. That's well, now she knows what it's like to be a Dragon Ball voice actor. Because that's what they do.
They do. Also, another interesting fact: James Wan was offered a life-altering amount of money in order to direct the Fate of the Furious movie in 2017. However, he turned the opportunity down to direct this film instead. He said he feels alive to tell a scary story one more time on Instagram.
And now he's telling lots of scary stories. That's a base decision. I'm glad he did too, because it's the studio system that I'm talking about, not James Wan himself. As we mentioned before, how it's just like, oh, there's nothing really as cool as some of the shots in this or his other movies in Fast and Furious 7. And it's because I think those movies are going to look the same no matter who directs them. You know what I mean? Between the studio and between Vin Diesel himself basically being in charge, chasing Justin Lin off of his movie. Look that video up if you haven't seen it.
Yes.
But yeah, I think the fact that he chose to make this instead, that's cool, and I'm glad he did it, because I really like this movie.
Yes. The another interesting fact is Patrick Wilson did his own singing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an interesting fact, because I feel like I knew that in the scene while it was happening, but it's yeah, he did good. He should have played Elvis.
Should have. But now,
Uh-oh. I was
I
warned
do-
about this.
yes. So, Janet, the main character of this movie, saw this movie.
Okay. I would hope
And,
that people in movies see their own movies.
Yes,
At least
and
once.
there's a video of her talking about her experience, and let me give you the link here. One
All right.
moment here. I will not edit this out because
No, we don't do that here.
no, we don't do it.
We don't do
go
that.
live. We go live.
Do it live, pal.
Might have to edit in post, but here. Okay, let me send you this thing here. Okay, and we will watch it at the same time.
Oh, goodness.
So it is Janet Hodgson herself talking about the experiences, and we'll go right into it. Let's see what she says.
All right, just tell her when to press play.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
My brother and I were lying in bed in the back bedroom. We was chatting and that like
Oh,
we
the-
normally did.
The real Janet.
And we
Okay.
turned the
Yes.
light out and settled down
I
to
was
go
thinking
to
the little
sleep.
girl.
No,
And we could hear this shuffling noise near the bedroom door. At the bottom of my bed stood a chest of drawers. And the chest of drawers started shuffling and it moved towards the door. And me and my brother Johnny were both sat up and we was really frightened. And Mum came in, put the light on, she said, "What's all this noise about?" And we said, Mum, the chest of drawers is moving." And she said it again, she said it shuffling towards the doorway and she pushed it back. And then it started to shuffle out again and she couldn't push it back. There was levitation, there was the voices, and then there was like incidents that happened to me that were like the curtain which wrapped itself around my neck, which was quite life-threatening for me. And it brought it home to me that this could kill you. I feel that it became to use me, maybe because it was drawn off of my energy, maybe. I mean, I often think, why me? To sum it all up, to weigh it up all in one, I was used and abused. When Ed and Lorraine came to the house, to me it felt like some sort of comfort had arrived for the first time. In the respect that they come to try and help us. And it didn't feel like that when anyone else visited. They just seemed to visit to see what was going on and to witness something that was happening. But Ed and Lorraine, you felt warm and comforted, but they were there to try and find out what it was and how they could help you. I know people say, and I don't care what they say, it wasn't them, it was me. I know what happened and I know it was real. How would they like it if this happened to them and they would be being called a fake or whatever? I don't care what they think. I know what happened and I know it was real. All the people that I've met who are involved with this, the directors, producers, the writers, everyone involved. I value them very much and I'm very grateful for giving us the chance to tell our true story.
that was Janet, the real Janet.
Touching scenes there. She seemed rather emotional.
Very emotional. Yeah. I mean, it was real to her. So,
As I said to you right when it started, I was like, oh, the real Janet. I didn't hear you say the real Janet. I thought you just meant the little girl actress, and I was like, so I was back when I said like, yeah, I would hope she saw the movie. She was in it. I mean, I meant, you know.
I should have meant the real Janet. Sorry.
But then the video started, and I was like, wow, she got old.
No, that was the real Janet. But yeah, very touching for her. I don't know. I know she's been through some shit, of course, but she kind of looks scary.
Oh, come now, Abrar.
A little bit. I was like,
she's probably older than your mother. You leave her alone.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Show her respect.
I'm sorry, but
she had a Bill Wilkins ghost in her head.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But yeah, that was the real Janet. But yeah, still spooky to her, spooky to us, and but yeah, that was Conjuring 2. Skylar, where can they find you, man?
They can find me here a couple days from now, where we'll be reviewing our next movie, which unfortunately is the 2016 Wolves at the Door, which is somehow technically part of this universe.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit part of it.
And I want to say that so the Conjuring 1 I gave 3.5 stars, which Abrar thinks is low. But I was like, it's the passing grade, and that's what I think. This one I had initially was also giving it another 3.5, but after discussing it, really delving into it, talking about all the things I really like, that's a 4-star movie, man.
Wow,
this is a 4-star. I like this. I like it quite a bit.
It's a great movie. I think I gave both of them. So I think you said 4.5, but I think I should give the first Conjuring and the second Conjuring a 5 out of 5. But I do love these two right here.
Good. Good flicks.
Good flicks. I'm not sure about the third one. We're gonna, of course, rewatch it. But
I remember liking it when I saw it. I don't know how much. I guess we'll get into it.
I think I remember being bored, but we'll have to see it again. But yeah, that is let me plug in my stuff here. You can follow this podcast on Spotify, Apple, YouTube Music. I'm on Instagram, Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. I make clips and just comment if you wanna have fun there. Do whatever you want. But till then, I guess we'll just say.
Now, Abrar, let me ask you a question. Do you want to play Hide and Biscuits?
Oh yeah! Welcome to the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. In this spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast, we are going to watch the Conjuring Universe in this month of October. My guests and I are gonna watch. I don't know if it's part of the Conjuring Universe, but people say it is. But let me bring my guest here. You should know him from the previous ones. It is Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
Oh, the whiplash that I'm facing watching such a fun movie last time.
Yeah.
Talking about this one. Oh my god. Not doing good. Not doing good.
Well, I have a question for you, man.
Hit me with that question. I'm ready for it.
Do you want to play hide and clap?
No, but I will play hide and biscuits.
Hide and biscuits. Everyone remember to watch Conjuring 2 because there's a boy named Billy and he loves his biscuits.
Yes, sir.
But in today's episode, we are gonna talk about, because we watched this movie. I don't know if it's part of the universe. Skyler said it is, but some people say it is. People say it's not. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Don't you dare blame me for this. This movie was directed by the guy that directed Annabelle, and it was written by the guy that wrote Annabelle.
Yeah.
And it has one carryover character.
Yeah.
So if anything, blame that guy. Blame the guy that is in both Annabelle and this as to the reason we're watching this. And I didn't even like Annabelle. So I'm not having a fun time.
That's all right.
Last episode, tons of fun. Loved that movie. This is awful.
Well, it is part of the universe, as we say, and the movie we're talking about is Wolves at the Door, which was released in 2017, directed by John R. Leonti. Thank you. Written by Gary Duberman.
I think it's Leonetti.
Leonetti? So I'm so sorry, Leonetti.
No, don't apologize to him. He should apologize to us.
Yeah, that's true.
For those of you listening, you're like, Wolves at the Door? I've never heard of that. It's in the Conjuring Universe? That doesn't sound right. You're right. Don't watch it. It's not worth it.
No, man. But we have to watch it. Let's get to the cast here. Katie Cassidy is Sharon Tate in this movie. Sharon Tate.
Katie. Yes. All right. Let's jump right into that. Katie Cassidy, who you might know her from the show Arrow on the CW. She was a Black Canary until she wasn't anymore. I don't know. That's its own thing. We're not watching that. And yes, she's playing Sharon Tate. Yes, that Sharon Tate. The Sharon Tate that was an actress and that was murdered by the Manson family, which is what this movie is.
That's crazy. The other person is Elizabeth Henstridge, but as Abigail Folger.
Another, the character being another real person that was really murdered. Oh no! Oh, a bar's ascending. That was crazy.
Sorry.
That scared me. Yes. So, but Elizabeth Henstridge, you may know her from a different nerdy television show. She was on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
That is her.
I don't have anything else to say about any of the rest of the cast. I don't know them from anything, so I won't. Continue.
That's all right. Well, we have Adam Campbell as.
You know what? From here on out, you can just say this guy as guy that was really killed.
Yes, exactly. But besides all these guys, the main person while we're watching this is because of Eric Landon as Detective Clarkin.
Yeah, he was in Annabelle for a second, and now he's in this for a second.
Yes.
So when we talked about Annabelle, we talked about how there was like talking about the Charles Manson murders on TV. They're like, oh, this Manson family, it's bad stuff's happening. How spooky is that? And so the director, I guess, just decided like, yeah, I'm just gonna make that a movie. I'm just gonna make a movie where we just show the Sharon Tate murders. How cool will that be? And then and you know what? I'm gonna spoil it right now. If you guys hear this and you decide you don't want to listen anymore, I personally don't blame you. I would say stick around for Abrar because he works hard. But
thank you.
I'm gonna say this: there's no haunting in this movie. They don't try to tie in like, oh, the Manson family or demons or something like that. That might even be more offensive, I guess, if they had tried to do that. But they don't, I guess.
Yeah.
This is just how long is this movie?
It was
72 minutes. That's the only good thing. That's the only nice thing I could say about this movie. This is 72 minutes long, but unfortunately, it's 72 minutes of just tasteless murder, I guess.
Yeah, it's not fun to watch. But there are scary. There's some visuals are like kind of scary, but that does not. It does not top the movie because the overall movie is not great. But there's some ish are okay.
This has potential to be our shortest episode ever. So let's just jump into it. Well, no, because your first ever Brown Boy Wonder podcast episode was like what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, it was 10 minutes. It was me coughing, talking about my Hunter story.
You should bring the coughing back just for this episode.
I'll get sick and I'll do it when I'll record it. I'll record a podcast on that. But before we get into the plot, what do you think the budget was for this film?
I don't even have a guess. They're all in one house. Small cast. There's some names that I recognize, but they're not big names by any stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
It's $10,000.
Give it something. It's $1 million. That was the budget.
This cost them $1 million to make.
$1 million. But what was the box office?
Okay, so here's what I know about this movie, right? Because you and myself and anyone listening to this, they've all said the same thing. What is Wolves at the Door? I've never heard of this because there was no marketing, and I don't even think it had like a wide release. It first released in India for some reason.
Yeah.
And then eventually it got a US release for like a week, a night, I don't know, but like very quickly left theaters like before anything. So
yeah. Any guess?
No, just tell me. How much money did this movie make?
So the budget was $1 million. The box office made $4,382.
Send these people to jail. $4,000.
It's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Ooh.
But it's okay. Let's get into the plot here.
I think Tommy Wiseau's The Room made more money than that.
If we have, let me look at that up right now because this movie, we do not care about this movie. Let me see here.
Came out in 2003. The Room.
The Room.
The Room almost made its money back.
Oh, because it was re-released, right?
It does this count the re-release though?
It should be. It's part of the box office. It was in the theaters.
Well, all right. So if we give it 20 years, maybe Wolves at the Door will get a cult following.
No,
a cult following.
Yeah, there is a cult following for sure. Sorry, guys. If you guys watching through Spotify, every time I'm looking this way, I'm looking at Shaq, and I get scared every time.
Yeah, bro found the spookiest thing he could, and it was Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, I have his fat head, but every time I'm looking at his direction, I just get a little creeped out. So I'm just gonna look at my screen here. But
how much was? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. How much was that Shaq fat head?
I think it was. So it was medium size. So I believe it was.
That's medium. They come bigger than that.
Oh, they cover the whole wall. I think I bought it for like $70, $60 around there.
$70. Do you custom pick the image, or did they just happen to have that?
No, definitely not. I customized this one.
Okay, can I make a suggestion for another fathead for you to add to your fathead collection?
Sure.
Russell Wilson from the Subway commercial.
The ginger voice.
It's spicy.
I got this guy here.
Add it to your collection.
Oh my goodness, I might have to do that then. Is it of him eating the sandwich or just him looking at the camera?
I'll send you the picture. Don't you worry.
Okay.
I will make sure to send you the picture.
Oh jeez,
that's too dangerous.
It is. But yeah, let's get into the plot here, guys.
Please, let's get into it.
All right. In 1969, John and Mary, a married couple, asleep in their bed, are awakened in the middle of the night by knocks at their doors and windows. John goes downstairs to investigate, but finds nothing. As always. As he gets back to the bed, he hears a crash downstairs. He sees the shadow of a man saying, "Little pig." As he runs back to his wife, he locks the door. After calling the police, the intruders break open the door. Later, the intruders write messages in blood on the walls of the house. But it leaves before Detective Clarkin from Annabelle and the police arrives at the scene. So, what was your thoughts in the beginning of the movie?
My thought was the only reason this scene is in the movie is so that they have a reason to call it Wolves at the Door, because they keep saying "little pig" and they write "little pig" on the wall.
Yeah.
So it's like the big bad wolf thing. Whatever.
Is that good?
Whatever.
Silly. Well, following that night, Sharon, Jay, Walsh's the other guy, and Abigail.
Yeah, he was he's from somewhere.
Yeah, I forgot where. Well, they're all celebrating Abigail's upcoming.
His name is European and hard to say. That's why I was like trying to give a bar out, but I genuinely couldn't find where he's from. He was like Dutch or Norwegian or something like that.
Wojciech?
Wojciech? I don't know.
Wojciech. That's kind of close. Wojciech and Abigail. They were celebrating Abigail's upcoming move back to Boston with a celebratory dinner at El Coyote in Hollywood.
Famous 70s Hollywood imagery. Quentin Tarantino used the same thing, but I dare say better.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Good movie.
A great movie. Even though the European guy is upset that that Abby is allowing her parents to influence her decision. After dinner, the four friends return to Sharon's house for the evening. A pregnant Sharon calls her husband from the nursery, but suddenly the line goes dead. Meanwhile, Stephen arrives at the property to see his friend William. Do you remember any of these names?
Well, I remember Sharon because it's Sharon Tate.
Right.
I remember Abigail is the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. girl.
Yes.
The rest of the dudes are all interchangeable. I don't remember.
Exactly.
Which is... So they were real people who were really murdered. So I guess if I did the work, I could have connected the dots on who was playing who. But as far as the movie goes, no, they were just all guys. Like, in fact, if you didn't know who Sharon Tate was as a person, then you would just be like, oh, the pregnant girl and the other girl. Like, that's not even... They don't do anything.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, did they even say like Sharon was like an actress, or did I just forgot about that? There's a line that said that, like, oh, you're an actress or whatever.
I think they didn't. I don't remember. There might be like movie stuff in the house.
Yeah,
but I can tell you this, and I made a point when we were watching it because we watched it together, you and I.
Right.
They made a point to not mention whose house it was.
Right.
For those who don't know, Sharon Tate was married to Roman Polanski.
Ooh.
Famously not a good guy. Famously fled the United States and famously has never come back.
Nope.
But yeah, so they never say whose house it was, and I think they... I don't know. Sharon Tate isn't even the main character in this.
She's not.
They focus on the other girl.
So it makes no sense.
Which to me maybe thinks like they didn't... I mean, obviously you have to have some sort of rights or to be able to make a movie off of somebody, but I feel like the family didn't approve. They were like, no.
I'm sure they didn't approve this. Well, Stephen arrives at the property to see his friend William, who lives in the guest house. After selling William a stereo, Stephen tries to leave, only to find the driveway gate disabled. He gets out and opens the gate, but his vehicle turns off unexpectedly. As he returns to his vehicle, he turns on his headlights on to see a man standing in front of his truck and a woman standing behind his truck. He then pulled out of the vehicle and then he was attacked with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, but we didn't even see it.
No.
And now now we're in a very uncomfortable place where it's just like, okay, these were real people who were really viciously murdered. How many years ago? What year is it now? 50 years ago? 45 years ago? Something like that.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, but they decided, I didn't ask for this. They decided to make a slasher horror movie out of it.
Yeah.
And when a slasher horror movie spends any amount of time to be like, oh, here's this guy, oh, we're gonna crush his head with a sledgehammer, and then they don't show it, the part of you that is sitting there watching a slasher horror movie is like, what the hell? You didn't show it. But now they've put me in the uncomfortable position of being like, well, if they did show it, then I would have felt uncomfortable because this guy was really fucking killed like that.
It's like, yeah.
Why are we even here?
What's the point of showing the movie about this brutal thing if you're not going to show it? It's like that Kevin Garnett meme.
Why would you show it to me if I can't have it?
Yeah. So that's what the whole movie is.
It's a lose-lose situation. They lost from the gate.
It's terrible, man.
And you know what's crazy? Is they could have made a movie just like this. It would have been just as bad, probably. Almost certainly. They could have made the same movie, but here's a crazy thought. Have it have nothing to do with Sharon Tate. Make up your own names. You don't even have to change anything else. She could even still be pregnant. She could be in a house like this with a guest house and a guy. Like, you could just change the names, and then it changes nothing. Yeah, but they were probably like, oh, well, if we do that, then we're just ripping off The Strangers.
Exactly, which is a cult classic. I don't know if it's a cult classic, but it's one of my favorite movies, slash movies of all time. And they remade it into 3 parts, and I hate everything about it.
I'd rather be talking about that, honestly.
Oh, The Strangers? Ah. What can I say, man?
Let's talk about the new bad one instead. No, let's power through here. Let's get this over with.
All right. Well, the European guy goes outside to have a cigarette, just like Janet in the last episode.
By the way, this is crazy. Yeah. We're already like halfway done with the movie.
Yes, we're like how many minutes are we in? We are 20 minutes in.
Like, okay, so the movie's 72 minutes long, and we're almost at the halfway point, and that's because there is no second act.
No.
The movie starts, and then the first act is like, oh, we're all here, we're all in this house. And then the killers show up, and then we're in the third act. There's nothing else. There's really no rising action. It's just we're here and we're going.
It's like the director was holding the script, and then the wind flew, and all the middle pages just flew out. He's like, let's just grab the beginning and the end, and let's just go make this movie.
Those were the good pages.
Yeah. Well, when he what's his name? The European guy goes outside to have a cigarette. He was approached by the truck in the driveway. He sees a man slumped over. He approaches the truck, but the man lunges at him and chases him at the front door, which is locked. The attackers stab the European guy, drag his body back to the house, and leave him in the shower. Later, the intruders write the word "pig" in blood on the front of the door. In Sharon's bedroom, she and Abigail become concerned when they observe a young woman plowing the premise.
Prowling the premises.
Yes. Thank you. Meanwhile, Jay is stabbed to death while asleep on the couch. This guy was just chilling.
Yeah.
And he got stabbed.
Yeah, that's really all there is to say about it, isn't there?
I wish I can say more, but that's what happened.
I mean,
Um,
yeah.
When the two hear Jay screaming, they return to discover his dead body and try to hide throughout the house as the intruders stalk them. While Abigail fights with an attacker, Sharon hides in the bathroom and finds the European guy, who is still alive. One intruder breaks down the door to capture both Sharon and the European guy. Sharon and the European guy are dragged through the hallway as Abigail escapes the house. So the scene where... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So the way the intruder invades the house is she was just like stalking, as I said, stalking around. And the way she did it, when you see her, the light... I like this part. The lighting of the body of the intruder is just black, all dark, with long hair. And I thought that was a little creepy, I guess.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what a fun thing to watch. A pregnant, screaming Sharon Tate being dragged through the hallways of this house, which really happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, why we made this movie? Anyways. Abigail tries to get help from William, but he's unable to hear because he was just listening to his music.
Yeah, this was the pothead fellow who I guess was really the one and only survivor of this in real life. Like cops really showed up, and when they found him in the guest house, they were like, "Are you aware that everyone's been murdered in the main house?" And he didn't know. So that's true. So he's just in there vibing to music.
That is kind of creepy though. Like there's something like horrific happening behind your back.
Yeah. You say that, look behind your back right now.
Oh god. I'm not gonna sleep tonight, that's for sure. One of the intruders catches Abigail and carries her to the house. She is taken back to the bedroom where Sharon and the European guy... Is it European guy or is it a European girl?
No, it was a guy.
Okay. Oh yeah. I remember now. They're being held, and then an intruder enters the bedroom and drags Sharon away. The European guy and Abigail fought their way outside, but the European guy is stabbed to death on the lawn. Mm-hmm. And an injured Abigail makes it to the street to flag down a car, but it finds it to occupy by two of the intruders. She falls to the ground, glazing at the locket Sharon gave her as the two intruders approached her with a blood-stained sledgehammer.
That's the movie.
That's the movie.
It's 70 minutes of just, why is this happening, to, okay, they're all dead.
I feel like it's more like a documentary or like a reenactment. That's what it is.
Well,
but they made it a movie.
I guess technically, in a technical sense, it is a reenactment.
Yeah.
But what purpose does it serve?
Nothing.
It doesn't. There's nothing here. There's no substance. And I don't even want to get into. I mean, we're discussing the movie, so I guess we will. There's really no good performances in here.
No.
I don't want to dunk on this last Katie Cassidy because, she's in stuff. But I'm sorry, Katie. I've never seen her be good in anything. She's like fine in Arrow, which is a CW show. Granted, I think if you took a poll for everyone who watched Arrow, she's like a majority of everyone's least favorite character on that.
Mm.
And then the other main girl, like I said, on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like she's fine in that. It's like a primetime ABC television show, so it's
yeah.
But there's nothing here. Nothing in the performances, nothing in the execution, nothing in the cinematography. that makes any of this feel worth doing, and that goes triple for the story itself, because it's just a bunch of people that were murdered, and because they chose to do a real life murder, and there's like, we're doing it historically. Well, they've put themselves in a corner where no one can get away. There's no triumphant hero moment.
No.
The only guy that survived didn't know it was happening, so they can't even do anything with him. It's just 70 minutes of awful.
Yeah, literally no point of this movie being made. The film does end with a series of interviews of Charles Manson and the attackers. I do want to say the attackers are really creepy.
What I want to say, like, I guess this director should have just made a documentary, but I guarantee there's already like hundreds of documentaries about this.
Yeah.
So he was like, well, I'll just make a slasher movie. Terrible decision, terrible person. Shut up.
Yeah.
My film reviews, I say I'm always very stingy to give out 5 stars, and I'm also very particular about half a star. To be half a star, you really have to earn it. And normally what I kind of like think of is like, you have to be basically unwatchable. Now, I watched this, and I wish I didn't, because it has 0 redeeming qualities. This gets half a star from me.
God damn. Well, I gave it as well too, half a star when I first saw this movie.
That's crazy, because Abrar, you're a person that's like, I'm gonna look for the good in things, and you still gave it half a star.
I still gave it half a star, even though the show that creepy part when she enters the house, but that small scene does not the big factor.
You get just as much of that in Annabelle. Creepy person in a hallway, right? Like, that's basically, he's just like copy and pasted one little bit into this movie instead. This movie that shouldn't exist. This movie that should not exist.
Terrible. Well, let's. I do have some interesting facts for this movie. In December 2017 roundup of the year's movies, critic Mark Kermode named this not only the worst film released in 2017, but the worst film he ever seen in several years, calling it nasty, morally bankrupt, and dramatically terrible. And I hope I never to mention or think about ever again.
There you go. That's my review.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And again, we always mention the detective is the part of the Annabelle universe, so that's why we're talking about this movie.
That's how we were tricked into seeing it, because when you look up the Conjuring Universe, it's got the 8 movies in it that have been officially released, but then it also says here's 2 other movies that are connected but aren't in it, right?
Yeah.
And one of those is The Curse of La Llorona, which I've seen, and better than this. And then the other one is this, and I'm like, oh, there's a movie called Wolves at the Door. Well, I don't know what that's about. I've never heard of that even. It's like, well, we're doing all the movies. Let's throw it in there, make it an even 10. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's okay. We got our 10 movies in, but this is not it. But it's alright.
Shortest episode we've done. How long have we been talking?
Run down the time here. 32 minutes.
Let's wrap it up. We're done.
But yeah, not for example, our Saw series, there were at least one bad Saw movie, right?
There's a couple that I did. I think so. Saw 7 is bad. Saw 5 ain't great. And then the rest are like, oh, this is the one I like. This one's like fine, And then I think I at least was kind of rough on Spiral, even though Spiral has some redeeming things in it.
There is.
So there's a couple. I think if you were going to look for anything, Saw 7 is objectively bad. It's objectively poorly made.
Sure.
Because it's got that pink blood.
That's what it was. Yeah. That was really bad. So it's okay to have a bad Conjuring movie.
Yeah,
in this rewatch.
You know what? Because if we go to the end of this and we say which one's the best, which one's the worst, this one's going to take worst without a doubt. I don't even have to go further to know.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
I do have one more thing.
Here we go.
I do have a clip I want to show you guys. Is Bryan Cranston recalls Charles Manson.
Excuse you? What's
let
going on
me
here?
let me send you this, and then we'll both watch it together.
Also, I think that's the first time you've ever said Bryan Cranston's name correctly.
Did I always say it wrong?
I you a lot of times you say Bryan Cranston, don't you?
Sometimes.
Picking that up?
Sometimes.
All right. I like Bryan Cranston though.
He is the danger.
He is the Danger Witch.
Oh no! All right, are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I saw where you, growing up, had an encounter with Charles Manson, who just passed away.
Yeah.
We just had Mike Love of the Beach Boys on.
I know.
And Mike was talking about how Dennis, the drummer, and his cousin was trying to get the Beach Boys to join Charles Manson's group.
Well, to his credit, Charles Manson had a great group. They were hot. The guitars were amazing. It was like insane.
But okay, you didn't know that this Charles Manson, he was Crazy Charlie to you?
Well, my cousin and I used to go horseback riding at the Spawn Ranch, which is in it's a community northwest of Los Angeles, and it's very rural. And we would go up there horseback riding. And the last time I did, I was about 12. It was 1968 or late 68, I think, fall. And we were renting our horses, and some guy came in and started screaming, "Charlie's on the hill! Charlie's on the hill!" And it startled us. We were like, "Oh, what happened?" And the old guy who was renting his horse said, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." And everybody there, maybe 8 to 10 people, men and women, jumped on horses and galloped away. And we were, wow, what was that? Well, the old guy brings out 2 horses that, Central Park horses that are glunk, 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 glunk. And we start to do our horseback ride in the same direction where they went. About 20 minutes later, we see a trail of horses coming back. And the width of this trail is maybe 10 feet. So horses have to pass by each other very closely. And in the middle of this pack, there was one little man with black hair and dark, dead eyes who was on the horse, but he wasn't holding his own reins. The guy in front of him was holding, and he was just sitting kind of wildly like this, just like going with the movement of the horse, and he was just out of his mind. And my cousin and I are passing, and we're looking at him, and like, oh my God. And I looked at him carefully as he was passing, and my cousin said, "That must be Charlie." And then we didn't think a thing of it. The following year, we see the Tate LaBianca murders, and there had been arrest, and here's the picture and it was like, I get on the phone to my cousin, and she's going, I was just about to call you. Oh my God, can you believe it? It's like, that was Charlie Manson.
And you're 13 years old at the time?
I was 12 years
12 years old at the time?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to process that.
It didn't, and then again, when I heard he died and saw his face again and saw pictures of when he was younger, it was like, oh my God, it was almost like turning a switch. It was like, ooh, I'll never forget that face. And that's why I'm positive it was him, because it was such a big deal that, Charlie's on the hill, and then staring at him on his way back. And it was just indelible in my memory.
That was Bryan Cranston on the Dan Patrick Show talking about his encounter with Charles Manson.
That was spookier than anything in the movie we watched.
Yeah, I agree.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine Walter White. Anyways, great story by Bryan Cranston. Heisenberg
versus Charles Manson. I would take Heisenberg.
Say his name.
I just did.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
He is the Danger Witch.
He is. Yes, that was Brian Cranston, and yes, that was this episode of Wolves at the Door. I
Short
apologize.
one.
Yes, it's probably one of the shortest ones we've done for a rewatch, and I apologize to everyone who want to watch this movie. I apologize because this is not a movie you want to watch.
Yeah, if anyone like looking through the episodes and you're like, oh, the last one was 2.5 hours, I'm not gonna listen to that. Oh, this one's only 30 something minutes. To 40 minutes. I'll throw that one on because that'll be easy to listen to. It's because it was bad. Because it was very bad.
Very bad. But yeah, let's just wrap it up here. Next time, where you'll hear us, we're going to be talking about Annabelle Creation, Annabelle 2. So stay tuned for that one.
Luckily, a different director than the first Annabelle movie. We're moving on.
Yes, we're moving on there. But Skylar, where can they find you, man? Will they find you in this movie?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. You won't find me in the movie. You won't find me in the theaters watching the movie. You will not find this movie in my personal collection. Where you will find me is here next week. We'll be watching Annabelle Creation.
Absolutely. And of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, Apple, YouTube Music, and also on Instagram called Number One Podcast. Just follow me there. I post clips. And for that reason, guys, I think the only thing we'll need to say here is
Hide and biscuits.
hide and biscuits. Welcome to the second annual of the spooky edition of the Brombo Runner podcast. Since it's the spooky season, my guest and I are going to watch the Conjuring Universe in this month of October.
I'm screaming this time so you don't have to edit it in. I'm saving
Thank
you work.
Actually, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. You don't want to hear the Wilhelm scream?
I still haven't listened back. I don't know if it is the Wilhelm scream.
It is, and I added a little something in there, but
A spooky little twist.
it rhymes with Homer. No, it's Homer Simpson. It's him screaming.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah. But yes, my guest my guest needs no introduction here, as I always say. It's Skylar. Skylar, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Undefeated in fantasy football. I just need to throw that in.
Hey, that's fine. That statement will be in the recording forever. Think about it. Forever.
It's in the recording as of this episode coming out. No one has beaten me fantasy football 2024 because I am unlimited.
Unlimited. You're doing them high knees. I see.
on the airplane.
Oh, you're in the airplane. Okay. That's good. That's good.
Doing
That's
the high
good.
knees up and down. People try to sleep, and I'm doing high knees on the airplane.
Oh my god, that's crazy. But yeah, we are gonna watch. Oh, before I say that, I have 2 questions for you this time. 2.
Oh no, 2 questions. I'm scared. All right, go ahead.
You should know the first question. It's do you want to play hide and clap with me?
I thought we changed that. What did we say last time? Biscuits.
Oh yeah, do you want to have a little biscuit and I don't know. I don't know what we said last time. But do you want to have some biscuits? I guess.
All right, yeah. You know what? Here, I got a biscuit right here. Let me hang on. Let's see if this comes through. Can you hear that?
I heard it.
I don't believe you. I don't think you can.
No, I'll put some posts.
Yeah, put it. All right, you don't have to edit in the Wilhelm scream this time, but you do have to put in a crunching sound when I eat a biscuit.
Okay, eat it now.
All right, I already ate it.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Well, okay, I guess you want to play. You want to eat some biscuits with me. But my other question is,
Yes.
you got some Annabelles?
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you have any Annabelles with
Do
you?
I have any Annabelles?
Yeah.
I don't have any Annabelles.
Okay.
Do you have an Annabelle?
Oh, we do. Oh, I do. Because we're going to be talking about in this episode Annabelle Creation, Annabelle 2, which was released in 2017, which was not that far out right now. It's 2024, 2017. It's pretty recent. It's directed by David F. Sandberg.
Yes.
Not Adam Sandberg, but David F. Sandberg.
Who's Adam Sandberg?
Oh,
You're combining two people there.
Who?
Andy Sandberg
Andy.
and Adam Sandler.
Oh, I apologize.
And they were in a movie together called That's My
Son.
That's my son. That's my son.
That's my son. Of course, it was written by Gary Duberman, of course. But yeah.
David F. Sandberg, who is also known for his directorial debut, was 2016 Lights Out, based off of the internet short film. He did Annabelle Creation, which we're talking about today, and then he did both Shazam movies.
That makes sense.
That's a hit and miss.
Yeah.
First Shazam is a hit. The second one is a. And I learned upon like, because watching Annabelle Creation, I was like, what's he up to? What's he doing next? And I learned looking that up that he's directing an Until Dawn movie. You know Until Dawn, the game?
Oh, with
the horror PlayStation game.
Yeah, with the real actors and the game.
Hayden Panettiere and other people.
Yeah.
Peter Stormare. And so, apparently, I don't know how this happened or how I didn't know about it, but there's an Until Dawn movie. I guess it's wrapped filming, and it's coming out next year. And it doesn't have anyone I recognize in the cast, or not by name anyways, except for Peter Stormare, who's playing the same character.
Oh, what's the point of this movie? The game is the movie.
The game is a movie, and they just put out a remaster like this month. So like, if you care, it's not even like, oh, it's a game that came out years ago and they just made it into a movie. It's like you got a refresher. It just came out.
Well, when that game came out?
The original game was 2015. And then they just put out a remaster this year, which looks worse because that's just what we do now is we take all like the style out of remasters now. But maybe it won't be the same story. Maybe it won't be maybe it'll be something different just with Peter Stormare yelling at people. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, if it's a different story, then I'm fine with that. But if it's the same story, same thing, no. No for me.
Yeah, who knows? Great game, by the way.
I never finished it because I was too scared.
Oh, come on, you gotta finish it. It's Halloween. It's spooky time.
I know, but I never finished Outlast, and that game came out 20 years ago.
You're a scaredy cat. You gotta play it.
I can't even play Slender Man.
When you did play it, how far did you get?
Like 10 minutes.
Minutes? That's nothing.
That's where the intro started. There a cutscene, and then you're about to play. I'm like, forget it. I can't do this anymore.
And for that reason, I'm out.
I'm out. But yes, let's get into the cast here. Do you have the cast on you, man?
I've got. They're on me. They're crushing me. Help! No, I have the list.
Okay.
Okay. So the cast is listed here first is Stephanie Sigmund, who plays Sister Charlotte, the nun character. Not the nun, but a nun character.
A nun.
Yeah. Then we've got our main two girls. Janice, played by how you say Talitha Bateman.
Yeah, I think so.
And Lulu Wilson plays Linda, the other girl.
Yeah.
And then we have the Mullins, played by Anthony LaPaglia. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And then Miranda Otto as Esther Mullins. Eowyn,
the woman who says, "I am no man.
I am no man.
I am no man." She stabbed the Witch's King in Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, and he did like, and then he exploded.
And she's returning as Eowyn this year in the animated War of the Rohirrim movie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
She's the narrator of the movie, and
Oh.
I guess it's like Eowyn's narrating it.
Didn't get Kate Blanchett.
She was making Borderlands.
Ooh, let's not talk about that.
Ugh. All right. Then we have Grace Fulton, who was in Shazam.
That makes sense because the director directed Shazam, and she. This is before Shazam, right?
Yeah, this was a couple years.
Yeah.
Philippa Coulthard as Nancy. Samantha Lee as a little girl named B.
Yeah.
Let's see. Taylor Buck, Lulu Saffron. Here's just some names. Mark Bramhall as a guy that's not really in the movie very much.
There's a little bit.
And then whatever. Joseph Bashara
Yes.
as the demon again. He's returned.
He's been in all these movies. He's been like what, 4 now? We've done 4 movies.
Yeah. Well, okay. Not counting Wolves at the Door, which we.
Oh, sorry. Count. Yes.
Then he's been in all of them so far. But I think this is the last one he's in. I don't think he's in the next one we're going to talk about. I don't think.
Oh, damn. I don't think he'll be in the next one, which makes no sense because unless he is that person, but I don't think he is that person.
We'll figure it out.
Oh, all right. That's a good cast here. And the budget, man. What do you think the budget for Annabelle Creation, the sequel?
Once again, just like every other time we always do this, I say I don't remember what we said the budget was the last ones, but this is all like a one location movie for the most part. Like we go into a small town at the beginning, but then the rest is just all on this one farm, in this one farmhouse. Somewhere between, I'm gonna say $20 million.
You're not far off. It's 15 million.
All right,
not bad. And what about the box office? Because this is the sequel of not a great.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. Is it's a sequel to a movie that was really bad.
Yeah, usually that doesn't happen. Usually the first movie is always great, and usually the sequel is bad. But it's the opposite.
Oh, we'll talk about how I feel about this movie.
Oh.
I don't know. 200 million?
306 million.
306, okay. Only 100 million off.
Yeah. But what do you, before we get into the plot here, what do you think about Annabelle Creation?
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You ready for this?
Yeah.
This movie was great.
Okay, good. My heart skipped a beat. I was like, if you didn't like it, then I'm canceling this whole thing here.
So I had seen this movie before, as I had seen most of these movies before.
Mm-hmm.
Not Wolves at the Door, goodness. But I had seen this movie before, and I remember being like a little unimpressed. Better than Annabelle. That was my main takeaway. I was like, okay, it's better than the first one. Whatever. This time, I don't know, man. Magic took hold of me on this one.
It's a good one, man. It's all the set pieces are there. It's like they made the first Annabelle.
Yeah.
They made it better. Like they saw the cracks. It made it a lot better.
Everything that the first Annabelle movie tried to do,
yeah,
this movie did way better. So that's the thing to take away here. It's also shot fairly beautifully. Just certain shots, like sweeping shots in this farmhouse, the hallways. It's just really well executed, I think.
Especially when they go outside too. I mean, the farmland is always great scenery.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. But yeah, man, great movie. But let's get into the plot here.
Let's get into it. Let's rock it.
Let's rock it. A doll maker named Samuel Mullins creating some Annabelles in his workshop, and found a note that says, "Find me." Scott, what do you do? Yeah, what do you do here? You see a note that says, "Find me."
Well, if I was this guy at this moment in time, I would be like, "Oh, it's my daughter," and I'd have no reason to be afraid.
Okay.
But if I was this guy and I didn't have a daughter, I'd be like, ugh, this is scary.
Yeah, that's not good.
But no, he was like, oh, my daughter's playing a game. So it was very
Yes.
wholesome.
Very wholesome. He goes into the house and there's another note that says closer. That's a little like get back.
The
But,
daughter's up to something.
Yeah, he sees his kid named B hiding behind the curtain and writes a note. And he writes a note and places it next to her and he leaves. B grabs that note and it reads, Found you. Yep. And the dad goes, boo, and tickles her.
Yeah. And then Eowyn comes in and says, I am no man, and stabs the little girl in the face.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, the wrong movie. But yes, as you said, she walks in. She also tickles her.
They're a nice, loving family.
Yes, yeah. What do you thought about this family? It's a very wholesome family.
Yeah,
there's nothing can get wrong with here. You know,
when I turn on a horror movie and I see a nice, loving family doing tickle fights and they're all smiling and laughing, it's like, nothing horrible's going to happen here. Everything's going to be just fine forever.
Yes, I hope. I just end the movie here. Well, I don't know about you. B kind of creeps me out.
That makes sense. You're creeped out by a lot of things that aren't supposed to be creepy. She's a little girl.
She's a little girl, but the way she looks, I think the acting for this.
You're starting beef with this little girl.
She's
the way she looks. Ugh.
No, she's like, I don't know. I think it's her hairstyle or her outfit, or I don't know what it is.
Well,
it creeps me out.
I'll say this, and listeners at home, don't read too much into this. It's definitely not a spoiler. Is it because she looks like Annabelle?
Maybe.
She's got the little dress. She's got the little pigtails.
Maybe I think that's what it is. Maybe the face. I think she also has the face of the Annabelle doll. I don't know.
You're just scared of kids.
Creepy kids and creepy old ladies. Do not watch Deborah Logan.
Okay.
She gets naked.
Oh no! Censor that.
It's true. It happened. Well, it's the bedtime for B. Her sleepy music is the song "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine. You make me happy."
We're gonna get demonetized.
Oh no, I'm singing.
Well, they'll still get you.
Damn it. Well, that will come later.
She likes the song because James Wan.
Yes.
Which again, he didn't direct it, but he produced it. So this is his universe. But you can be sure in any James Wan picture, anything he's got his hands in, there's gonna be an old timey song, and they're gonna do their best to make it creepy.
Yeah. Last week episode, the Crooked Man song was there, and that was good. They get good sauce
Actually,
selection.
Conjuring 2 can be considered the exception to the rule because they did the Elvis song, and that was the not creepy part. That was the wholesome part.
Yes.
But Insidious, they played Tiny Tim with the demon, and then even in Malignant, the main score is like that like techno spooky version of Where Is My Mind by the Pixies.
Yeah.
So dude loves to change up songs, make songs creepy.
It's good. Make a good loving song, but creepy. That's how it works.
Yeah.
In the next scene, the family is walking out of church, and the store owner is telling the dad that the customers are asking about his dolls. And they're like, they're ready to pick it up. You can just pick up the dolls. It's ready to get picked up. And that's pretty much of that scene. We see the family in the middle of the road because they got a flat tire.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. The dad is going to replace it, of course. Miss Mulligan, Ewan, sees someone coming by. So she waves at them because, it needs help.
You could see this car coming from a mile away.
Yes.
It's back there. It's coming. It's kicking up dust. We see it the whole way.
Yeah.
This, with all due respect, this little girl is stupid. Not a survival instinct in her body.
Maybe she didn't see the car.
She didn't see it.
Maybe she was playing with the doll, right?
You can hear it.
She can hear it,
no,
yes.
No. She. So the little screw pops out of the tire.
Yeah.
Of the wheel or whatever.
Yeah.
And she says, "I'll get it," and then just like dives headfirst. She basically spears her way right in front of this, and I think the car sped up too.
It did. I think they kind of like put the speed to like ×2, and they just went for it.
This reminds me of another PlayStation game, Heavy Rain. You ever play that one?
I played that game. That was a very depressing game. Very depressing. But yeah, pretty much the same plot. Yeah, she got ran over by the car.
She gets eaten by the car.
Her doll went up in the air, crashed down to the ground. Sad stuff here. Pretty much she passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 years later, the Molins are open their home to provide shelter for Sister Charlotte and the 6 girls left homeless by closing of their orphanage. We see Linda and Janice playing with the what's it called? The origami, right? That's what it's called.
That's not origami. That's just the little fortune telling game that kids do with paper.
Yeah.
No, you're thinking of Heavy Rain again, the origami killer.
There again. I think what's his name? David F. Sandberg was playing this Heavy Rain.
Maybe, but that's it. That's the only. There's no other reference to that movie in this. That game.
Well, Linda opened up one of the sides, and it reads, "You will make new friends." That's good.
Is it?
Linda is kind of sad and said she's not going to a new home instead of a new orphanage. Janice was like, "Let's make a promise that if they want one of us, they'll have to take both of us."
That's not how that works. You don't get to decide that.
No. The priest driver discussed with Sister Charlotte that Miss Mullins had an accident, so she won't be there often. Won't show her face as often.
She won't show most of her face.
Good point. A good point. Of course, a little sus. Why would he say that? As the girls arrive, we see that Janice has a clutch on her left. A crutch. Excuse me, crutch.
Yes, you're good.
I was thinking of last night. What's his name? Dak Prescott. He was wearing clutch.
Is this a football podcast or is this an animal podcast?
Yeah, she has a crutch on her left leg because Sister Charlotte explains that to Mr. Mullins that she has polio.
Yeah, she caught the polio.
Yeah. Everyone out there, get your polio vaccine. Hopefully everyone got that already.
I agree.
Yeah. Mr. Mullins shows the girls around the house. The girls' names, as we know, are Linda, Janice, Carol from Shazam, Nancy, Kate, and Tierney. That's how you say it?
I think they say like Tierney or
Tierney.
Tierney.
Tierney. But yeah, what's your thoughts on these 6 girls?
They are all fine.
Yeah, they're not annoying. They're just they're okay.
Yeah, they didn't go out of their way to make them like all super distinct in a good way.
Yeah.
Like we don't need like this isn't a Friday the 13th movie. We don't need like the punk rock chick or the nerdy girl or the one that picks her nose. I don't know, but they're just all girls. Like them as the group is the character, kind of.
Yeah.
And then like the 2 older ones are a little bit meaner, but not like cartoonishly mean. And then the
mean girls.
The 2 younger ones that aren't the main ones, Tierney and what's her name? I don't know.
Kate.
I think maybe they're basically not characters at all. They don't do.
They don't do much. No.
They're around, and we see them doing things, but they're not important.
Usually they're together, just like Carol and Nancy, and of course Linda and Chance. Like they're a duo. They're both duos.
They've all paired off.
Yeah, as they play Fortnite, they'll play squads.
As Billy the Puppet.
Yes, shout out to Billy the Puppet. He is now in Fortnite.
Shout out a friend of the show, Billy the Puppet.
Billy the Puppet. Yes, go back to my early episodes. We rewatched Saw last year. That was great, and of course, Saw is coming. The first Saw movie is coming out the 20th anniversary in October 20th. So get your tickets on the big screen.
Yeah,
I might do it.
I might do it. That sounds cool.
Yeah, man. It's a good movie. Mr. Mullins shows the stair chair for Janice.
The stair lift.
Stair lift, thank you. Stair lift. And he said he hasn't used it in a while because Ms. Mullins used it and she doesn't use it. And Janice tried the chair.
It's funny because in my mind, the most famous stair lift in movies is in Gremlins, where it's paid off a bit more silly because Gremlins is a silly movie.
Sure.
Where the old lady tries to escape the Gremlins, but they mess with it, and then it like throws her out a window.
I have not seen Gremlins.
You've never seen Gremlins?
No.
I've still never seen Rush Hour.
Oh. You watch Rush Hour, I'll watch Gremlins.
All right. You'll watch Gremlins, and I'll pretend to watch Rush Hour.
Okay.
Yeah, but so seeing this clearly set up this because in movies like this where characters like, oh, this is the thing, it works like this. You're like, okay, that's coming back later. So the stair lift, you're like, this is gonna come. I can picture the scene already. She's gonna be going down the stair lift, and there's gonna be something spooky at the bottom or something like that, right? And then so it was interesting seeing this set up, like, oh, how are they going to pay this off in a spooky way? When in my mind, it's just I picture the funny version, right?
Right. But I feel like this thing is like, of course, you know how in every scary movie, there's always that one set piece. This is the set piece. This is what we all known for Annabelle Creation. Is this scary chairlift?
Maybe. I think there's one of here. There's a couple in here that give the stair lift bit a run for its money, and we'll get to it.
Okay. So Janice tried it. She puts the seatbelts on, and she knows how to operate it. And Janice is very happy about it, of course, because can't get upstairs, and of course now she can use it. As she gets upstairs, we see a pitch black hallway, and there is a white figure standing there, but Janice can't see it because the chair is looking the other way. The figure walked away as Janice tries to look in that hallway, and when I saw that scene, I'm like, hell no. You kidding me? Because that white figure, I'm guessing, is wearing a white dress. And you know me about white dresses.
No?
Actually, yeah, I never said anything about it. But what I'm saying is...
Whoa, now there's a story? What's going on?
No, I remember...
did some lady in a white dress push you out to sea on vacation and you almost died?
That's another story. But I know the story of, like, back in the homeland. At night in the dark narrow road, someone saw they saw one kid with no eyes on the side of the road, and a girl in a white dress. Someone said they saw that at night around like 2 a.m. So I want to believe that, but of course it always reminds me of that.
Have you ever we're off track now, but it's Halloween, so it's time for spooky stories.
Yes.
Have you ever been driving like late at night and seen somebody on the side of the road like that?
Funny enough, when I was driving in the not complex, but like the highway when you get off of when you get to the Grapevine highway, So when you trying to get out there, I was going in around, it was like around 11 p.m. And I saw this guy was just, so there's a farmland, and I saw this guy just standing there, just looking at the road.
What's up with that?
I looked, because I was in the passenger seat, and I looked on my right. I was like, I think that's a dude, but I saw the shadowy figure.
Yeah. So I have a similar story.
Okay.
But maybe a little creepier. I don't know. I was driving back to my apartment from my family home, or back to my apartment back in the college days, right?
Yeah.
And I went to school like 30-ish, 40 minutes away. And I left my house really late, right? So I'm driving. It's like 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning, something like that. And there's like no other cars around. And the road I took is just like one lane that way, one lane the other way, right? It's just a straight shot of road. And 2 in the morning, there's just a woman standing in the middle of the road, just standing there. And
what's she wearing?
Not like a white dress.
Okay, good.
Like, I don't know if she was like strung out on something, like drugs or whatever, but let me tell you, I went around her. I kept going.
At night?
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe she was just like walking around or something, or maybe she was a ghost.
I mean, what is the purpose of walking around at night? Especially
I don't know.
Okay, the houses are like on the left, right? And then there's
no houses. No, it's basically like a. I don't want to say highway because that's the wrong picture, but it's like a back roads.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
Yeah. So like, logically, because it wasn't like a little bit down the road were some like restaurants, bars, or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, maybe she's walking to or from that. I have no idea. And it's not like she was like hurt or anything, but she was just.
What was she staring at? Like staring at you?
I'm sure she looked at me. I just like went into the other lane and was like, nope, see ya.
Unless you want to investigate.
Hell no.
Like, man, lady,
that's her business. She didn't seem hurt. She knew what she was doing. She's an adult or a ghost, but I'm not telling her what to do. Like, good luck with it.
Yeah, that's scary.
Whether she's a ghost or not, she's lucky I was going the speed limit.
She could be a cop. You never know.
Oh, she's a ghost cop.
Ghost, yeah.
Starts chasing me.
A hall monitor. All right. Well, if anybody's listening.
Yeah, if anybody's listening and you see somebody standing in the middle of the road at night, don't interact with that person. Keep going.
Just keep going. Mind your own business. That's it, man. That's how you survive.
Yeah. I'm not about to get carjacked by a ghost.
Yeah, what's it gonna do? Drive? All right, let's get back to the story here. Carol, Nancy, Kate, and Tierney pick their rooms, while Janice and Linda has to pick another room. Janice was looking at someone's height measurement next to a room, but Mr. Mulligan, I keep saying Mulligans, Mullins, because Mulligan sounds better. I don't know.
That's a golfing term.
Yeah, it is. Mr. Mullins was like, this room is locked, dude.
Yeah, don't go in there.
It will stay this way. Don't go in there. A little sus.
A little sus.
Linda shows Janice their room and it's filled with working dolls. No, stop it. Sister Charlotte gets settled in as well. A dumb waiter, which is like a little elevator in an old house. Usually it opens like small things. But did you ever have a dumb waiter in your house?
I've never had a dumb waiter. I've never lived in a house presumably old enough to have a dumb waiter.
Well,
they don't. Surely they don't make dumb waiters anymore, right?
I think you can make one.
Can you imagine the amount of like kids that hurt themselves or died because of dumbwaiters? Like those things are terrifying.
You get in there, you get trapped. That's it.
Yeah, and listen, if I'm a kid, I'm getting in there. Like it looks like fun.
Yeah. Good hide and seek game there, or hiding clap.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Charlotte. Oh, so that opened by itself, and Charlotte closed it, but it opened by itself. Nancy came by and wants to go exploring, and she was like, "All right." Linda invites Janice, but Janice is like, "Nah, I can't do this. I can't do it." Janice sees the other girls exploring. She's like that the Squidward meme where he sees SpongeBob and Patrick having fun outside.
Yeah.
That's what Janice is doing. But
it's a bit like Quasimodo also. The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yes, pretty much. Because she has,
she thinks she's quote unquote disfigured and she wants to go out and have fun, but she can't.
But behind Janice, a door was closing and someone is there. She gets closer to her step by step. As Janice looks back, no one was there. Of course. And the door starts to open again. Skylar? I don't like this.
Yeah. You don't because now it's a ghost little girl. It's not a normal little girl.
Yeah, it's a small girl. She's trying to reach out to her, but she disappeared. I don't like that. Well, it's dinner time. Everyone is hearing this bell after they did a prayer. Mr. Mullins said, "Use me." Carol, let me handle this. Carol, our Shazam girl, peeks at the other room where Mr. Mullins is needed, and she sees someone on the bed, but Mr. Mullins closed the door. Ooh. The lights flicker, and Sister Charlotte was like, "Oh hell no!" In her head, I think that's the thing she was saying.
So did Mr. Mullins make that dinner all by himself?
He had to. Right? He has to.
Well, it's not impossible that Sister Charlotte helped. I suppose.
Yeah, but I want to. Yeah, that's true. They puppet tag team.
They had ham and carrots and peas and cornbread and probably some sort of mashed potato. It looks like.
Yeah, so pretty basic. At least back in the day. I was expecting like steak.
I want to know. You can't feed steak to all these little girls. You got to give them something. No, I don't know. I almost said no red meat, but they're eating ham, so I don't.
Yeah. Well, some chicken sandwiches. I don't know.
Mr. Mullins provides a halal option.
Oh, I'm eating that.
That'd be cool if he did that. He's just like, I'm inclusive.
Yes. Oh man, I'll be at his dinner table every time.
The little ghost girl. Don't forget her.
Oh
yeah. Don't go to his dinner table.
Damn it! I can't pick anyone. Okay. As everyone goes to sleep, Janice hears footsteps and discovers a note saying, "Find me."
Yeah, that's a little less wholesome than last time.
Yeah, and sneaks into the forbidden room, which was mysteriously unlocked. She finds a key for B's closet and opens it, where she sees a eerie doll.
Man, horror movies like this just really teach you. Just never open doors. Ever. Oh, that door's locked? I don't need to be in there.
Yeah.
I don't need to know.
But curiosity is with all these with these kids, they need to know. This unwrittenly releases a powerful demon that begins to terrorize the girls. Thoughts on the first time we see the quote unquote Annabelle doll? In that room, in that closet.
Well, immediately you notice that the wall is plastered with, like, I assume pages of the Bible. They don't really go into it.
No, yeah.
They don't really explain what it. Well, No, later we see. I don't remember if they actually say. There's a flashback later where we see like the room being blessed, kind of. But yeah, it's just like tore out all the pages of a Bible, plastered all over this wall to make this kind of like containment cell for this demon. And it's crazy that it kind of worked. Like,
that's true.
There's still a little ghost girl walking around and moving stuff, and it obviously wanted out of the room, and it was able to trick someone to let it out. But I mean, it was kind of working.
It was working, but the way they set up this, they put the doll. It's like it's under a spotlight.
Yeah.
Like why? It's like a case, like a trophy or something.
Where's that light coming from?
That's true. They never explained that.
You gotta know where it is. There are certain shots where like the light doesn't look like when you first see it. There's light coming from like outside the room, like past the door. But then there are other shots later where it's very much like, oh, there's a spotlight.
Yeah. Well, Janice saw that and she's like, let me just close this door. But the door keeps opening up. So Janice covers the doll with a sheet, which looks more creepy, by the way.
Yeah.
Because the doll stood up. When Janice walks away, the doll gets closer to her in the sheet, but she looks at the sheet, she gets scared, but it disappeared.
There's nothing under the sheet. That's still enough for me to be thinking I need to tell somebody that I did something and something bad is happening.
Yeah, but you'll get in trouble though, right?
More trouble than she finds herself later in this movie?
True.
Because you think about it. If you were in Janice's position, where you go into this room, I know you wouldn't, because you're not a little white girl with curiosity.
No, I'm a brown boy.
Yes, you are. Name of the show. If you went into this room and you found a little hidden key and you opened the little hidden door and you found the little hidden doll in the room with Bible pages, and then the door won't stop opening and closing, and then the sheets walking around, and you're like, okay, I have two options. Number one, I say nothing, I pretend I didn't do it, and this little ghost is going to be walking around doing stuff. Number two, I tell my dad and he throws me into a wall. Those are your two options. Now, the wall thing, your dad throws you, that's one and done, and it's over.
Yeah.
And you're like, I learned my lesson.
Yes.
But the ghost girl, that is trouble that is going to continue. You need to have some help fixing it.
Yeah, I'll ask for help for that. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. We see the girls at the well. Oh no! Yeah, by the way, it's the next day.
Kids will find the spookiest things to play with. They're like, oh, let's hang out by the abandoned well and sing songs into it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, they're talking some shiz or some shit.
Talking all that smack.
Yeah. Carl suggests to play hide and seek with Linda. Kate was like, "Oh yeah." Linda's like, "Okay, let's play."
Linda needs to smarten up, okay? Because it could not have been more clear that Carol had no intention to find her.
No.
She was like, "Yeah, we'll play hide and seek." She said it sarcastically. She was like, "How about we play hide and seek? You go hide, and we'll go find you." And like everyone's like, "Oh, that's so mean." And Linda's like, "Okay." She just scampers off, and they're like, "Okay." There she goes.
Yeah, Kate was like, "Oh yeah, are we gonna look for her?" And she's like, maybe." She's the Regina George in this movie.
A little bit. Good reference. I like it.
Yeah.
Are you referencing the original or the musical, or the movie version of the musical?
Original. Please. Janice. I think they're making this. No. I'm thinking Freaky Friday. They're making a sequel of that. Never mind. Janice has.
They're making a sequel of Freaky Friday. Yeah. You're right.
Janice has a sin to confess with Sister Charlotte. Charlotte Flair? I don't know. No, Charlotte. She talked about what happened last night. Linda came by and said, "What you doing?" Janice is like, "Just unboxing some boxes for punishment." And she was like, "Oop, I gotta go."
Yeah, Linda, you're supposed to be hiding.
Yeah, she's like, "I think she forgot it or something." Linda runs to the stairs, but she checked out this fence between each step, and she sees something. Carol and the rest of the Mean Girls checks out the barn and found our Crooked Man like character for this movie.
They found someone to bully.
Yeah, I mean, except for Kate, I don't think she's a bully.
Not really.
Yeah,
The two younger girls are just kind of there, and
much.
the
I don't think
other
Nancy was
Nancy,
a
that's her
bully.
name. She was too scared of the scarecrow to bully it.
Yeah, true. Carol makes a joke about the scarecrow, and of course, as you said, Nancy is scared AF. Back to Linda. Linda found a door that led to a fence underneath the stairs.
She's in like a crawl space.
Yeah. I don't want to be that. I don't want to go into a crawl space.
You got a crawl space in your house, I'm sure.
Do I?
I'm sure everyone does.
Oh, like the attic?
Oh
Oh no,
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. It's like it's in each room. I know what you're talking about.
Or there's maybe like a little door under your stairs like this, or something like that. There's crawl spaces everywhere.
No, I think in each room there's like a little square and there's like a key. I don't have that key.
Well, late at night you're gonna find that key.
Oh no! Well, around the corner, Linda discovers the doll that Janice discovered. Linda looks at the doll, but behind the doll, there appear to be two horns and some orange eyes.
There he is,
staring at her with a smile. Yeah.
So that's our boy. That's the demon.
Yeah.
From the first movie, and I want to say, I like the way that he's handled in this movie a lot more, because there are certain times in the first movie where he'll just show up, like, the bottom of the stairs, which I think we decided was one of the better parts of the movie. The first one where he's at the bottom of the stairs, but like you get the full body shot of him. And this one, they kind of approach him like the shark from Jaws.
Yes.
You don't really see him a lot, and then you'll see bits and more of him. By the end, we're seeing him, but he's shrouded in shadow a lot. Or I think his presence is handled better in this movie, and they really take advantage of those glowing eyes in this a lot.
Yes. I think it's the most terrifying part of the movie. And I do agree. They handled this demon very well, at least from the first one. But yeah, Linda is staring at this demon right in the face. The doll was dragged back, and Linda got scared, and did she get knocked out of the crawl space?
She tripped. She fell backwards and stumbled out of the crawl space, and the Mean Girls found her.
Yeah, they're like, what are you doing? You're so scared.
We found you.
Ugh, I hate Carol.
Oh no!
I hate her.
I love her because she's her in Shazam. She's great in Shazam.
She's great in Shazam, but she's a bully in this one.
She's in that movie Fall.
She loves her
power.
She loves her wrestlers, her WWE wrestlers for sure.
Yeah, name the WWE wrestlers.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. I'm like, oh man, I understand her now.
I am this girl.
Yeah, we're the same person.
But you wouldn't climb up a massive tower alone in the middle of the desert because, and I've already said it, because you're not a white girl.
Yes, thank you. I'm a brown boy.
There's a reason that white girls are always
they're always doing something.
Main characters of these horror movies. They're the only ones that'll do it.
They're brave, I'll say. They're very brave.
Oh, they're definitely brave. Braver than me.
Yeah. Sister Charlotte talks to Mr. Mullins about these. These nuns.
Nuns.
This picture. Oh my god. She was talking about these nuns in Romania. They pretty much have no contact with the outside world, and of course, Sister Charlotte, she became very friendly with them.
Yeah.
Mr. Mullins points out the other nun, and the nun is the same nun from Lorraine's vision from Conjuring. Dude.
I thought it was funny the way he was like moving the card or the picture around, and it was like a holographic Pokemon card. The way it changed.
Yes. First of all, the nun is like that. The demon nun is like she's just standing there. She's not in the frame. She's not in the frame. She's like outside, like on the side. I'm like, she's not supposed to be in there.
No, she's not supposed to be there.
Oh God!
So
foreshadowing.
They did this not just foreshadowing, but this is basically their version of an MCU after credits thing, because The Nun is the next movie, and it was around this point where they decided, we've got The Conjuring, and we spun that off into Annabelle, but now we're going to do a Nun spin-off, so let's have these be quote-unquote interconnected. I mean, they're not really interconnected until, there are certain things typically at the end of the movies where they're like, and it's connected this way. And we'll get into that specifically when we talk about The Nun. But this being a little reference, like, oh, The Nun's coming out, let's put in a little thing, and people be like, oh, The Nun, I remember The Nun, and The Nun's coming out, and so they did this. It's a little in this movie specifically, it was a little too much point. The Leo DiCaprio point, like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
But they're doing a little shared universe. It is what it is.
I like it.
I like it. I just don't think it was that tactful. It wasn't that graceful the way they did it here.
You're like, hey, Sister Charlotte is like, I never met her.
Yeah, the silly part of my brain was like, oh, it's The Nun, and I'm watching The Nun after this one. Whoa. Yeah, so, that's fun.
Yeah.
And it's kind of similar to when you're watching the first Annabelle movie, and they're talking about Charles Manson on the TV, and you're like, oh, I get to watch a really bad movie after this. Wolves at the Door. Wow.
Well, this is better, though. This is a better version of that.
Oh, nothing's going to be worse than Wolves at the Door. In this Halloween watch along, nothing is gonna be worse than that.
I feel like all the Saw movies are better than that movie.
Yeah, are you kidding me? What's the worst Saw movie? Probably Saw 7.
7, the final chapter,
or maybe Spiral. I don't know. I would watch any and every Saw movie multiple times before I watched Wolves of the Door. You kidding me? Even the bad ones are fun.
I agree.
Whew. All right.
No more wolves. No more George Clooney or Brad Pitt.
No more George Clooney. No more Brad Pitt.
No, not that Apple movie. No wolves at the door. No, none of them.
That's Apple. That didn't go to theaters.
No, that should be in theaters.
I saw a trailer for that in theaters. Were they not supposed to show me that?
Someone is showing you. I think they're using the Apple TV over there. I don't know what they're doing over there. I don't know what they're doing in the theaters now. Mr. Mullins. Oh, yeah, by the way, Mr. Mullins walks by the girls' room with Nancy, Carol, Kate, and Tierney. He looks at them.
Every time you say her name, and I don't even think you're saying it that wrong. It's like Tierney, right? Tierney. I'm like, that's a Targaryen name. She's a little Targaryen girl. Tierney Targaryen.
She's the House of the Dragons.
Or I guess that sounds more like a Lannister name if we're gonna nitpick. Sorry, everybody.
Tierney. True. Tierney.
It goes with Tyrion and Tywin and. Oh, see, it went as a little joke, and then I went too far, and now I'm a big nerd loser. Oh well.
No. Everyone watch House of Dragons season 2 is a great show.
Yeah, season 2 is not bad. I heard a lot of people say it was bad, and I say if you like season 1, season 2 is no better or no worse.
it's just adding story, and it gets better.
Yeah. There's still dragons.
House of Dragons is a good show.
now.
No, the books had finished. It's not Game of Thrones at the end. They have a story.
Yeah, but all right, now we're off topic, but now I got to get this point across.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, so when Game of Thrones started, there are no dragons until the dragons come back. Well, then that means that in House of the Dragon, where there are many dragons, eventually there will be no dragons.
Yeah. At least the last season, there will be no dragons because, especially that one episode in season 2.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the book that specific war is the reason there are no like it kills all the dragons.
Yes.
Or most of the dragons.
That's why you have Daenerys getting her dragons. You're like, oh, that's a big thing.
We are so bad at staying on topic.
Hey, Game of Thrones universe is great.
All right, now let's talk about the penguin.
Oh, the penguin, dude.
No,
episode
no.
3. Okay.
Annabelle.
Annabelle. Got some Annabelles. Here we go. Where are we? Okay, Mr. Mullins. He walks by to the girls' room. With Nancy, Carol, Kate, and the T word. He looks at them and leaves.
What would you do if your dad did that to you? Or has he done that to you?
You know what my dad does?
All right, here we go.
He's a ninja. If I'm watching something, he's like right behind me, and he's like, Abrar. He's like, ah. He's like, I need your help. Or like he just walks by like this, or especially if I'm walking downstairs and I'm like going somewhere, he's like behind in the front door and just gets behind me. It gets crazy.
Your dad sounds scarier than little ghost girl.
Yeah, I think so.
Little ghost girl can't throw you into a wall.
Okay, that's a different story. I'm not good at having detail on that.
I think I've said it enough times that they get the context.
All right.
Okay, but no. So Mr. Mullins looks at the girls. They're giggling, having fun, talking about boys, and he stops in the doorway and stares at him, and they get a little creeped out, and then he leaves after a beat, and then they all start laughing again. They clearly don't get it, but he's like looking at these girls, thinking, I used to have a daughter. She is dead now. She was hit by a truck. I miss my daughter. And then he left. And then it was a nice moment.
It was
a nice
good.
little character thing where, I mean, at no point in this movie do you feel, nor do I think you were supposed to feel, that he's creepy or nefarious or up to something.
Yeah.
We know the Annabelle demon's deal at this point, and we know, I mean, we don't know how it got here yet, but we know that is the problem, and we know that this guy suffered a hardship earlier in his life. So I think there's enough context there to be like understanding his mindset of, oh, it's nice to have girls in the house again.
Yeah, he is missing his daughter so much.
Yeah.
Good. Well, it's bedtime, and Carol and Nancy tell scary stories under a sheet. Their scary stories were about Miss Mullins.
That's rude. She's opened her home to you.
Exactly, and that's why that's why I hate Carol. She started this.
No, we're gonna scare Carol. You know that show Scared Straight? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna scare her into stop being a mean girl.
Thank you. Yes, especially the one that they woke up that kid. He's like, he wakes up. That one meme. Oh, that was funny with me. A few moments later, we hear the bell ringing, and that must be Miss Mullins. They both laugh it off, but they are still hearing that bell. Their flashlights turned off. Uh-oh. The bell gets closer, and they look behind under the sheet. They look behind the sheet.
They're still under the sheet, and then we can see through the sheet.
They see a shadowy figure with a bell next to the window. The bell rings louder. It gets closer to them. But she's gone. Until Miss Mullins grabs Carol's face, but she disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone shows up in the
Presumably
room.
Miss Mullins. Or
I assume.
an image of Miss Mullins.
Yes.
We only see a face for about a split second. And it's kind of, it can either be obscured by the sheet or it's a doll's face.
Yeah.
Because when Carol peeked in the room, she saw that Miss Mullins had half her face covered by a thing,
Yes.
which is a doll's face made by her doll maker husband.
Mm-hmm.
And so they assume it was Miss Mullins.
Yeah. Well, everyone showed up in the room, and Carol and Nancy explained what happened. Mr. Mullins was like, "My wife hasn't been able to walk for years. What are you talking about?" They all hear the bell ringing again, and Mr. Mullins is like, "I'll take care of that." A good scene. I know in every Conjuring movie, the sound goes like to the max.
Yeah, we live this. We're still in the era of silence then jump scare.
Yeah,
it's just what we're dealing with right now. It's not ideal.
But it's effective.
I will say this movie did it the least offensive of the ones we've watched so far. Well, this one and Conjuring 2. I feel like Conjuring 1 had quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
And Annabelle, I don't know, there was nothing going on there. But this one didn't take me out of it, you know? It wasn't too much.
That was good.
And I suppose, I mean, I'm not saying that there's no place for jump scares in horror movies. You know, horror movies are like roller coasters. You strap in, you're on the ride, and we go down a path of adrenaline. And one tool that can be used in a horror movie is a jump scare, and that's fine. It's the problem with, like, the genre has just become jump scares for a long time. I think we're just about now getting out of that. I'm sure there's still some of them. And you know what? We'll talk more about it next episode when we talk about The Nun.
You're right.
Because I have some things
to say
about that movie. But I think this movie did it the least annoying out of most of the horror movies of this era.
I couldn't say better than myself.
You could say that yourself.
Excuse me.
It's all right. We're recording this late.
It's a little late here, but it's spooky.
It is the witching hour.
Yeah, it is the witching hour in fantasy football. In the next day, class is in session outside. Janice talked to Nancy if she saw Miss Mullins, and she was like, "Yeah, dude."
Yeah.
Carol denies it, and she was like, "You guys were just imagining it." Oh, Carol.
Nancy snapped out of the mean girl thing already, but Carol, she's in denial.
Yeah. Sister Charlotte enters Miss Mullins' room, and our Miss Mullins, our Ewan, what? How do you say?
Ewan. Don't worry. You're fine.
Asked for a glass of water. They talked about bees passing. Janice overheard them and was looking at a picture of Bee and the doll together. I would say this. That is the creepiest picture I ever seen in my life.
You think so?
I think so. Because there's two Annabelles.
Yeah.
In one picture.
That's double the creepiness. You're right.
Yeah. Janice tries to hide the picture, but when the picture goes in the dark, it appears that Bee's eyes start to glow white.
That's messed up. How's a picture haunted?
Exactly. She hears the "You're My Sunshine" song and enters Bee's room.
Stop going in there. Stop going in there.
Janice is so brave, man. I'm telling you.
Oh.
She turned off the record, and Linda enters the room. She's like, what's going on? Linda is just touching stuff everywhere. She's like,
she's just playing with toys. Any toy. Linda is like a ADD or something.
Yeah.
She keeps getting distracted by stuff.
Yeah. Well, Linda hits the doll, the Annabelle doll that was sitting up.
Shoots her right in the head.
Yeah.
With a little
it was
like a pop gun.
Yeah.
I've never seen a pop gun like this before. Because it's like custom made or something. I mean, maybe these existed. I don't know. I wasn't alive when polio was a thing. So, but it's a little air gun that you stick like a tiny rubber ball in, and it's attached to a string, a tether, and the tether is on like a fishing reel.
Yeah.
So you shoot the ball, but then you can reel it back in and reload it.
It's like that 1950s old school toy where you put a can in a ball, and it's like a string. It's like that too.
Can in a ball? What?
Yeah, you attach a string into a ball, and you put it to like a tin can, and you play like a little game. It's like 1950s ish.
I'm thinking of like ball in a cup. Ball in a can?
Yeah. You have like maybe it's a ball in a cup.
Well, I mean, that's ball in a can.
You know what I'm talking about? Like I remember in the Twilight Zone show episodes, there's like one episode like there's these kids just playing with that. I don't know.
I got no idea.
I have no idea either. But she has, as you said, that toy gun there. She hits Annabelle in the face. Annabelle was looking this way. Linda was talking to Janice about leaving the room because I'm like, this is not fun. Linda looks at the doll again, and the doll was looking right at her and saying, "Bish, what?" That's what I thought she said.
That's what her look conveyed.
Yeah, she's like, "No, man." Linda was like, "We shouldn't be in here, man," and she left. Janice was looking at a sketchbook, and one of the pages says, "Dear Diary, today I come home."
That's messed up.
Yeah, the door closes. Two puppets appear in the it's like a little show box thing.
Not just any puppets. Those look like the puppets from the Santa Claus. Remember when Tim Allen's in the North Pole and then he drops his pants and they scream?
Those are the same ones. The puppets are from the Green Knight movie with Dev Patel.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It's a good movie.
Yes. Oh, I recommend it. The puppets are just waving at Janice. She picks one of them up, and it appears that no one was controlling them. The dollhouse lit up behind her. She checks it, and she found B behind the dollhouse, looking at her. B turns around and looks at the window. And B asked, "Will you help me?"
No.
Janice is like, "Whoa, what you need?" B said, "Your soul."
I need some biscuits.
I wish she said that, but she said your soul. Oh my god. B scratches Janice's legs as she tries to leave the room. Claw marks. Although she attempts to get away using the stair lift, the demon recalls the stair lift and hurls her violently down to the ground, leaving her severely injured. Dude, what's your thoughts on the scene?
I liked it quite a bit. I think as soon as the demon says your soul, we get some really good stuff. Janice running away down the hall, hobbling away because she can't run. That adds to the fear. There's that shot of all the lights, the light going out of the hallway as it kind of like zooms in and pulls back at the same time. That old camera trick.
Yeah.
The payoff to the stair lift bit. The demon. It's a good scene, man.
The anticipation with the chairlift, like she goes down and then she goes up.
And they one of the things they make sure to say earlier is the chairlift will only work if the seatbelt is buckled.
Yes.
And so she buckles it to get it going, and then once it goes down and it starts to come back up, she can't get it unbuckled. She's like locked in now. Like I called this movie a roller coaster earlier. She's literally stuck on a ride.
Yes. Oh man. And she got yeeted to the ground.
Boy, did she.
Well, now Janice is now in a wheelchair, and she feels like crap. Janice was telling Sister Charlotte that she gotta leave, and something is like messing with us. She told her that there's a evil presence here. Charlotte is like, "Girl, you are strong, stronger than all of us."
Thank you, but that's not helping.
Yes. The Mullins are talking to each other about Janice's fall. Miss Mullins was like, "It's been 12 years and it's been quiet." Janice has to. Is this the word? When they're talking, do we see Miss Mullins? Like her face? Not yet, right?
Not yeah. I don't think we see her face till the end.
Yeah.
Just about.
Well, Janice has to sleep on the couch. Linda doesn't want to sleep alone, but she has to do it now. Touchy scene here because Linda doesn't want to leave Janice alone.
They swap dolls.
Yeah.
They because they each have their own little dolls with names. One's called Sweet Sue and the other one's called something. I don't remember. But
something else.
But Linda says I don't want to go upstairs alone. So Janice gives her doll and says, "Well, take my doll, then I'll always be with you." And then Linda does the same. She gives her doll, and they've swapped dolls. Now they're always with each other.
I mean, these are best friends here. We like to see that.
Yeah. And the two kids playing the roles are doing pretty good.
Yes, they're not annoying. They're usually kids are annoying, but these are good actors here.
There's no annoying kids in this. I mean, obviously Carol's mean, but
that's different.
We'll fix that.
Yeah.
No annoying kids. I guess that could be said. David Sandberg is good at, for his movies, whoever's casting these kids. Because in Shazam, there's a bunch of kids, and none of them are annoying.
No.
I mean, maybe some of the things they say are annoying in the second movie, but that's different, isn't it? It's different than the movie being annoying than the kids being annoying. That's two different things.
Hey, man, if you are in a sequel with Harold the Purple Crayon, it's time to get out of there.
No, not the purple crayon. He uses the purple crayon to draw MAGA.
Oh, no.
Does Zachary Levi have a purple MAGA hat?
He should. But it should be crayon, too.
Yeah, he should just draw his own. Okay, we're done. We're done with that.
Yes. We see Linda peeping through B's room through the keyhole, and she sees the doll rocking back and forth like she owns the shit.
I think she does at this point.
Yeah, I actually, yeah. Linda opens the door, and the doll is not there, but the chair is still rocking. We see Linda posting up by her door with the ball gun thing, and she shoots it and recoils it. Nothing happens. She did it again in the dark, and when she recoils it, it stops.
I think this is really funny because she's a kid. She can't sleep.
No.
She finds the closest thing to a weapon she can, which is utterly useless.
Yeah.
And she's like, all right, I'm going to post up. I'm on watch. And then when the demon shows up, she just, oh God, I'm a kid. I can't do anything.
The thing about this scene is I'm like, how do you sleep? And she sleeps here. as she's trying to recoil it, the line of the attached ball gets higher and higher, and it took her gun away from her hands. And we hear running to her room like do 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 do. Linda freaks out and she hides in her bed. The lights turned off, and she's looking at some black footprints. She looks at the side of the bed, and the doll is staring right at her. She's like, oh no. The doll's like, I see you now. A black hand grabs the doll's face, and Linda's freaking out. And then the next morning, Linda's asleep. How do you sleep after that?
Not well, I'll tell you. not very well.
I would have been up the entire time. Just like
she probably was. She probably didn't sleep. Like she fell asleep clearly.
Yeah.
But we see the sun come up, and like, what else do you do?
No, nothing. Well, she wakes up and nothing happens.
Fear is exhausting. So
I agree. You need some snacks after you get scared.
What kind of snacks?
Ice cream, at least.
We already know that he's got a halal option in the kitchen because Mr. Molds is a good guy. So
yeah. I'll go to his kitchen there. The demon posing as Sister Charlotte wheels Janice into the old barn.
Man, this part made me sad because Janice is just so tired and so defeated, and she's just hoping for the best, and then taken for an absolute ride out of her control. And she's just like, no, please. And then this is where, like, effectively after this scene, Janice is gone.
Yes. As you mentioned, in the old form, there's a form of B, the little girl, attacks her, and it possesses her by throwing some black, I don't want to say goo, but it's like black bile into Janice's mouth.
The Venom symbiote.
Yeah, it is. It is Venom.
Venom 3 coming to theaters. The bro's gonna see it. He has to.
I have to. It's The Last Dance. I hope it's better than the first two.
Well, maybe it'll be really good, and then when Venom shows up in Secret Wars, you'll be happy.
It better pay off, man. It better pay off. But yeah, thoughts on the scene, man. I think this is a very disgusting scene. You see the black bile, black ooze, black
it's
Venom.
It's gross. It's scary. It's sad. Like I said, just gonna take another opportunity to say the camera work in this movie is really good.
Very good. Also, like B is like crawling really fast too, and I like that. Like, for example, 28 Days Later, those zombies, they run.
Fast zombies.
The fast zombies are the scariest zombies.
Yeah.
That's 100%. But yeah, this scene kind of reminds me of like Jeepers Creepers 2.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of that. The part where was it the Jeeper guy? He was like engulfing that person. I think it's the first one. Or he got Justin Long, I guess. I don't know.
Justin Long's the first one.
Yeah.
The second one's the one where they're all stuck in a bus.
Yes. Didn't he like just a body horror or something in the second one?
Tore a guy's head off in that.
Yeah.
I don't really remember Jeepers Creepers too well. Maybe that's next Halloween. Actually, you know what? No, we don't. That director's a bad guy. Let's not do that.
It is. And also 3, 4, and 5, they're terrible. Only the first one was good. I saw Unborn. Terrible. And I saw the next one. It's like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Is Terrifier the new Jeepers Creepers?
Not Jeepers Creepers, but like more like the next. It's like this generation's Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers. That's what it is.
I don't think so.
I mean, there's 3 of them now.
Like, I'm not gonna hate on Terrifier. Like, if you like them, that's fine. And it's not the gore that skews me out. Like, I watch a lot of gory stuff, right? But I once heard, like, in a picture of all these famous like slasher villains, Freddy, Jason, Michael, Ghostface, Chucky. You put Art the Clown up there, and it's like, get that industry plant out of here. Get this guy out of here. I just don't think he compares.
No, I mean,
just me.
you know, I understand your opinion there. It's just like, where's the new slasher guy? This is it. This is the guy.
Well, I guess he's the only recognizable one. Although an argument could be made, not a good argument, and it won't be made by me, but an argument could be made for the In a Violent Nature guy.
If he gets 4 more movies, he's the next guy.
I think they said they were going to make another one, but is the other one going to be the same, where it's all in his perspective, all very slow, walking through the woods?
It has to,
because that
or maybe
as a bit, I think only works for one movie.
One movie.
I don't think you can get away with that twice.
I think you could do it in the perspective of the victim.
That's all the other movies. That's Friday the 13th, is what you just said.
But like the point of view of like how the first one was, it's just like them walking, like a GTA movie or something.
Oh, you know what would be cool? So if In a Violent Nature 2, once again we are off topic, but if In a Violent Nature 2, following from behind, third person, like you just said that they did with the killer in the first one, you can do that with one victim in the sequel. Like you follow one the final girl or whatever it is, and then you do a third one where you follow a cop that's like chasing him.
Oh, I like that.
Maybe the cop would be the second one, and then you do a victim the third one.
You hear here first,
and then by then enough time has passed that you can do the killer again, and then that's 4 movies.
That's all you need. Well, Jason has 10.
Jason has 10, but do you know how many of those are good?
2.
Not 10.
Jason X is funny, I guess.
Would you rather watch Jason X or Cube 2 Hypercube?
Dude, that is the worst. It wasted my Hypercube wasted my time. I'd rather watch the third one again because it talks about
For those keeping track at home, the movies you have to watch now are In a Violent Nature, Jason X, and Cube 2 Hypercube.
Yes. And Rush Hour.
And Rush Hour, and Gremlins.
There you go.
And throw in Johnny Tsunami for good measure.
We might rewatch him next time. All right, let's get into it. Let's get back to the story here, guys.
Yes, sir.
Linda notices changes in Janice's behavior and tells the other girls, but Carol, of course, is doubting Janice's behavior. She's like, she's fine. The next morning, Linda told Mr. Mullen that Janice snuck into B's room and found the doll. Samuel, Mr. Mullins, immediately believes Linda and heads.
He just gets up.
He's like, oh. He's like, shit.
I told you not to.
Yeah. Linda. I don't know. And he believes. So he heads inside the house and he sees the doll at the dinner table alone. There's a note next to her and it reads, "Found you." When he comes across Janice, who now is walking now, Janice transforms into the demon and sings the Sunshine Song.
This part's great.
Yeah, and brutally kills Mr. Mullins.
So she slowly wheels in on the wheelchair, stands up from the wheelchair.
Yeah.
Then backs into shadow, and her eyes glow. And then you see the glowing eyes get taller and taller. The whole hallway also goes pitch black. Just the presence of the demon does that. And then you see like the face of the demon standing like 7 feet tall, something like that. Mr. Mullins holding up the cross, trying to tell it to get back. And then just through pure evil power, his fingers one by one snap back. What were you thinking when that was happening?
It's like a low blow in wrestling. It hurts every time.
break his fingers so that they're curled backwards off the cross. The effect of the finger, it's obviously CG for the fingers. It's, you know, I think it's fine. It's not super duper convincing, but it's convincing enough. I think like, in the moment for what's happening, it gets a pass. And plus there is that initial shock when the first finger does it, where you're like, "Oh my god, that's what's happening." Okay,
it's not good for it was not good for Mr. Mullins' death here. But again, as you mentioned, the presence of Janice turning to the demon, great stuff here.
Yeah. I think that the whole Mr. Mullins confrontation. Also, by the time that Sister Charlotte finds him, he's, you know, his eyes are like rolled back in his head and his skin is pale and he's gone, man.
He's dead.
Pretty grisly.
Yeah. Shout out to the best cooker in that farm.
Oh yeah.
That evening, Linda takes Janice's doll, and throws it into the well.
Because so when the coroner takes Mr. Mullins away, Janice is sitting on the porch holding the Annabelle doll.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Forget it.
You
She's like
evil little girl. Throw Janice down the well too while we're at it.
Oh gosh, it's not her. It's the person controlling her.
But Janice is gone. She's not coming back.
She's gone. She's gone at the moment. But yeah, as strange as Linda throws the doll inside the well, a strange noise comes from the well, and it was dragging. She was almost dragged to the well, but Sister Charlotte saves her.
Some hands grab her. There's a lot of hands grabbing.
Yeah, I don't like that. Upon returning inside to find Janice gone from the couch, Charlotte wakes the other girls, who trying to look for excuse me. Sister Charlotte wakes up the other girls who look for her as an alarmed Sister Charlotte speaks with the disfigured Miss Mullins.
Oh yes,
who is confined into her bedroom. Miss Mullins reveals that after B's death, they pray to whatever entity would grant their wish to see their daughter again.
Hey, don't do that.
No. I know it's a family member, it's your daughter. Don't bring in demons in here. Come on.
Don't do that.
No. An unknown entity answered their prayer, and they briefly saw B's spirit. The entity convinced them to transfer the essence into one Samuel's crafted dolls. They happily agreed, but as soon they realized they had attached a demon looking for a human host. One night, Miss Mullins saw B's spirit transforming into a demon, which would then gouge her eyes out, resulted in her wearing a half doll-like mask, concealing her injuries.
The transformation thing where her legs grow super long, her arms grow super long.
Yeah.
She's like 7 feet tall. But I was thinking, like, God damn, get this girl on the basketball team. This girl needs to be hooping.
Dude, pair her with what's the WNBA player who's famous?
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark. Put her with Caitlin Clark, they will win all the championships.
Man, yeah, get an actual demon on that team. There we go.
Yes.
And then anytime people are like, "Oh, boo, Caitlin Clark, you suck," the demon just rips their head off.
Oh, jeez. This scene,
like, rookie of the year, and then throws the head in the well.
She dribbles it and makes.
Oh, absolutely!
There you go.
That movie.
I think that's called that Wolf movie with Michael J. Fox.
That'll be Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf. I think it's Teen Wolf.
It'll be like a new Space Jam, Caitlin Clark, but then a demon.
There we go.
Now you make a lot. You make a lot of stuff into clips to put on TikTok. Don't do this one. Don't, this is a terrible idea.
No. This is too much editing. I won't do that. Because I have to like edit the demon and Clark, and then the ending.
You got to throw in a second of Teen Wolf in there.
Yeah, Michael J. Fox. No, it's too much. But yeah, the scene of her transforming into the demon. That was the teaser trailer for Annabelle Creation, and I think that teaser trailer is really good for this movie, just to hype up the movie. It's great. Enlisting the help of the priest to bless the house, they locked the doll in Bree's closet. Miss Mullins, and Samuel opened their house as a shelter for orphan children to repent for their actions. But Miss Mullins now regrets it, since it, kind of provided an opportunity for some demons' actions.
Yeah. Did you mention her eye was ripped out? Did you say that part?
I mentioned that.
Okay. I must have missed it. Yeah. So another thing, I know hindsight's 2020, which Miss Mullins no longer has because she only has one eye.
Yeah.
But if you demons, right? If you got a demon in your house, any kind of ghost in your house, spirits, evil activity, that is not the house you make into an orphanage. You get a different house. You go somewhere else. You don't do that here. And they're like, oh, in hindsight, no. In regular sight, should have caught that.
They're trying something, I guess. I don't know. I mean, the animal doll is in that closet so that the evil won't get out, so they can't leave, right?
Well,
they can't leave forever. I mean, they can't leave at all.
You're right. Okay, they can't leave, right? You're right. They also didn't have to open an orphanage here.
They gotta do something. They're like, I gotta, get these sins out. So they just did that.
They should have just let the priest take it. The priest that blessed the wall. They didn't have anyone to call yet because the Warrens weren't alive yet.
Not yet. Oh,
well, no, they were definitely alive. This was only 20 years before that. They were alive. They just weren't doing their thing.
They're still in their demonology school.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good scene where that scene she took her eye out. If there's a scream queen out there, I think she's number one.
Really?
I think she screamed pretty well.
Oh, you mean the actual Scream?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the title Scream Queen number one.
No.
Like, come on, there's others.
No.
I was like thinking, like, is she even in any other horror movies?
I'm sure she has.
Right.
Lady in the Water? Is that the same lady?
What? No, I don't think so. No. I'll look into that. You continue reading the plot.
All right. Yeah, her eye is gone. The girls checks on Janice as she sings the Sunshine Song in B's room, and they're like, "You can walk." Janice says, "Time to cease from sin." Carol, while she was holding a knife. Oh,
I'm so silly. I'm so stupid. She was in Talk to Me.
Oh, who?
Eowyn, Miranda Otto. She was in Talk to Me. Yeah.
Oh, she was the mom, right?
She was the mom that got really mad.
Yeah. And that kid got messed up. Oh my god.
Yes, he did.
he got effed up. The demon then murders Miss Mullins, puts her half body on the wall. God damn.
So, okay, this part slightly confuses me.
Yeah.
Because we don't see her legs, do we?
No.
Okay. And earlier, Mr. Mullins was like, my wife doesn't get out of bed anymore. Was she always missing these legs?
Maybe. I think we saw the legs later on. Not in this scene.
I don't think
I
so.
remember.
I don't know. But yeah, she gets messed up.
Yeah, she got messed up. Her half of her body's on the wall, and then the demon attacks Charlotte. She threw her to the mirror and gets knocked out. While some of the
like your dad did to you.
it always comes back around. While some of the while some of the orphans are able to leave the house, they encountered. I thought that there's a lot of great scenes, but I think this tops it.
Mm-hmm.
They encountered the Scarecrow.
Oh boy!
The Scarecrow starts to move when they are trying to start the car. The
flickering headlights and the head slowly starts moving.
Yes. As soon as they flicker their lights, turn on the lights.
And the only one noticing that the Scarecrow is moving is Nancy, who was scared by it earlier.
Yes. The Scarecrow disappeared when they turned on the car. The girls run into the barn. Or I think the car wasn't working. I forgot.
Yeah, the car wouldn't fully start.
Yeah. The car runs in the car. The girls run into the barn, and the Scarecrow is there.
Mm-hmm.
Carol gets locked in with it, and Carol gets the axe. It's gonna chop off the Scarecrow.
She tries.
She tries. The light fuses, and the Scarecrow is alive.
So she tries to get the axe that's like planted in the wood chopping block, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the handle comes off, so now she just has the axe handle. But if you watch WWE, you're like, oh, you can still use it.
Yes, you can still use that. Yeah. Bah. That's
nothing was funnier than it was 2016, maybe 2015. I remember someone was feuding with Brock Lesnar. I think it may have been Dean Ambrose, now John Moxley, his WrestleMania build up to WrestleMania 32, which that match was bad. But in their build up, Ambrose was like, "Oh, I'm gonna mess you up with weapons, and I'm not coming empty-handed." And he comes with an axe handle with no axe on it. It's very, very WWE of the time.
I mean, you can't kill someone on live TV.
Did you not see that Hell in a Cell match? Punk and McIntyre, you can kill someone.
Yeah, especially when
you not see Hangman Adam Page, Swerve Strickland, you could kill someone.
You can, yeah. Actually, I saw on Twitter. There's, the indies, and they're doing a hardcore match. This guy had the table sticks, the stands, the
legs.
Legs, thank you.
Yeah.
On his throat, and the guy did like a hip action.
That's not.
The leg was stuck into his throat, and he took it out, and he was like coughing, and I'm guessing blood came out.
Oh. Hardcore indie stuff scares me, man.
See, if anybody's listening, look up CZW back in the day. They did a lot of crazy shit.
They do some stupid shit in CZW.
Yes. If you want to go way more back, go to FMW, Japan death matches. Crazy stuff.
Good stuff. David Arquette did a death match.
He almost died. What's his name? Not Jack Perry, but his father. He was he was with them.
I didn't know he was there.
He was he was a big wrestling fan, and he was part of David Arquette's crew thing.
His entourage.
And he was with him in the hospital.
Wow, that's crazy.
And then
Luke Perry.
Luke Perry, yes, from 2101. What's that show?
I think you're trying to say 90210.
90210. Thank you. I said some numbers. Sorry. Yes. So the Scarecrow's alive. AKA the demon is the Scarecrow, and as he rips apart himself.
Yeah, this is great, by the way.
Great.
There's a lot of good demon transformations in this movie.
Yes,
a lot. I think there's 3. Like we've gotten 3 in a row, and it's just like that's cool. That's great. This one's great. The black Annabelle demon. I still don't think they've said his name. I've got it written down somewhere. But he's tearing the Scarecrow like the what's it called? The bag
Yeah.
bed. Burlap. He's
Burlap.
tearing the burlap sack, and just the demon mouth is underneath, and it's like practical fingers, practical mask. Looks great, man.
It's good, man. There's supposed to be that Cricket Man movie, but I wanted a Scarecrow movie.
See, I remembered the Scarecrow being more of a thing than he actually was, because really, this is the only actual scene the Scarecrow does anything, and it's still just the demon.
Yeah,
But even more so than, because I said not last time, but the time before, like, oh, how would the Crooked Man movie work? Because the Crooked Man wasn't really here. It was just something that the nun turned into to scare everybody. But this it's even less of that, because it's a Scarecrow. The demon's literally inside, and he claws his way out. So I don't think a Scarecrow movie would work.
Unless
There's a scary Scarecrow bit in that movie. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. That's what it is.
Yes, yeah.
The Guillermo del Toro produced movie. That movie's like, whatever. Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I would recommend checking it out, because there are some genuinely creepy, like, body horror bits, like the girl with the spider.
Yes.
And ooh,
it's a good PG-13 scary movie. Usually, you don't have those.
Yeah, there's some genuinely creepy things in that movie.
Well, when the Scarecrow rips apart himself, Carol tries to save the last bulb from falling, but the demon breaks the light.
He's unscrewing all of the. It's kind of Looney Tunes the way he breaks the last light too. His hand reaches in from out of frame.
Yes,
just grabs it.
It's good. The demon does a upside down yoga pose or some shit. Carol gets into another room, but the demon tries to open it. Nancy helped Carol, and they escaped.
He missed his opportunity. He should have just hit the coup de grace from the roof.
Oh, well, I don't think he watched wrestling. I don't think demons watch wrestling.
They should.
That makes sense.
But Carol would know how to counter it, because her character from Fall loves WWE and knows all the wrestlers. So she would have like tuck rolled out of the way of the coup de grace, and he would have broke his ankles.
Perfect. I mean, also Finn Balor. He should have been in this movie too.
We're doing our best. We're doing our best to make this podcast as impenetrable as possible. If you don't know the references, if you're not up to date on modern football, modern wrestling, modern horror, Power Rangers, Batman, if you're not up to date on all of that, you don't bother. don't even bother trying to listen.
Just get out of here. Linda is trapped and hides in Bee's room as the possessed Janice tries to stab her. Linda gets into the elevator and drops down to the basement.
Yes, this is what I was thinking of when I was saying, because you said the stair chair.
Yeah.
The stair lift was the most iconic thing from this movie, or like the top 10 or top number one piece in the piece in the movie. I think what gives it a run for money is the dumbwaiter bit and probably the Scarecrow bit. Honestly,
yeah, Scarecrow. All these bits are great.
With Janice in the dumbwaiter trying to escape, and the demon crawling after her, as we're going to get to in a second.
Yeah,
not Janice, what's her name? The other one,
Linda. She looks around with the flashlight, and she sees blood going around the floor to point where Miss Mullen's half body's alive. Oh no!
That's not good.
Linda goes back to the elevator and sees Janice / the demon chasing her, trying to get her. But Linda holds up to the rope, and she goes up. She closes it. She tried to find Sister Charlotte, but she found Janice craving a doll, and says, "She looks like you, Linda."
Oh, stabbing Linda's doll in the face.
Yeah. Linda goes into the closet in B's room. Janice is trying to find her but the Annabelle doll is with Linda. Janice found Linda, but Janice stabs the Annabelle doll when Sister Charlotte comes by. Sister Charlotte looks at Janice and the doll inside the closet. I'm sorry, Sister Charlotte locks Janice and the doll in the closet. Now looks at her, but she locks them.
Janice is about to stab. It's so fast. Janice is about to stab Linda, and Sister Charlotte comes back. It is like a wrestling match. She got put through the table earlier.
Yeah,
the mirror, and she was out. But then she comes back, and she reverses the knife. She gets to stab the Annabelle doll. Throws the little rosary beads over Janice, and like Hurricane Rana's her into the closet, and throws the cabinet. She went full action hero for a split second here.
Yeah, she closed the casket or the ambulance or the dumpster, and then she won the match.
Definitely the casket in this.
Yeah. The house gets a little crazy, and everyone is outside regrouping. They see the house light bulbs to burst. Wow. And that's it. The next day, the police arrives to search the house and finds the only doll, which they remove as evidence. Yeah, but
I just remembered what's about to happen in a second.
Yeah, but not before a priest blesses the home. Sister Charlotte, Linda, and the orphans are escorted away by the officers.
You neglected to mention that yes, they found the Annabelle doll just sitting there in the closet.
Yeah,
but Janice like tunneled her way through the wall. She like scratched and clawed and like chewed her way through the wall to escape like a wild animal. It kind of reminds me of in Winter Soldier when Nick Fury uses that thing to like burn a hole in the street.
Yes,
escape the car. That's what it was like.
Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, it's kind of like that. All right, that's good. That's good.
But yeah, then after everything that we've been through, the priest is like, "I bless the house. All the demons are gone. Who gets the doll?" And they said, "Fuck you."
Sister Charlotte, Linda, and the orphans are escorted away by the officers, and they just find another home for the orphans while Janice escapes through a hole in the closet wall, and it relocates to an orphanage in Santa Monica. Here we go, guys. This is the loop in this story.
The twist.
The twist. When I saw this the first time, I'm like, it's good. It's good because this movie was bad, but when they wrap it up here, I think I like it.
Yeah, you say it and then I'll get into it.
Okay. Still possessed. She becomes the reclusive. I'm sorry. She becomes and calls herself Annabelle. Pete and Sharon Higgins soon adopt Annabelle and gave her real life Annabelle doll.
Yeah, the Raggedy Ann.
Yeah.
12
I like years.
That. I like
it's
that.
good. It's a good Easter egg. 12 years later, after being involved in a devil worship, a grown-up Annabelle returns home and murders her adoptive parents, awakening Mia, who warns John about Sharon Higgins' screams. The end.
Oh boy! All right,
what do you think about this ending?
We tied it into Annabelle 1. Now we knew it was a prequel because this one actually feels like a period piece.
Yeah,
the dress and the farm we're on it looks like a period piece.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that it would lead into the first Annabelle movie. It's kind of like, in the sense of how it happens, it's kind of like the ending of spoilers, Final Destination 5.
Oh, what happened?
Remember, Final Destination 5 is the one where they're on the bridge and
Yeah.
and it's a normal Final Destination movie. People die. It's really stupid. Whatever.
Hmm.
But at the end, they get on a plane, and then they see a guy freaking out, and it's Devon Sawa from the first movie.
First one, yeah.
That's. I don't think I haven't watched Final Destination in a very long time. I don't think Final Destination 5 is good from my memory, but that twist that lives in my head rent free.
It's a good twist.
Thrown in for no reason, but whatever, doesn't matter.
They just want to end that series, so like, let's wrap it up.
I bet you money that series will come back within the next 10 years.
Like a re-series.
They'll just do it again. I don't know.
Like that.
Tying it into the first one makes sense. It's funny though, because for this movie it works.
Yeah.
But for the next movie, it's kind of dumb. But that's not this movie's fault. It's the other movie's fault for being so stupid.
Yeah.
And because now that we know how the demon attached to the doll, where the doll came from, and specifically what the deal is with Janice, now Annabelle in quotes,
Annabelle.
and then killing the neighbors. It just really highlights how much of a batshit coincidence it was that her parents lived next door to the people that bought the Annabelle doll, I guess from a police auction.
Yeah.
Like, that makes no sense, but that's not Creation's fault. That's the first movie's fault.
Do you think they had a vision after making Annabelle? Like, or did they like, oh, we have to make this story count for the Creations and the other movies?
I think that happened. I think somebody at Warner Brothers, or maybe even David F. Sandberg himself, was like, I can do this better. I can make a better movie than this. And then he did.
Yeah.
Creation's good.
I love Creations. I would recommend to anyone. But yeah. Good movie.
It's not super gory or anything. Like, is this one PG-13?
No, all of them are rated R.
We discussed this last time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because I guess the goriest thing is A, you see Miranda Otto cut in half.
Yeah.
And B, the fingers breaking.
Yeah.
But everything else, no one's swearing, no one's effing and jeffing. We don't see the nun get in the shower for no reason. It's really just those two bits that make it R, I guess.
Yeah, but the other things, it's just great storyboard, great. The flow is great. That's what it's all about.
I think this movie's paced well. All the kids are good. All the people in it are good or fine at least. The movie just looks great.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's good.
And again, going back to when I was like, how come The Conjuring looks cool, whereas like Fast and Furious 7 or Aquaman doesn't look like a James Wan movie, but this does. And then same thing with this. Like Shazam, I like the first Shazam, and the second Shazam is whatever. But they don't look like this. This one, there's some good cinematography, good sweeping shots, good atmosphere. A whole bunch of stuff that the first Annabelle movie lacked and desperately needed.
It's like an iPhone upgrade. Like you update to the next software, and this is the next software, Annabelle Creations.
And this movie ends in a satisfying way. I mean, it's bittersweet, right? Because none of the girls get hurt or die. They get spooked.
No.
But they do get away, except for Janice, who tragically is taken by the demon and lives a bad life.
Yeah.
So that's sad. And then she goes and kills some people and then dies eventually.
Yeah.
But it that's an ending where it's just like, oh, there's tragedy and then there's some triumph. Whereas the ending of Annabelle is Alfre Woodard plays a stranger that throws herself out a window, and they're like, "Okay, we'll accept that and take our baby and never talk about this again."
There's a shot where they showed Annabelle or Janice through picture frames, like when she's growing up,
aging. Yeah,
I thought that was great.
Yeah,
She gets more evil, a little bit.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, but good movie. I love it. If you have to rate it, what do you rate it on Letterboxd?
I was unsure where to put this because I gave The Conjuring 1 a 3.5, which you were like, what, 3.5? That's way too low. And I gave The Conjuring 2 a 4.
Right.
I gave Annabelle 1 like a 1.5 star, something low. I don't like it. This one, I was flip-flopping, like, is this 3.5 because it does like the jump scare stuff and there's some shots that whatever, or is it a 4 because I really liked it? I am tentatively calling this a 4-star movie.
Interesting.
And I think that feels right.
No, that's great because for Annabelle 1, I think of course we discussed last time. I gave it a 2.5.
Yeah.
Creations, I gave 5.5.
Yeah.
I really love. I dig this one.
Yeah. This one is a lot of fun. Good horror
movie.
picture. Good modern day horror picture.
We don't get those, but now we do.
And there's an after credit scene. I didn't know this until literally just now. I'm scrolling through on Max, HBO Max.
Was it? What is it? Because I watched it through the collection on Blu-ray.
Yes.
I did not stream it. I have it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I have the same collection. I believe it's the collection that we're seeing the cover behind you right now.
Yes.
Yeah, except it doesn't say Brown Boy Wonders and it doesn't have a little Abrar off to the side. Oh, 2 little Abrars, excuse me. I see the second one now.
Yeah, down there.
Wait, is that a third Abrar up top? What's going on?
Yep.
My goodness. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I watched it on the collection as well. So the credits hit and I'm like, all right, that's it. I didn't think. But now I just happened to look and so at the very end of the credits it says Annabelle Creation, name of the movie. That slowly fades out to black. Mm-hmm. And then we get a spooky little shot of a door opening to show a candlelit hallway. It appears to be in some sort of church. It says Abbey of St. Carta, Romania, 1952, and we see a figure at the end of the hallway. Who could it be? She's getting closer. The candles are going out. I actually don't like looking at this right now in my room in the dark. This is scaring me. This is scaring me. I'm turning it off. Okay.
Well, I know that scene you're talking about.
Yeah.
I would say, of course, we are going to... The next rewatch, of course, the next chronicle order is The Nun. Mm-hmm. And that shot you talked about is, I think, the best shot in the whole movie.
Surely it was in like a teaser trailer or something like that.
It's a teaser trailer, but they took the same shot in the movie, and we'll get into it.
Oh, we will be getting into that.
But yeah, that's a good after credit. Actually, that's good.
The Nun. There's a reason The Nun got a movie. Visually, she's so striking and just terrifying.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel bad for the lady. I've never seen anything with the lady that plays the nun. Because I'm sure, as stories always go, like she's probably a very nice, sweet lady. Like how the story of the woman who played the original Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz. She was a school teacher, and apparently she was like the nicest lady ever, but people were scared of her because she was the Wicked Witch. I think that's the same thing with the nun. Just like, you're a nice old lady from down the lane. You look fucking terrifying though, so we're gonna make you a horror icon.
If you do too well at your job, you don't get that back. You don't get a normal life after that. Like Homelander.
No, he's doing great. He's in the ads for that mobile game now. Have you seen that?
Yeah, but he plays like his acting there is like
he is Homelander.
Yeah,
because he's I don't remember if he's Australian or if he's from New Zealand, but he has an accent. But it's so funny in that because he walks up or that guy walks in the room and he's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm playing this game. It's called something. I don't remember what it's called." And you do the little guys but he's doing the Homelander voice.
Yeah.
So they clearly said like, "All right, we want you to do this ad." Oh, we didn't know you had an accent. Just do Homelander.
He's in a scary movie in Hulu. I think it was released in Hulu or somewhere else. Cobweb. It has he plays a dad and the mom. The girl from we referenced before, Mean Girls. She's one of Lindsay Lohan's friends.
Oh,
what's her name?
Cobweb. Lizzie
Cobweb.
Kaplan. Lizzie Kaplan.
Zibby Kaplan, yes. Who's also in Smallville.
Yes, she is.
But yeah, that movie is a good movie, and Anthony Starr plays a great scary dude.
He's good, dude.
He's good.
I like him.
He plays it too well. Let's get into some interesting facts for Annabelle Creations.
Ooh, interesting facts.
Originally scheduled to be released on May 19th, 2017, but it was moved to August 11th, 2017 to avoid competitions with Alien Covenant.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. The farmhouse was also used. I don't know is there any Westworld fans out there? The farmhouse was also used in Dolores' home in Westworld.
I never watched Westworld.
Again, I think it's complicated, but I heard it's a good show. The movie associated with the controversial short horror movie contest in which Warner Brothers would legally own the contest winner's idea for 3 years and have the option to develop a full feature film out of it, while being obligated to give money to the contestant with $100 and a chance to meet the director David F. Sandberg if he's available.
I remember this. Oh
Yes.
my goodness. That was the whole thing.
I don't remember the short horror movie, but I have it. And we're going to watch it. And it's only 3 minutes long.
Okay.
And it's called The Nurse.
Okay. Surely this isn't something you can play on the podcast, so are we just going to commentate over it?
We'll commentate over it. I'll just send you the link here.
Okay.
And of course, on after post, I'll you'll hear it. But let me see.
Better not be a shady link.
It's not. It's a YouTube video.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. It's called The Nurse. And it won the
the Annabelle
competition
Creation contest.
Yes. All right. It's only 2 minutes long. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Well, before we get into it, just to cover, no ideas from this were taken from or for Annabelle. Like, this was just Annabelle's coming out. We're marketing this. Like, hey, everyone, if you want to be a filmmaker, put out a short film and let us steal your idea. That's what it was. But so, specifically, Annabelle Creation and David F. Sandberg did not steal anything from any short films, right? That's what we're learning here.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
It is pretty
let's
cool.
Let's watch it, and then I'll complain.
All right. Let's see. Okay. And when I say 0, we'll do it. In 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right, spooky hallway.
Yeah.
Someone just made this. This looks fairly professional.
It is.
Nurse?
Or did the studio make this? Like, that you send in your idea and then spooky nurse. And then they made it, like, is this on the DVD or something?
I'm not sure it's on the DVD. It's like a viral campaign, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's a scam is what it is.
I hope they met the director.
I don't know. Hey, send in your short film. We'll give you $100 and we get to keep it.
Honestly, $100 is not much.
It's nothing.
Oh god, that's scary.
Oh man. So is this part of the Conjuring universe, you think?
It can be, but nothing official.
If Warner Brothers paid $100 for this, then it's part of the Conjuring universe.
It's pretty much the Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Hi, Emily. Did you press your
Yeah, it's funny you say that because
Is my mom here yet? No, not yet. Good
I don't
news,
trust
though.
this nurse.
I think you're ready to
There's a scene in The Nun that I was like, oh, this is Silent Hill.
Oh. It's time to take out the bandages.
Oh, lady, don't take off the bandages.
What are we talking about? It's ready. Her eyes are ready.
Oh, it's gonna be a spooky. Oh no.
For a 2-minute horror movie, bad.
Yeah. They went purely like all vibes for that. All sauce. All the sauce they could.
Yeah.
It's a saucy dish.
Yeah, it was called The Nurse. So it could be a movie, but they said they have 3 years. So they legally own the idea of the contest winner for 3 years to make it a full feature film. But
it says here that there were 5 separate winners being selected from different countries. So The Nurse was the United States winner.
Yes.
And then the UK had something called The Confession. Mexico had something called What's Wrong with Mom. Sweden had something called Blund's Lullaby. And Colombia's was called Innocent Souls.
Well, that's crazy. They're like 2 minutes long, I guess. We're less than 5 minutes. So pretty good stuff here. I mean, I wish it is kind of a scam, but
it's definitely a scam. All right, listeners, here's another life lesson from us here at the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. If a $1 billion corporation ever says, "Send us in your hard work, and we will give you $100 for it, and we get to keep it," that is not good. Don't do that.
Don't do this.
Ooh.
$100 is not enough. It should be at least
that's peanuts.
At least $2,000 or $1,000 at least over 1,000.
So if they made a movie based off of The Nurse, if they're like, "Oh, The Nurse, that's really great. We're gonna make that a movie," then the guy who made it's like, "Cool, what do I get?" And they say, "Oh, you get the $100. That's what you got."
Damn.
And then we make this movie, and it makes a couple million. We made it for a couple million. We get to keep a couple million. There you go. And you got $100.
Yeah. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
You give me a percentage, son of a bitch.
Well, I'm glad they didn't make the movie because it's been past 3 years now. So I think that's fine.
I think they got way too much flack. And I think probably there were certain like entertainment lawyers that were looking into this, being like, if you made this, we could probably sue somebody. And they're like, we just won't do it.
In the so David Sandberg, right? You talk about Lights Out. He directed that movie. The short video, the girl who plays in that video, she's also in the movie in the beginning at least. So there's something in that. That's the actor.
There was the same thing with Smile as well. The girl at the beginning of Smile that smiles.
Yeah,
she was the main character in the short film.
Yes, I have not seen that short film. I need to watch that.
Yeah,
she's scary in there. But yes, that was Annabelle Creations. Great movie. But we gotta wrap it up here. Skylar, where can they find you, man?
They can find me in a spooky abbey in Romania in 1952. Next time on the podcast.
And of course, you know where you can find me. But other than that, I guess we're done with Annabelle at the moment.
For the moment, we'll be talking about Annabelle again next week.
Yeah, we'll talk about her. And other than that, adios.
Biscuits.
Biscuit. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow.